A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, everyone. Please be seated. We are going to kickstart the show right now. I'm sure we're all set for day 3. Yes or no? Can I hear a louder yes, please? It's a wonderful morning. Right here we are in Nama Bengaluru Skill Summit. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, my name is MC Lakshmi, who's going to be a host and entertainer for this wonderful Day 3 Bengaluru Skill Summit 2024, welcoming each one of you to this wonderful event, a landmark initiative dedicated to shaping the future of India's workforce. This summit stands as a powerful collaboration between government, industry, and academia, driving a shared vision of workforce transformation, innovation, and inclusivity. Our past 2 days, we have witnessed a thought-provoking discussions, partnerships, breakthrough ideas, and inspiring partnerships as well. And today promises the same equal impactful day. We begin the day with our country partner session by Germany team, presented by the German missions in India, maintaining the strong international cooperation that powers our skilling ecosystem. Throughout the day, you will hear from distinguished leaders and visionaries from Mr. Subroto, Keynote on leadership and transformation, to engaging panel discussions exploring how technologies, AI, and human potential are converging to define the future of our work. Our fireside chats will bring together global perspectives on inclusions, talent, and the evolution of skills, while a series of roundtables will facilitate deeper dialogue and collaboration across sectors. From generative AI in academia to advancing Industry 4.0 automation and unlocking global career pathways. As we close the day, we celebrate excellence with the Kaushalya Karnataka Awards, recognizing outstanding contributors to skilling across the state, followed by a vibrant culture performances that captures the creative spirit of Karnataka. Together, ladies and gentlemen, let's continue to skill, innovate, and transform, building a future where talent meets opportunity. With this, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to everyone present in the hall, I would request each one of you to give a huge round of applause for yourselves and welcome yourself for this wonderful Day 3 of Bengaluru Skill Summit 2025, where skills drive the future workspace. With this, ladies and gentlemen, let's kickstart the Day 3. To do the opening remarks, I would request each one of you to kindly put your hands together and join me in welcoming our guest of honor, Mr. Nagaraja NM, IAS Managing Director, Karnataka Skill Development Corporation, to kindly join us on the stage and convey the opening remarks. Please do put your hands together and welcome him.
Good morning to all. I think my MC has made everything ready for me. So distinguished guests, industry leaders, policymakers, academicians, innovators, partners from India and across the world, and my dear students and young professionals. On behalf of the Karnataka Skill Development Corporation and Government of Karnataka, it's my privilege to welcome you all for the second day of Bengaluru Skill Summit 2025. Day before yesterday, as we opened this landmark summit in the presence of state's highest leadership, the Honorable Chief Minister of Karnataka, the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, and a group of ministers, we set the tone for an ambitious and forward-looking dialogue. How can Karnataka become the skills gateway to the world? At a time when technologies, industries, and aspirations are all evolving faster than ever before. Today, as we begin the second day, literally this is the third day, I want to briefly reflect on why this summit is important and what we learned from day one and how we move forward from here. This summit intends to converge voices from the government, industry, academia, and global institutions in one common platform, and to co-create strategies that can prepare our youth for jobs that do not exist today. Yesterday, we explored the power of green skills, inclusion, technology, and collaboration, each conversation showing how Karnataka is shaping a future-ready workforce. The energy, diversity, and ideas shared have set a high bar for today's global and technology-focused dialogues. Today, we widen the horizon, looking at Karnataka as the skills gateway to the world and how artificial intelligence and automation are redefining the nature of work. We will hear from global partners like Germany and Australia, alongside India's leading innovators on building pathways for global mobility and new age skills. With our strong ecosystem of innovation, higher education, and digital infrastructure, Karnataka is well placed to lead India's international skilling partnerships. The discussions today, from global talent expectations to Industry 4.0 and artificial intelligence enabled skilling, reflect the leadership in action. As technologies converge, learning must evolve to be faster, smarter, and lifelong. The roundtables today take that forward, exploring automation, CSR partnerships, and artificial intelligence as a co-worker, turning policy intent into real collaboration. Let's use this final day not just to listen, but to connect, question, and to co-create. The Bengaluru Skill Summit is more than an event. It's a movement towards building a resilient, globally competitive, and inclusive workforce for 2030 and beyond. Thank you very much. Welcome you all once again.
Thank you so much, Nagaraj sir, for doing the honors with your opening remarks and welcoming each one of us present here. To take it forward, ladies and gentlemen, to do the opening remarks, opening keynote, I would request each one of you to kindly put your hands together and welcome our speaker, Mr. Honorable Mohammad Reza Qasim Utim, to kindly join us on stage, who is the Minister of Labour and Industrial Relations, Government of Mauritius, to kindly join us on stage. Please do put your hands together and welcome each one of them taking over the stage and addressing to each one of you present here, please. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good morning to everybody. The ancient Greek philosopher Heraclitus is reported to have said that the only constant in life is change. The only thing that you can be sure of is things evolve and do not stay static. Several centuries later, Darwin, in his theory of evolution, explained through deep studies of species, the stark reality: when there is change, you should either adapt or perish. Now today, the global labor market is facing several challenges. There's at least three major challenges that will impact definitely on the world labor market. The first one is technological advances. There used to be a time when you would have a job for life. Our parents, our grandparents will join an enterprise, will join the civil service, and then spend 30, 40 years of their life doing the same job, sometimes getting the promotion, evolving in the same environment for the same company, for the same employer. That is no longer the case. According to the report of the ILO, which is the International Labour Organization, which was just updated in May 2025, 25% of global employment falls with occupation potentially exposed to generative artificial intelligence. 25% worldwide, but in advanced, higher income countries, it is as high as 34%. So 34% of the work in certain economy is directly affected by technological changes. The World Economic Forum, in its 2023 report on future of job, predicted by 2027, in 2 years' time, 83 million jobs worldwide will be displaced. driven by a combined effect of automation, artificial intelligence, green transition, and economic pressure. Now, what does that mean? That means that many of the jobs that are being done today by human beings will no longer exist and will be taken over either through artificial intelligence, robotic, or simply will become obsolete because of technological advancement. So here lies the huge potential of skilling, upskilling, reskilling. Because if you don't do that, you will become unemployed. So because of technological advancement, skilling, reskilling, upskilling is a huge opportunity. Second important change, demographic trend. According to the United Nations World Population Prospect report published in 2022, 20% of the population in Europe and Northern America is about 65 age plus. And when you go to Japan, it's closer to 30%. So 30% of the population of most developed countries are age 65 and above, which means that their working force is shrinking. And being given that the life expectation is rising and is close to 74-year-old for women and 70 for men, it would mean that even after 65, a lot of people will have to be reskilled because they will have to work, except that we will not be able to be employed in the same work that they were doing because they retired. So another opportunity for skilling. But while the population of Europe and America and other developing nations are becoming older, by contrast, in much of Africa, Mauritius excluded, much of Africa and Asia, there is a reverse trend, and the active labor force is increasing. So the percentage of young people who are going to the job market compared to those retiring in most African countries and Asian countries is expanding. Now, what does that mean? It means that in those countries, you're likely to have unemployment because the economy will probably not grow fast enough and create sufficient job to absorb the new market force, the younger people coming into work. So again, for the young workers to be employed, they will have to be properly trained, properly skilled to be getting a fairer chance of being employed here or abroad. Third important change that is affecting the labor market worldwide is improvement in labor mobility. The ability now for people born in one country to go and work in another country. According to the International Organization for Migration, which is the branch of the United Nations, 170 migrant workers globally today. There is 170 million migrant workers globally. So that's opportunity. Opportunity for countries where there is unemployment to go and look elsewhere to be employed. But what labor mobility also means, unfortunately, is greater competition. Greater competition to attract talents. So even in my country, in Mauritius, we suffer from that because several Mauritians prefer to migrate and work in other countries where the salary is better, where probably the working conditions are better, and where they think that they will have a better quality of life. So the challenge today is keeping also our talent, because if we are not able to give our, especially young labor force, our Gen Z, generation, they will just migrate and go to other skies. Now, what this means, when there is changes, there's always opportunities. There's always opportunities, and the opportunity for Karnataka State is to become a global supplier of talents, to have the pool of workers who can migrate and take advantage of the technological impact on job, of the demographic changes, of the facility of labor mobility. And I think the government of Karnataka has understood that today a country does not just export goods, it also exports services. Export of services can be an economic driver, because when you have your diaspora working outside and you have this fiscal incentive for them to remit back the money, that means more foreign exchange coming in. That means more money for development. That means people working outside sending money home so that their parents, their siblings can have a better life. So this taking opportunity of these global changes can be a driver of economic growth in your own state. Now, how do you go about to take full advantage of this opportunity? The first thing you have to do is identify the demand. Identify the market needs, the global market needs. But more than identifying, you have to anticipate it. Because there's always a gap between training and employment. How do you go about doing it? One of the initiatives that Mauritius is taking, which I'm sure can be replicated in Karnataka and other countries, is we're investing heavily in labor market information system, powered by artificial intelligence to collect, analyze real-time labor data, and then through this artificial intelligence, forecast demand. And at the same time, do a matching exercise. Identify the job seekers and then train them so that they have the employability. So the first thing you have to do is identify demand. Second thing, once you have identified the demand, and it can be sector-based, it can be country-based, then the next thing to do is to develop training programs that will match that demand. And how do you do that? You will have to devise tailor-made solution. Most education system, including in Mauritius and also in India, is highly academic. You learn from the book, you learn in theory, but very few courses have practical application. And when you go to a job, you go to an enterprise, they're not interested in how much you've learned by heart and reproduced in your exam. They want to know if you have the skills to identify a problem and come up with a solution which probably does not exist, that you've never been taught about. The ability to think outside the box. So the training must be very relevant to the employability. You'll have to identify the needs and then have the training which will empower the person to go and make a difference in the enterprise where he will work. Now, when do you start this training? If you wait till after university, it's too late. Because for some of the skills that you will be called upon to develop, they already need to have a good background in it. For example, if you're going to train nurses or doctors, they need to have some skills in sciences. So the identification of the training skills will start from school, from colleges, through career guidance. Now, I know how difficult it is today to talk to Gen Z, because my children have children who, they will do whatever they want. So, but we still have a duty to explain to them what is the dangers when they choose a subject that they want to. And I can talk about my personal experience. I have a daughter, very bright, who decided to do a degree in Cambridge in modern languages and Spanish. Now, in Mauritius, we don't speak Spanish. We speak English and French. But I don't know, I suppose through Netflix, he's gone through all these Spanish movies, so she decided to do a Spanish degree. And I told her, what you're going to do with Spanish? And she said, oh, maybe I will be an interpreter. I said, okay, fair enough. So she went to Cambridge, after 2 years, they have to do a 1-year practical course in Spain. So she went to Spain. She worked as a teacher, teaching students. So after 4 years, she graduated in Cambridge, did an excellent result. And then he came to see me and said, what am I going to do? I don't want to be a teacher. So I said, but you told me you wanted to be an interpreter. And she said to me, that was 4 years ago. Now with the technological changes, you have so many apps where you can instantly translate from one language to another. You can do it through Google, you can do it through any app. So even this job of interpreter is now obsolete. And therefore, she had to reskill, and now she's doing a course in law, because as a lawyer, you can always, it's very versatile. You don't have to be a practicing lawyer. You can go into the industry, you can go into financial services, in banking, in whatever you want. But this is the issues that we're having now with this new generation. They want to do whatever they feel like doing, but that will not probably, the education that they will have, will not probably be relevant for the type of job that they will end up doing. So career guidance is very important. Now, what are the threats? We've talked about the opportunities. The main threat, as you in India and us in the rest of the world have found out, that there's something called trade barriers. And you have a president who came from a very powerful country. He can wake up one day and say, okay, I'm going to impose tariff barriers. I don't care if your factory is going to close down. I don't care if people will lose jobs. I'm going to impose 50% tariff barriers. It's the same thing with services. Exactly same thing for services. The threat is you train your people, you give them the necessary skills, and then their training is not recognized in the country where they want to get employed. You train them only to find out that in the country where they're supposed to work, there's a law which requires them to be approved by a special board, a medical board, a nursing council, an accounting body, a legal bar council, or whatever. So it's very important when you're deciding to skill someone to go and work in a specific country, that you do your research work and make sure that this qualification, these skills would be recognized, and there would not be any barriers to entry to your student, to your professionals. So what this means, and this is where the government of Karnataka has an important role to play, you will have to have a system of accreditation, an equivalence council, government to government, state to counties. You will need to have an agreement that whatever course is recognized and certified by the state agency in Karnataka will be recognized and given effect to. And if there is any need to have additional training, then already before you train your people in India, you already know that after this training, once they go to abroad, they will still have to do an additional top-up education. The other barrier, which has already been alluded to, is the language barrier. If you want to work in Italy, yesterday we heard that in the roundtable, it is very difficult to go around if you don't know Italy, you don't know Italian. The country host partner from Germany will also tell you the same thing. Although in Germany, a lot of people speak English, if you want to be a nurse and you want to understand, what is the sickness of a patient, it is very important to be able to communicate in German, especially older people who maybe doesn't have the knowledge or the skills in other languages. So training in languages is very important, but not just language. You also have to have an induction to prepare your people to what they have to expect in the country. That they need to know the living conditions. They need to know the culture, the food, the climate, the reaction of the people. Are they good people? Are they likely to treat you well? Are they going to exploit you? All these are very important things. The induction course is very important because once you send your people to study, to work abroad, it is your people. You have a duty to ensure that they are employed and properly looked after, getting the salary they deserve, the lodging they deserve, the food they deserve, the quality of life that they have been promised when the recruiters came here and asked them to work abroad. So lots of opportunities, some threats, and I congratulate the government of Karnataka, who is very conscious of whatever I've just mentioned, and this is the reason why a summit like we have today is extremely important. And I wish all your participants well. I hope that this summit will deliver on its promises, and I'm sure that the government of Karnataka will ensure that this state becomes one of the main suppliers of talents worldwide. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I would request you to kindly stay back on stage for a second. To do the honors and thank him, I would request each one of you to kindly put your hands together and welcome Mr. Nagaraja, NM, Managing Director of KSDC, and also Mrs. Sumati, Executive Director, KSDC, to kindly join us on stage, please, to hand over a memento and thank him for joining and being there with us. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge round of applause for thanking him and for being there with us. Thank you so much once again, sir. Moving ahead, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be a Country Partners session. Country Partners session by German Mission in India, or Global Opportunities, Pathways to Germany. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and welcome the speakers for this session. Ms. Annette Basler, Deputy Consul General, German Consulate, Bangalore, to kindly join us on stage. Please do put your hands together and welcome her. Also, I would like to invite Mr. Denise Eschon to kindly join us on stage, Head of Skilled Migration, Indo-German Chamber of Commerce. Please do put your hands together and welcome Ms. Denise Eschon on stage, please. Also, I would like to invite Dr. Michael Hayes, Director, Goethe Institute, Max Muller Bhavan, Bangalore, the official language and cultural institute of the Federal Republic of Germany, to kindly join us on stage. Clapping is absolutely free, of course, so please do put your hands together to people. Wonderful, a very warm welcome to all three of you. I would request all three of you to kindly have your seat and go ahead with your session.
Honorable Minister Mohammed Reza Kassamuddin, dear Mr. Nagaraja, Managing Director of Karnataka Skill Development Corporation, dear ladies and gentlemen, It is truly a pleasure to be here, and let me first say how big an honor it is for us to be a country partner at the very first Bengaluru Skills Summit. I think this is not a coincidence. For several years, Indian students have been the largest group of foreign students in Germany, currently numbering 60,000. This year, for the first time, Germany has seen the strongest growth and has become one of the most sought-after destinations for Indian students pursuing studies and a career abroad. And this is according to the recently published Transnational Education Report. It is truly remarkable, and something that we have been working for in the past few years, both from the German and Indian government side. In 2022, we have agreed a migration and mobility partnership that seeks to promote fair and legal migration from India to Germany. We are proud of what we have achieved so far, but I think this is just the beginning. When you ask young Indians why they choose Germany to pursue their studies and education and a career in Germany, the answer is very straightforward. Germany offers the best return on investment in terms of skills, employability, and future earning opportunities. Quality education is available at low cost. Post-study opportunities are plenty, with clear pathways to employment. And Germany's immigration policies are generous and predictable. Before I get into more details about possible pathways to Germany, allow me to recognize our partner institutions with whom we share the vision for fair migration to Germany. First, the German Academic Exchange Service, or DAAD. The DAAD provides information about education opportunities in Germany, grants scholarships for students, and invites scientists from India to Germany and vice versa. So if you are a student or parent and have any questions about how to find a university or college in Germany, about procedures or scholarships, please contact the DAAD Information Center here in Bengaluru. And you can even book an individual counseling session with them. And let me tell you, it doesn't cost a single rupee. Second, I would like to highlight the outstanding work that the Goethe Institute, or Max Müller-Bhavan, is doing here in Bengaluru. The Goethe Institute is the official cultural institution of the Federal Republic of Germany. They are non-profit and independent, but funded largely also by the German government. Michael Heinz, who is the director of the Goethe Institute here in Bengaluru, will give you more information about the work they are doing in a few minutes. Allow me just to say a few words on the topic of German language. And it was mentioned by the Honorable Minister before already. Learning German is essential if you want to pursue not just your education, but a career in Germany. In vocational training programs, it's a must. And if you want to go to Germany as a professional, for example, in the healthcare sector, it is also a must. On the other hand, if you want to pursue a master's degree at a German university, it is usually not required. But how are you going to manage your everyday life? And if you want to land a good job, be it as an intern during your studies or afterwards, and have a good growth opportunity, language skills are essential. But we strongly encourage everyone who thinks about pursuing an education or career in Germany to study the language. Last, I would like to introduce Pro Recognition, which is a service of the German Chamber of Commerce abroad, and sponsored by the German Federal Ministry of Education and Research. If you have already obtained an Indian qualification and seek direct employment in Germany, Pro-Recognition can guide you through the process of recognizing your Indian certificates in Germany. Denise Eichhorn from Pro-Recognition in Mumbai will give you more details in a few minutes. Now let me shed some light on the different pathways to pursue your education and career in Germany. And there are many. To put it in a simple way, it all depends on your entry level. Students who have just passed their 12th grade exams can choose either to pursue a bachelor's degree or go for vocational training in Germany. One thing you should know about bachelor's programs in Germany is that most of these programs are still taught in German, and also that Germany has 13 years of schooling mostly. So one preparatory year and serious language learning are required. And mostly this happens in Germany. But I would also like to mention that some German universities have teamed up with institutions in Bangalore, such as the RV College of Engineering and the Christ University, which allows you to do the preparatory courses here and also the language training before departing to Germany and joining a master's program. Now, allow me to spend some time on the topic of vocational training. I know vocational training programs do not hold the same prestige in India as universities or college programs. In Germany, that is not the case. In fact, Germany owes much of its economic success to our vocational education system that combines practical training at a company and theoretical studies at a training institute in a period of 3 years. And you will be surprised to learn that all vocational trainees receive a salary while they are studying. Their monthly salary typically ranges between 80,000 and 1.3 lakh rupee, depending on the profession and the year of study. Also, the salaries in the professions they would be joining are competitive. For example, a hotel manager will on average earn 2.8 lakh rupee per month. A mason will earn 3.4 lakh, a trained conductor even 3.7 lakh rupee per month. Choosing this career path definitely requires German language, usually at B1 or B2 level, because all the courses are taught in German. If you have obtained a bachelor's degree already from an Indian university, of course pursuing a master in Germany will open a lot of prospects. Germany boasts more than 400 institutions of higher education, and almost all of them offer master courses taught in English. Germany is the industrial heart of Europe, be it in automotive, mechanical engineering, green technologies, biotech, chemical, pharmaceuticals, you name it. It is also at the forefront of applying IT to industry in advanced automation, Industry 4.0, machine learning, AI for digital production, AI and robotics, autonomous driving, mechatronics and cyber-physical systems. The list goes on and on. Most of the master courses are offered free of tuition. Registration fees at German public universities are typically low, around 30,000 rupees per semester. Some Indian students opt for expensive private universities in Germany, spending many lakh rupee, and sometimes end up struggling to pay off their student loans. My advice is, be smart about your choices, and please be aware that most of the reputed universities and colleges in Germany are public and they are free. If in doubt, please seek counseling from the German Academic Exchange Service. Of course, studying is only the first step towards a career. One of Germany's strong points is the close collaboration between universities and businesses. This is especially true of universities of applied sciences that rely on strong industry ties. A student studying at such a university will gain a lot of real-life working experience, which makes him or her readily employable. This allows students to transition quickly from university to a job. And even if you don't find a job right out of university, there is no need to worry. Our migration rules are very generous. Students are allowed to stay in Germany after they graduated for another 18 months to find a job. So opportunities are plenty in Germany, and of course we look forward to welcoming more bright minds from India in the years to come. Thank you.
Namaskara. Good morning. It is such a pleasure to be here at the Bengaluru Skills Summit. And I would like to start by thanking the government of Karnataka for inviting Germany to be the country partner for this fantastic summit. And I would also like to thank and congratulate all the organizers, especially Director Nagaraja and his team for organizing today's summit. And we are very happy to be part of this event that brings together so many important stakeholders in one place. My name is Michael Heinz. I'm the director of the Goethe Institute Max Müller Bhavan, Bangalore. And I would like to talk to you about how we at the Goethe Institute support skilled workers from India on their journey to Germany. The Goethe Institute is the official language and cultural institute of the Federal Republic of Germany with a global reach. We have 150 institutes in 99 countries. In India, we are present with six institutes in Delhi, in Mumbai, Pune, Kolkata, Chennai, and of course in Bangalore, with additional Goethe centers in other cities. The Goethe Institute in Bangalore will celebrate its 65th anniversary next year, meaning that we are strongly rooted in Karnataka with a vast network of close partners across the state, and we are very proud of that. Our job as Goethe Institute is to promote the German language, to foster cultural exchange between India and Germany, and to provide information about life in Germany. Skilled workers, it has already been said, from India are in high demand in Germany. And at the same time, there's a lot of interest among young people, young talents from India in pursuing a career in Germany. Recently, as you can see here on the slide, the German Foreign Minister, Johann Wadefuhl, visited the Goethe Institute in Bangalore to hear firsthand from our students about their plans for Germany, but also about the challenges that come with such plans. And it became clear that good preparation is key for successfully moving to Germany, which includes learning the German language, but also learning about German culture and everyday life in Germany. Before I tell you a little bit more about one very specific offer that we have for skilled workers who are planning to move to Germany, allow me to tell you a little more about the work that we do in Bangalore, which I think is relevant also more generally for people planning to go to Germany. At our institute, we of course offer language courses. Every day, if you come visit our institute in Indiranagar, you'll see 400 people walking to our language courses, to our classrooms. This year we are planning to conduct about 23,000 exams only at our premises here in Bangalore. So language learning is one of the focuses of our work, and we not only offer language classes at our institute, but we also offer corporate classes outside of the institute and for other partners as well. Similarly, we believe that language learning starts early or should start early. So we have a network of partner schools across Karnataka where we provide training for teachers of German. We conduct workshops, camps for students of German, and that's why start early on in the journey of the German language learning. Here in the picture, you see one of our partner school classes visiting Science Gallery Bengaluru for an exhibition that the Goethe Institute supported. And that brings me to the next point, German culture. In many ways, we foster cultural exchange between India and Germany in all genres of art, in film and fine arts, theater and dance, music and literature. We bring artists from Germany and India together. One example is our Bangalore residency, which invites German artists to spend some time, work and live in our vibrant city of Bangalore for 8 weeks. And similarly, we also invite young Indian up-and-coming artists to go to Germany for a couple of months to live and work there. And when the artists come back, like Sanskriti Bis here in the picture, who went to Berlin, then we invite them to share their experiences with our community here in Bangalore, in Karnataka. Also important, we provide information about social, political, and cultural life in Germany. And the Honorable Minister said it very well, that it has to be a holistic approach. It's of course about the German language, but it's also about culture. It is also about knowing about the place where you're going. So for that, we have an extensive selection of books, media in our physical library in our institute, but also for all those who can't make it in person, we have an online library with some 20,000 German language ebooks, audiobooks, movies, magazines, learning materials for anyone interested in Germany and the German language. Now I come to the more specific offer that we are making for those who are planning to move to Germany. And as I said, there are more and more young people that are excited about a job opportunity in Germany, but that is also a challenging experience, or can be a challenging experience, because there's a new culture, a new language, a new community waiting in Germany. So for us at the Goethe Institute, it's very important to prepare these young people as well as we can before they go to Germany. And we do this with a project called My Journey to Germany, which is designed specifically to shape a successful migration process. Just to tell you, we offer this program in Bangalore, but also in other cities in India. We, of course, have offers online and offline, and these, as you will see, these offers continue when these skilled workers, these young people, arrive in Germany. More specifically, what do we do in this project, My Journey to Germany, if a young person comes to us and needs some information? You get personal advice and consultation, both in person and online. We have information sessions on a variety of topics, like recognition of certificates, health and school systems. We offer intercultural workshops on language learning and exam strategies. And of course, you will find lots of online information, newsletter, etc. This is a dedicated website that is provided for anyone wanting to learn more. All the offers there are free of cost. And once you arrive in Germany as a young person, of course, there's still some questions open, usually. And for that, we have 6 welcome coaches located in the cities of Berlin, Düsseldorf, Frankfurt, Göttingen, Mannheim, and in Munich, who will help once people have arrived in our country. We don't do this alone, and my colleague Annette Bessler from the consulate has already said it. This is really a collective effort from many German partners, and I only want to highlight the German consulate and as one of the key partners in this in these efforts. Of course, the Indo-German Chamber of Commerce, of course, DART, the German Academic Exchange Service, and many other organizations from Germany and from India collectively trying to make this a success. And with all of that, I hope it's becoming clear that the Goethe Institute is one of your strong partners in this skill development, skill migration process. And I hope we'll have a chance over the next hours to talk a bit more about our joint efforts to make this a win-win situation for all. Thank you very much for your attention and have a good day. Thank you.
Yes, good morning also from my side. My name is Denise, I'm from the Indo-German Chamber of Commerce, and I talk about skilled migration. So working professionals, this is for all working professionals, we're thinking of maybe taking up a job in Germany. I'll have some advice for you. Yes. So first, let's have a quick look at fair migration to Germany. So Germany needs more people from abroad, but we want them to come in a fair manner. We have a situation that Germany needs skilled professionals from abroad. We have a lot of people who will retire in the next years, and these gaps need to be filled. So we're looking for professions such as nurses and healthcare, also engineering professionals, IT is in demand, as well as hospitality. So chefs, for example, we need support in our kitchens in Germany, and also a lot of technical occupations. So for example, electrician, machinists, welders, all of that is in demand in Germany. What Germany is looking for is skilled professionals. This means you would have to prove that you have some skills that are relevant and that you also have a certificate to prove that you are skilled. We are looking for working professionals, so 2 years of work experience is normally required to be hired by a German company. And as already mentioned so many times, German language is crucial for working in Germany. What German company value is reliability, so we want people to come and also stay. We want people to join our teams, to work effectively with Germans. That's why the German language skills are so important. And what Germany also stands for is precision, so we're looking for really, really good qualified people. And what we want is long-term commitment, so we don't want somebody to go to Germany, work there for 2 years, and then have enough and come back. Everybody is welcome to integrate into the society, to bring their family, and make Germany their new home. What Germany offers in exchange is stable employment, and we have strong protections for workers in Germany. We offer fair wages, and we also have a process in place that checks that any person from abroad is offered a salary on par with anybody who's already working in Germany, so that there's no lower wages for somebody coming in from outside of Germany. We have regulated working hours, which I know a lot of Indians look for when they go to Germany. They say they want a better work-life balance, and that means that the overtime is counted for and that you get chances to work the overtime off to compensate for that. This is something we do offer in Germany, and also our German word Feierabend speaks of that. That's the point of time where you stop working. We offer access to our social security, so anybody in Germany will have the same access to social security, to our healthcare, and to also the pension system if you really want to stay that long in Germany. Integration is really important for us, and as mentioned, the families are welcome. If spouses go to Germany, they're also welcome to join the labor force. Children are welcome to go to the kindergartens or to our great public schools, and overall, it's a safe, innovative, and diverse working environment. Now, how can you get to Germany? We recommend that you do it by yourself without an agent, and this would be through fair and ethical migration pathways. Fair migration makes sure that the costs of the migration lie with the employers who's hiring the person from abroad, And there's no exploitation in the process. Everybody's well informed, like where they're going, what the job will be, how high the wages are. Also questions like how much deduction are there, how much taxes do you have to pay. That all should be informed before you go to Germany. Fair migration also means that the qualification and experience are recognized. So somebody who's highly qualified in India should also work on a highly qualified job in Germany and not be downgraded in the process. And of course, anybody from abroad has the same rights in Germany as a German worker. A few red flags, green flags, what to look for in a recruiter. You want to look for clear details before you sign anything. You want to look for no placement fees, no recruitment fees. There are a lot of great projects that are happening in the area of skilled migration to Germany. You don't have to pay lakhs and lakhs to get a job in Germany. And everything should be with a legitimate license, should be by an incorporated company, not by some small office that doesn't have an office address. You should get support with your qualifications and the recognition process, as well as the visa process. And there should also be support after you arrive in Germany, so there should be contact people to contact. Just a very few red flags, because we see a lot of disappointment in the process also. If you hear something like, you don't need recognition, you can do that later, is a red flag. If you hear something like, you will get a job, no problem, once you have the visa, once you have the Chancenkarte, once you have the opportunity card, this is again a red flag, you should run away from that. Something like, just pay now, we'll send the contract later, again, something to look out for. You don't want to get into a business relationship with such a recruiter. Also something like the only way for you to Germany is vocation education, is an Ausbildung, is a red flag, because as mentioned, you can go for an Ausbildung, yes, if you're at the beginning of your career, that makes sense. If you already have an education from India, if you already have work experience, you don't have to restart in Germany with an Ausbildung. And also, if you hear something like, you don't need any German skills for this job from a recruiter for Germany, that is a very big red flag. You do need German for nearly all jobs, and you definitely need German for getting around in Germany. Right, then I'm just going to quickly also introduce the projects that we have. One of them is Pro Recognition. Pro Recognition is an information office, so you can come to us and get free, reliable information around the qualification of recognition. I'll explain that in a moment, but also the overall migration process, what you need to work in Germany, what you need for a visa, and how to go about it. We are funded by the German Ministry for Education, so anybody who comes to us is not charged anything. Our consultation that we offer online are also free of charge, and we have other offices around the globe, and what we offer is consultation, is information. We do not offer placement services. I don't have job offers lying around in my drawer. We just give you the tools to find a job yourself. Okay, just a very brief introduction to recognition. Recognition is the process of comparing an Indian degree to the German standards and evaluating in the process if there are gaps that need to be filled once you arrive in Germany, or if the degree is equivalent. You need this, for example, for the visa process. This is also important for working in a regulated profession. Regulated profession is anything that holds a title, such as working as a nurse, as a doctor, as a lawyer. And you also achieve transparency with it, because a German employer can understand the CV of an Indian candidate. If they have a recognition, they know exactly how to compare the education to the German standard. And if you want to pursue any advanced vocational education in Germany or training, this is also really relevant. And we do have a website. I have the QR code there with a lot of information on the blog, with a lot of, like, in general information, the questions that we ask all the time. And you can also click on book consultation there and look at the language requirement that we would recommend for your profession, and also how to get in touch with us. Right, then I'm coming to the second project that we have. It's called Hand in Hand for International Talents. This is going a little further than Pro Recognition. Here, this is a recruitment project. So here we select candidates, prepare them for Germany, and match them with the German employer. We take over the language classes. We are cooperating there with Goethe, because we know they're doing a great job in teaching also. And we take over all costs that are in the process, as long as you're in India. We support you also preparing you for an interview with the German company. And this is funded by the German Ministry for economy, and also, again, free of charge. Candidates do not pay anything. It's completely free for them. What we're looking for in India is candidates with a state-recognized professional qualification. This can be academic, but this is also really, really welcome for anybody with a vocational background. So diploma holders, people with an ITI certificate are welcome to apply. We need a minimum of 2 years of work experience, good English skills. If you already speak German, great, but not required. We want people to work in Germany for minimum 5 years. That is not enforced, but this is just the engagement, the dedication that we look for. We need people to be quick learners and also critical thinkers. And we have a focus on certain profession. This is electricians, CNC machinists, mechanical technician, and also mechatronics technician and chefs. So hand in hand is only for these professions and only for candidates who are really at the beginning of their careers. If that is interesting for you, or if you know somebody who might be interested, again, here's a QR code that leads to our website for registration and also for much more information. And with that, I thank everyone for their attention from Team Deutschland. And yes, this would be all from our side. Unless we have time for questions, I don't think so.
Thank you so much to all the three of you. Let's give a huge round of applause once again, ladies and gentlemen. To thank them with a small token of appreciation, I will request Mr. Nagaraja, who's our Managing Director of KSDC, to kindly join us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please do put your hands together and welcome him. Thank you so much to all the three wonderful speakers. Once again, thank you so much for being there with us. And moving ahead, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have the panel discussion on the topic, the fusion factor, converging technologies and the skills they demand. I would like to request all of you to kindly put your hands together and join me in welcoming the speakers and the moderator for this wonderful panel discussion session. I would like to invite Dr. Augustus G.S. Hazraya to kindly join us on stage, who's the Regional HR Director for Asia, Pacific, Middle East, and Africa regions, Kindrel, to kindly join us on stage. Please do put your hands together and welcome Dr. Augustus taking over the stage. Also, I would like to welcome the next speaker, Dr. Basaralu Sudarshan, Skilling and Education, Executive Advisor, World Alliance for Micro-Credentials. Please do put your hands together and welcome Dr. Basaralu on stage, please. I would like to welcome the next speaker, Ms. Shyamala Javarai, to kindly join us on stage, who's the Vice President, HR Operations and Global Shared Service Development Program Lead, Alstom, to kindly join us on stage. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am. I would like to invite the next speaker, Mr. Surya Prakash Mahapatra, the Global Competency Head for Industry, Cloud and Digital Business, Wipro, to kindly join us on stage. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Also, I would like to invite a moderator for this panel discussion session, Mr. Animesh Rai, Chief Operations Officer, Ripples Learning. Please do put your hands together and welcome our moderator, Mr. Animesh. Over to you, sir. I would request all of you to kindly stay a little silence, please. The session is going to start. Over to you, sir.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. So I hope all of you are liking what's happening around the Bangalore Skill Summit. The energy is really great. It's good to see all of you here. Now, before I start, I just thought I'll not start the usual way. I thought let's start with know your panelists better, rapid fire. So I'll probably have one question each to all my panelists, probably to get to know them better. So I'll start with Shamla. Shamla, what's your go-to comfort beverage before a big talk?
First and foremost, it's wonderful to be here amidst people, surrounded by people who are defining what work and learning looks like. And my sincere thanks to all the distinguished speakers before us. So what's my comfort beverage? It definitely is masala chai. It's spicy, warm, and full of confidence, equal proportion of all. Thank you.
Wonderful, that's great. Surya, tell us one thing about yourself that your LinkedIn or Facebook profile doesn't tell us.
Well, that's interesting. I acted in a play, and my LinkedIn profile doesn't talk about it.
Wow.
Okay, Augie, as I fondly call him, what's one word your team would use to describe you?
Purpose-driven.
Okay, wonderful, that's great. That is why we are here. And Sudarshan, your coffee order, simple or complicated?
Strong black coffee. Good morning to all. Thank you.
Cannot get simpler. You don't even add milk. So, okay, wonderful. So now let's start the discussion. I think the topic is very interesting because a lot of times we end up looking at one skill which is redefining or overpowering all other skills. Lately, it's AI that's kind of taking over everything else. So topic today is fusion factor, converging technologies and the skill they demand. And what I have understood in my experience and listening to leaders all across is that technology isn't growing in separate boxes anymore. I think there is different technologies are blending together, they are coming together, they are redefining the space of work. And as humans, we need people to have blended skills. And just to set the context of this discussion, I just wanted to bring in a perspective. 90s is when I was growing in and internet came in. 2005 or 7, I think, touchscreens came in with iPhone, etc. It was only 2010, 11, 12 or something when apps started coming in like Uber, which redefined how we commute, how we travel, how we engage, how we see the place of work, the new kind of organizations that are coming in. So technology also takes time to mature. The skills vary. If you pick up a job description 10, 15, 20 years back and something now, I think there is a lot of difference that you will see and a lot of blending of skills that you will see. So, so it's very, very important that this transformational topic is discussed in detail. And I think I have just the right people here to have this conversation. So I'd like to start with you, Surya. How are forward-looking organizations preparing their people for a world where AI, data, and human insights must work in harmony?
That's a great question. I think what we see today, the convergence which is happening in the industry, with AI in particular, I think a forward-looking organization looks at AI and technology more as a collaborator than a threat. I think that's how the transformation is happening. And great organizations, forward-looking organizations are preparing for 3 major shifts which are taking place today. One is, preparing the organization for, preparing the people in the organization so that there is absolute democratization of data and AI, right? Everybody has access to data, everybody has access to AI tools and platforms. Everybody knows how to effectively use and ethically use AI and other platforms and tools. So what's important here is, technology is not just accessible to experts, technocrats, to data scientists. It is accessible to everybody in the organization. So that's the major shift, right? The second one that I would like to talk about is how do you really contextualize the human element, because it's, while data can do a lot of things, it's the embedding the human into the organization processes is important, because that's where human beings understand the context, they have empathy, they understand the customers, they understand the stakeholders. So embedding that into the processes is the most important thing. The third important element, as I see, is restructuring, relooking at the organization structure, relooking at the roles, and making sure that the roles are mapped to the business outcomes, the needs of the business, and completely relooking at the structure. So today, a software developer is more like a prompt engineer. As we see a recruiter who was spending a lot of time in kind of shortlisting profiles, looking at the fitment, interviewing candidates. Now, AI has been embedded into the recruitment flow, right? So there is very little the recruiter has to do in terms of shortlisting, interviewing. Today, AI platforms that can interview candidates, looking at the fitment, finding out whether a candidate is an outlier or within the range. A recruiter doesn't have to spend time on that, but a recruiter will probably spend more time in managing candidates, strategizing, managing relationships, and so on. So that's how I think relooking at the roles in the organization and kind of preparing the organization for the future is going to be important. And that's what the forward-looking organizations have started doing today.
Wonderful. So data, human, and restructuring. Wonderful, great points. Now, Shamla, you have wonderful experience. You have so much exposure to strategy, diversity, sustainability. So the question that I want to ask you is that how are technology and sustainability reshaping the very definition of effective leadership in today's world?
So I would just like to build upon what my panelist out here spoke. Traditionally, we've always identified leadership with strategy, execution, and profit. But it is quietly changing. In addition to that, it's also about purpose, adaptability, and stewardship. And what are the two forces that is driving this transformation? It's technology and it's sustainability. Technology definitely has enabled us to become best in class. But why we do so is driven by sustainability. So leadership is not just about ensuring that you build smart solutions, but it is also about building sustainable solutions that are ethical. And that's how technology and sustainability is quietly transforming leadership. And leadership is not just authority or up in the ranks. It's leadership by influence. And each one of us, regardless of where we are, can embody these.
Wonderful. I think that's such a good thought, like precise and so good. Wonderful. Thank you for that, Shamla. Sudarshan, now this is one of my favorite questions. You have extensive experience in skilling, credentialing, micro-credentialing, etc. How do you see Indian skilling standards setting global benchmark? What do you think is the pathway?
Yeah. My friend from Germany is laughing. So we heard from them, a lot to learn from them. Yeah, there are a lot of things we could do. So I just want to quote some example. Whatever we are talking about the skilling today, the enrollment for the vocational education is far below global benchmark. First, we need to catch up there. So whereas the world's best average is from 40 to 90% in Germany, Finland, or other countries, we are not even 5% vocational education. So that is a big gap to fill. I think the summits like this brings awareness, but to the ground reality, we need to go beyond Bengaluru as well, to the rural skilling and other aspects on women empowerment, which a lot of companies are doing, but it has to scale up. So I just want to quote one or two examples. So a couple of weeks back, I was in Europe, in Finland. So I observed two things. One is the institute, vocational institute, is having a farm, okay? And they have 50 cows. And it is completely managed by a single person, and who teaches also and manages also the farm. 50 cows, single-handed. And there is a robot for milking, and every 3 times the cows gives good milk, and the feeding is also very well structured. And they have a system, so every 8 hours, the cows come, or 6 hours, cows they come and give the milk. They have a certain motivation for the cow to give the milk. But what cows will do, to eat that again, they will come back to give the milk. But they have done a robotic system that it is tagged, the gate will not open. So it is not just introducing the robotic and automation solution, but also thinking and observing how the behavior. So this is one of the aspects which India should do at all the rural level. The second one, what I observed is also, the robots are already making deliveries in Finland. So it is going, small robots are running everywhere. So what I'm observing, and it was coolly walking and delivering stuff. So I asked the gentleman, what if somebody obstructs it? So how do we manage? So normally adults will not obstruct, the children will, because it looks like a toy and then they will go and try to play with it. But they have designed a system to talk to the children in their language and then say, please allow me to go. So it will go around and do some stuff 3-4 times and then children will let it go. So not only designing the automated system, but thinking beyond that is also very crucial. And the global benchmark, so we need to continue the dual education with our German colleagues spoke about it, which is yet to pick up in India, which we should scale it up rapidly. Very few companies are doing it, like German companies have already started, like Festo. In my previous organization, we have started dual education system, and other companies like Tata Motors are doing it. But it is still at a very nascent level. It has to be scaled up and matched to the higher level to grow to the global standards. And the micro-credential. So we need to recognize the standards. You know, the NSQ standards, we keep speaking about the levels of skill levels, but I hardly see industries taking the people based on the NSQ skill level. We still opt for diploma, we still opt for ITI, we still opt for engineering graduates, but I still hard to see any company quoting, I'm okay with NSQ of level 2, 2.5, we are welcome, we will give the job. So that the perspective has to change from the industries to take over. I think these are some words, I'll come back later.
Wonderful. So what I can understand is that look at how the world is changing and what technology it requires and what skills is required. Bring it back to benchmarks, develop it, implement it, train people, validate them, and that kind of sets the benchmark. Okay, wonderful. Thank you for that, Sudarshan. Augie and I share a good friendship. So Augie, this question I think would totally, you're the right person to answer this. How can India move from being a talent provider to a world hub of future-ready talent? How do you see that happening?
Thank you very much, Animesh. Good morning, everybody. Quick commercial about my company. I work at Kyndryl, and Kyndryl is an IT infrastructure management company that spun off from IBM in 2021. And we run the IT infrastructure of large organizations. In other words, we are the hearts and lungs of business that transforms and runs business, and at the core of it is people. So now that the commercial is over, I'll also use this platform since we have government, we have academia, and we also have the industry. So the first part of your question for me to answer is, I get called to speak at some colleges and universities. And the first thing that strikes my eye as I enter that university is this big, huge flex with photographs of students stating that this student landed a job for so many lakhs of rupees, 60 lakhs, sometimes up to 1 crore. I think the first thing we have to do is change this narrative. We've got to build skills. Educational institutions don't need to sell the student a job when they're coming for registration of admission. They've got to tell their parents that I'm going to prepare your student for the future. So I think our educational institutions need to change the narrative, and the government has got to support them to change that narrative by bringing them cutting-edge skills, which the industry will also give. And our universities and colleges need to also have strong COEs, centers of excellence that are run by the business. Real-time projects that are there in the industry needs to be thrown at the academia so that they can come up with solutions. And then we have faculty who've been doing a good job till now, but not good enough because you have been trained in the past too. So what we need to do is to get them future focused. And the way to do that is to drive innovation and give them an innovation fund. How many faculty today have registered patents? Not many, I would say. It's the industry who does that. So if you get faculty and fund them, okay, to think from an innovative problem-solving standpoint, you've got what the world wants for us to provide. Thank you, Animesh.
Wonderful. That's such a wonderful thought, right? In fact, yesterday I was listening to one of the speakers and she was talking about entrepreneurship and curiosity as the skills that should be the most needed skills for hiring. And yes, problem-solving innovation gets added to the list, Augie. Thank you so much for that. Surya, back to you. Now this is for, we have a lot of mid-career professionals also here. So for mid-career professionals, what can they do to reinvent themselves and stay ahead of the world that's changing so fast?
Let me share with you an anecdote, right? A friend of mine, an ex-colleague with about 25 years of experience in human resources, applied for a senior vice president HR role in a very well-known startup. I'm not going to name them. And she walks into the interview room, and the interview was with the CHRO of the company. And when she walks in, she finds a 24, 25-year-old kid sitting there who's a CHRO. And the conversation begins like this: tell me something about yourself. And this lady starts by saying, I'm so-and-so with 25 years of experience in HR. And Pat comes the reply, well, here we value potential over experience, right? A quick reality check for my friend, a mid-career professional. And the question is, how much experience is that important, or how relevant is the experience, right? But this might trigger a thought in our mind that, is my experience my liability? It is not, right? It is the most important asset that I have as a mid-career professional. But the question is, how do I make it relevant, right? If you look at the Indian cricket team, Rohit Sharma, mid-career professional, right? He was taken off captaincy, but he adapts so well, beautifully to the new role that was given, right? So that's a great example, adaptability, right? It was the most important thing. You can't get hung up with the titles, the positions, the power that you had, right? In the new context, where you can add value to your organization, to your team, to your function. So that's important. I think the mid-career professionals will have to really look inside and find out what are the transferable skills they have, right? Their role might have become redundant, but the skills are not. The skills, somebody who has spent 25, 30 years in the industry have plenty of relevant skills, transferable skills, Many of them have experience in managing complexity, right? Dealing with customers, clients, managing people. So some of those skills are extremely important. Coaching younger colleagues in their organization, and so on. So I think two things which are important: identifying what are the transferable skills that you have, and what are the career options that I have, and then using my transferable skills and adding on to that, possibly reskilling or upskilling in areas where now I can make my experience more relevant to the situation that I'm in or the organization I'm in. So I don't think reinventing yourself is not about changing who you are. It's about upgrading what you have and making yourself more relevant. That's what I would like to say.
Wonderful. Calling Rohit Sharma mid-career professional makes me feel old. Yeah, but very meaningful. Thank you so much for that, Surya. Actually, that's very true, and it's so important that we, as mid-career professionals, reinvent, upgrade, identify, and work on it. That's so very important. Shamla, now again, this is a question that I really wanted to ask you. And you spoke about purpose, you spoke about leadership, and now we are also hearing automation a lot, right? So when we look at automation growing, what do you think are the human capabilities which emerging professionals, leaders should cultivate to stay relevant and impactful?
And I think this is a very deeply timely question that you ask, because it strikes the core of the emotional aspect of leadership. Increasingly, we are in a world where algorithms drive decisions, strategy is driven by data, and the human attention is fragmented. You know, I don't recall who it was, it must have been Satya Nadella, who said, in the future, the most scarcest commodity would be human attention. So if we are able to focus this attention on building something, as Surya said, to complement, emotional intelligence would be one word. But what is emotional intelligence and why is it important? Because it's always been there. It's not a new word that is suddenly spoke about. It becomes important because it is human-centric, it's purpose-driven, and to touch upon what Surya said, it is adaptive, it's collaborative, and lastly, it's ethical. So I'm not going to name the logistics company here, but they built a beautiful AI algorithm to drive efficiencies. Drivers clocked deliveries, delivery rates went high, profits rose, but something really dropped down, and it was trust. Because the drivers felt they were working for an algorithm versus with an algorithm. So what does the leader do? She accompanies the driver, and then she finds that the algorithm doesn't factor in the human chaos, a sick child at home, flood, roadblocks, traffic. So when we were able to tweak that and also build the human angle, the trust and the morale rose. Because all said and done, you can have a brilliant, fancy document, the best strategy, but without the human angle, it'll just remain a strategy document. Would you agree? How many of us agree that strategy without culture, without the human aspect is? Thank you. Just one?
Please raise your hand.
I see a room of leaders and just one. Thank you. Thank you. Over to you, Animesh.
And I'll just, that recalls that EI bit that you spoke. We had a WhatsApp group where we were having conversations in terms of how to make it better, and then I was just held up with something and there was a small mishap. Thanks for that call and bouncing off some ideas. And I hope everybody is liking it. And Shamla did call me and said, okay, I can help you with this. And I think, thanks for that, Shamla. That makes it, what you're saying is what you're doing as well. That's wonderful, right? Sudarshan, again, something very specific to your experience, and what reforms our education need? We keep talking about we need reforms, but what are those 2 or 3 key reforms you feel that education system, training systems need in India right now to catch up to the technological disruption that's happening?
Great. So a lot of things to be done, but I would be specific. But before that, one small anecdote. So we celebrated the Women World Cup like anything. We conquered the world and celebrations all over India, which is proud factor. But how often we celebrate the success in vocational education? So people from Karnataka, Bangalore have won at the world level the skill championship. But it is not celebrated the same way as the cricket is celebrated. So cricket, I don't know who all makes money, and it is time to celebrate our vocational education like anything. So we need to make it
I think,
big.
yeah, that deserves a round of applause for people who
Absolutely.
won. Yeah, everyone, yeah, the World Skill Champion. Thank you for bringing that.
Because we are still lagging 5% vocational education enrollment. When we start celebrating, then more people will come into this foray. I think that is one of the best thing we can do. And second thing, we should start at the 6th standard level, digital literacy already, and also vocational education. So NEP talks about it, but there are geopolitics or Indian political scenario. Some states follow NEP, some state does not follow NEP. So this also has to be a single framework has to come in. And number 3 is each state want to promote skilling, which is very good. But each state is doing it in a different way. Everybody is having their own platform, their own employee platform, skill platform. Karnataka is doing, Tamil Nadu is doing, and also there is a central platform. So we need to align when we talk about Viksit Bharat or India as a one. Otherwise, we should promote individual state, you lead, and then we will have borders between the states. I think this is also one of the reform we need to do. And then the 4th is training of trainers. It is very, very critical, which we do not have a good trainer today to teach the future skills or current skills. So which lot of reforms has to be done, because we started a program for training of trainers. The people do not depute trainers for training. They have problems, ITIs or diploma or anybody. They have problems because they have a content to deliver, timetable, everything. So unless we focus on training of trainers and make them capable, so it is difficult to have a reform. So these are the 4-5 points I want to say.
I completely agree to you. I think one good student creates a career for himself or herself, but one good teacher drives it for thousands of people in their lifetime. So, and that's a well-neglected thing. It's high time we attract best of talent in teaching. That's such a valid point. Augie, how can organization embed a genuine skill-first culture that rewards learning agility? What are your thoughts on that?
Thanks, Animesh. You're doing a great job as a moderator and keeping the panelists on spot. So what organizations can do, to make learning a culture, all right? Now, how do you go about making learning a culture, all right? Go back to the pandemic. Sorry to go into those dark days, but when people were remote, their learning went up by close to 20% according to research. So what this tells me is that when you're alone, your ability to develop yourself is so much more higher. This doesn't mean that learning doesn't happen in the office, but the point I'm trying to make here is that people are driven to upgrade or upskill themselves more when they are in environments that are challenging. So the first thing you do is to create a challenging work environment and then very clearly tell them what are their gaps. And then those who clear those gaps, all right, you reward them. And one of the ways of doing by using technology, by using AI and so on and so forth is if you have either a HR management system or anything like that, merge it with your pipeline of what is the work that is going to come in the future, what are the skills that are going to be available there, and then you have this person's profile that is visible to everybody in the organization. No more is it confidential now. You've got to bring visibility for every individual using technology, whether it's their career profile that you have out there or their CV and so on and so forth. Make it visible so that whoever is looking for skills from within the organization is able to hire from within the organization. The other one I wanted to bring here is reward and recognition. Now, those who are getting themselves into hot skill areas, give them more incentive, give them a higher salary, okay? That is going to motivate others to follow them. So what happens is that you become a high-performing organization. You drive a high-performance culture, all right? End of it, people tend to get upskilled, reskilled, and skilling becomes a continuum. Thank you.
That's such a, that's very, very articulative, Augie. In fact, we saw this. We have a Kirkpatrick L3 evaluation tool for trainings. People who understand training effectiveness, maybe they will relate to Kirkpatrick L3. Otherwise, please Google it or Perplexity or ChatGPT it, whatever you want to. And we started seeing much better responses the moment we made it social, right? So the moment it was common for everyone, and they could see what is happening, what others are doing, we could see multiple ideas getting implemented post the training. So that's very, very true, right? Okay, so now I have one last question for all of you, and it would be the same question from all of you, but maybe different answers, so that audience have a good takeaway. I want all of you to give one piece of advice to a fresh graduate which is entering the workforce right now, and one piece of advice for a mid-career professional navigating transformation. So I'll start with Surya again, not breaking the order.
Well, I think for to young professionals, my 2 cents should be fearless in the midst of all the changes that you see. That's the only way you can, deal with, the changes, the dynamics, and then try and see how you can make your career future-proof. For mid-career professionals, I think my 2 cents, I think that there's a question that came to me directly and then I talked about it. So, try and see how you remain relevant and continue to adapt and adopt a learner mindset. I think that will probably help the mid-career professionals sail through.
So people trying to stay relevant, dealing with fearless people. That's quite a combination. Wonderful. What about you, Shamla? One advice to a fresh graduate and one for a mid-career.
I think the first one is applicable to all of us. Most of the times, what stops us is our own limiting beliefs. It's the noise in the head that tells you you're not enough. The moment you're able to work with it, you realize that 90% of the work is done. So regardless of whether you're a fresher or a mid-career professional or a leader at the helm of something, there's always that something that nags you when you look in the mirror. Recognize your limiting beliefs and learn to jump out of the comfort zone because nothing grows there. And I say this from experience because when I had a baby girl, I was told if you take a break, you can't come back into the force. And this was Deloitte, New York, 2006. I did take a break and I'm back here. Maybe not at the same speed, but it was my choice. And so long as the choice is yours, you should be okay with the outcomes to own those. The second is, again, I think a lot like you, Surya, because a lot of what you said really resonated. And it would be continually reinvent yourself and learn. And 2 books that I would urge everyone to read is Who Moved My Cheese? That's one that really talks about the power of reinventing oneself. And for the leaders, Why Leaders Eat Last by Simon Sinek. Thank you.
Wonderful recommendations, in fact. Over to you, Sudarshan.
Thank you. See, in today's world, for the new graduates, knowledge is available everywhere. So it is only thing one need to have that passion and the grit to learn on the way that is. And one thing, and everything they learn with the handheld device now, and they are always hooked onto it. So my strong advice to develop the people skills, talk to the people, look into the eyes and start talking to the people. These skills of problem solving and team building skills are severely lacking in the young generation because it is not their fault. So the technology advancement, the way we have molded them, so they are hooked onto this. So they need to start talking to people in eyes and develop the people skills. That is for the young graduates. And for the mid-age people or the so they need to develop so-called co-capability, I call it, because it is not that you get into one job and you will retire. So you will be exposed to a lot of change in technology, change in the way we operate things. So they need to develop capability and then lifelong learning. So they cannot set for a retirement and then keep quiet. So this is my advice. Thank you.
Augie?
Hey, thanks, Animesh. As for advice, I believe advice is the worst form of vice. So here's my suggestion. And you have this countdown timer right in front of me. That's scaring me, but let me make this.
I'm keeping a watch. I'm good, happy you noticed it too.
Okay. So the first thing here for someone who is coming into their first job is to take risk. Take risk and don't have a fear of failure. Do that. The second one I would say is to question bureaucracy. So question what you think needs to change. When you do that, you become a problem solver and you're really addressing change. And then, of course, you need to have an attitude of gratitude. Be thankful for what you are and where you are. Last but not least, have fun in everything you do. Thank you.
Wonderful. Such good keywords for all of us to have, from being fearless to not setting limiting beliefs, to developing people skills, which is so important, which is missing, to Augie talking again about not having the fear, not having, and having fun. That's such an important thing, isn't it, while learning? Lifelong learning is another word, reinventing is another word. If I have to, I think lot of dictionary would be taking this space if I just pick up the right words that the panelists have used. So wonderful, a big round of applause to all the panelists. And probably I'll take one question, though it says time's up. So I'll just take one question from the audience. Any one of you would like anything to the panelists? No? Okay, I think that's not possible. Maybe you can ask your question once we are down, right? And thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
I'm so sorry for interrupting.
Thank you very
your
much.
speech, sir. Let's give a huge round of applause once again to all our panelists and our moderators. That was very, very wonderful session. I would request all of you to kindly stay back for a sec. I would request Ms. Kanta Nayak to kindly join us on stage, who's our chairperson of KSTC, to kindly join us on stage and hand over the mementos to all the wonderful speakers and our moderator for the amazing session. Please do put your hands together and welcome her on stage, everyone. Come on. I request Kanta ma'am to kindly hand over the mementos to our wonderful speakers, Dr. Augustus, Dr.
It was a wonderful discussion. Sorry I was a little bit late. I apologize for, but I could see in a live the first guest Labour Minister spoke, and then our German consulate people, they spoke. All the content I could hear. And this was wonderful because I could correlate my journey in 1.5 decade ago. I was here. And I being earlier in ITBT, from ITBT sector, I would like to ask one question. Balasubramanian? Okay. You asked one question, how many of us celebrate the skill journey? Skill competition. Yeah, July 15th is a World Youth Skill Day. How many of us celebrate? How many of us gives that day competition, any organization, any sector, any institute, recognize the skilled people and recognize them? But many of the colleges when I visit, they don't know about there is a World Youth Skill Day. They don't know about there is a World Skill Olympics happens. So this awareness has to be there. And thank you. You all gave, Ms. Samla, you gave a very good inputs. And you all, Surya also, and moderator, very good. And he told about you also. And I could get some good inputs from you. We definitely inculcate all those things in our next what all the policies, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Kanta ma'am, for expressing your willingness with all the speakers and the moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge round of applause for the wonderful session for all the speakers and our moderator, Dr. Augustus, Dr. Basirilu, Ms. Shyamala Javeri, and Mr. Surya Prakash, and also to our moderator, Mr. Animesh Roy. Please do put your hands together, everybody. I think they deserve another huge round of applause. Come on, let's give it up. Thank you so much, Kanta ma'am, for doing the honors, and thank you so much once again to all the dignitaries on the dais. I request all of you to kindly have your seat and enjoy the next session. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a fireside chat session for the next. They are going to cover the topic, industry voices, why inclusion matters for business. We're going to have a speaker joining on stage, Ms. Saraswati Ramachandra, Managing Director of Lightcast India. And to moderate the session, we're going to have Dr. Padmini Ram, Founding Director of Urban Ethographers, to kindly join us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, please do put your hands together and welcome these two beautiful, gorgeous ladies taking over the stage, please. Come on, everyone, let's give it up. Put your hands together. Thank you so much, ladies. A very warm welcome to both of you. Over to our moderator, Dr. Padmini Ram, please.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Lovely to be here and lovely to see so many of you who have joined us here today. And I have lovely Saraswati Ramachandra with me. She's the Managing Director and Country Head of Lightcast India and a recognized thought leader in analytics, AI, with over 25 years of experience across banking, IT, and technology. She has led analytics and digital transformation at Citi, Danske Bank, Cisco, Accenture, and established Lightcast Global Capability Center in India. Saraswati serves on the advisory boards of Sesame Street India, BMS Institute of Technology, and Chitkara University. A strong advocate for diversity and inclusion, she's authored 2 books with Wiley and was recognized as the Women Leader of the Year 2025. What a pleasure. Thank you. We have a timer set up, and I know that we are running a little late. So I think I'll jump right into questions. So the first question I want to ask you is that you've spent years working with data that's supported to tell us how opportunity is distributed, right? But sometimes what's striking is who doesn't even show up on that data. So when you look at India's labor market, who's still missing and why?
Very interesting, right? Data to me has this funny duality. It either can illuminate or obscure. And when we are looking at all of the labor market across all countries, and when we do deep dive into India, because it's India-specific discussion that we are looking at, what we see in Lightcast data, and there are several other competitions that we look at data as well, is both humbling because we say that to date, it's not just what is visible that the data can speak, but when you do a little bit of deep dive, it's what is not visible. Data speaks volume of what is visible, but as analytics professional, we always question saying, what are we missing? And that's where the diverse thought, diverse data comes into picture. And it's a good question to ask because what is there visible in data is what we feed at the end of the day. And not everything is digitized. Funny thing, just a personal quote, I suddenly get that notice and I've paid all my tax and it's not even in the email saying that you have not paid the tax and you have to pay lakhs for penalty now. It's fine, right? Because that data was not digitized. So we live in a world today where what is visible is what has been put or fed as data. And that is mostly what is digitized. And in India, about 80% of the workforce, which is gig workforce, migrant workforce, is not digitized today. So it's not visible. So I think it's important to ask what is not visible. Exclusion is not about competency. It's about context. So we need to contextualize that data, and what is visible is only the digital roles, mostly, which is all around AI, cloud computing, and things like that. And that's the data that is visible to us. And 80% of the India workforce is not that, and it's not visible. When we look at opportunity, and we reach the participation across passing this river of data, then we see that we are actually able to roar higher and soar higher.
Thank you. I think we made a strong opening by saying that for those of you who may not know, 93% of India's workforce is in the informal sector, works in the informal sector. And it's such a humbling thought to know that most of it is not represented in the digitized workforce, right? So moving on, if analytics can cover who gets left out in the new economy, what do you think employers should take responsibility for first? Should it be expanding access or building readiness to actually include people that they say they want to work with? And I'm asking this question because data can point to exclusion, right? That this is not part of the workforce. But inclusion still depends on organizations' willingness to change. So, yeah, your thoughts.
Again, I'll quote a personal narrative, right? And then we can get a little deep dive into what organizations can do. When we joined workforce, several years back, there was nothing called diversity. Everybody was hired, everybody was asked to do certain roles, and we did. Eventually, we realized unless we focus on certain segments, we are not doing justice to that segment of people. So everybody started to put metric for the right reason. And I always go back and I love the ads. I always go back and look at the ads that are coming up because they always are the first movers in identifying where the market is heading to. And when you look at the numbers today, almost 92% of the decisioning is done by women. And that kind of segmentation was missed out. And so rightly so, we started putting the numbers. And somewhere we started believing that's inclusion. But that is really not inclusion. That's a checklist of the metric, right? So eventually, when I did several roles in one of the organization, day one, somebody very senior, my peer says, oh, we have a diversity hire. Believe me, that's the most insensitive thing to say, because that's when you start to question saying, am I hired for capability or am I check box to somebody, right? And definitely you do not want to be the checkbox because that kind of carries over to multiple layers. You're promoted, because you're different gender. So as much as I wanted to refrain myself, I had to saying, can we just say you are also a diversity hire, right? I think a lot of it also depends on us to call out when we see injustice to start with. But also when we look at data analytics, we see women are left out in a lot of places. We see tier 2, tier 3 cities are left out. We see migrant workers are left out. We see gig workers are left out. And this is data speaking. This is, when we do the analytics, all of it is visible, right? I see inclusion as not check in the box. It is a cultural thing. And it's a strategy for an organization, right? Moment it's check in the box, it's one of the diversity days, it's a poster on one single day, and it's a program run by somebody. It has to be beyond that. It has to be a culture that is run on a day-to-day basis. And the way I look at it is, how do we integrate it? And I look at it as three pillar, I don't know what the fourth pillar is, but hardwire in policies and in the performance, which is the metrics we talk about. Soft skill in calling out the narratives. I think I have personally seen when you go through the pain, when you hear your colleague going through the pain of whatever kind of diversity that we talk about, is when the inclusion begins, right? And then also make it a strategic initiative from the leadership which is sustainable. that's how we at least recommend based on the data that we see.
Thank you. We were just outside having a coffee and we were talking about how, about one of the mentorship programs that a large digital company in India runs in their tier 3, tier 4 cities, and how fantastic it is to see young college kids from tier 3, tier 4 cities. They were telling us things like, oh, there's not even a cinema hall in our town, ma'am. You should come here, and all of that. So it's really, I think it takes effort and it takes well-intentioned sort of programs.
It has to be a conscious effort.
Yeah.
But it's nice to see government focusing on tier 2 cities, and I can't be more happier sitting here saying, okay, I do want to support in whatever capacity.
Yeah, definitely. So sometimes well-intentioned inclusion programs also fail because the ecosystem around them isn't ready. So they may want to have a lot of women on the factory floor, but the ecosystem around them is not ready to sort of take that, or in any other way, right? The workplace culture or the supply chain or digital access. So can analytics actually help us spot that early, and can data itself warn us when the system is not ready?
Sure. I mean, data is like smoke detector, right? You can actually see there's going to be fire. But what do we do with that fire is a culture of the organization. Data analytics can definitely point out something is wrong, but like any statistical number, you can play around with the data that you want. You can either say, I have hired 10 diverse candidates, or you can measure it saying, how have we been able to retain? As long as we are just speaking of the supply side of it, from an analytics and data perspective, saying, are women available, are differently abled available, data will only show what is available. And I have personally heard saying, hey, we don't have so many women in the workforce, which is absolutely not true. We do have, probably we are not looking at the right place, right? Because we do not want to look at the right place at sometimes, and sometimes it's a little bit more effort. We will have to, as long as we want to be inclusive, we will have to put that effort, right? But it's available. Data can show that path. How we take action is the next thing. But beyond that, again, I'm going to quote a lot of personal stories without saying where and what. You know, from somewhere from the top, somebody believes that we need to be an inclusive organization. And it has to start with number. It has to start with data. So we start with saying, can we have so many from LGBTQ, so many women, so many who we can bring, and you know, we were just sitting, and this card, I got it to the table. This is Neeti's card from Team Lease. This is probably first card I've seen where they have actually got Braille on the visiting card. This is how inclusion starts. All of us have a visiting card, but we don't even think of it, right? And that's the culture. It's not just data. We all know, but we just don't do it, right? So as long as diversity, inclusion is check in the box, and it is the poster and a program for a day, it is going to die its natural death, because belongingness comes from the culture that we inculcate. And also, you know, as long as somebody signs the paper and say diversity is not important, it shouldn't get killed, right? So to that extent, when the topmost leadership says we need to have certain numbers, that's just the beginning of the journey. But what I've seen on the ground is because somebody is sitting there and they're saying, my goal is to hire so many. It is never about the culture of how do I create belongingness in the organization. It's not bringing somebody to the table, but it's also saying, how do I give voice to that table, a person sitting on that table? So if we don't create that culture, it becomes an isolation. And I've seen many, many well-intended program, right? Well-intended program where it is, we create flexibility, but somehow it is taken as flexibility is needed for a person who is differently abled because they need more time to get ready. And when you meet them, they have probably got the best hunger in them to prove themselves. They're most dedicated, they're probably you can retain them longer. But somehow in our mind, we have created a segmentation saying they need flexibility and the other segment don't need flexibility. As long as we create policies that is inclusive, right? When I say create policy, make it flexible for everybody. Why should it be for certain segment? And so personally, what the one statement saying diversity hire, that was a lot of trigger for me. And I find myself
Rightly
guilty.
so.
I've actually run a lot of these one-day diversity programs. I find myself guilty. But consciously now, we have created support network, which is just peer network, everybody supporting everybody. If somebody needs flexibility, and Padmini, you were talking about your organization where, somebody needs help, you go, I am there to support you. It's not because you are a certain segment, because we are all humans needing other humans.
Absolutely.
And that's inclusion.
Absolutely. And this reminds me actually of migrant workers, right? And we study migration for so long. And what we've seen is whether it's a migrant, interstate migrant, intercountry migrant, the onus of sort of acclimatizing themselves in the new culture is almost always on the migrant. It's rarely ever on the system around. Yeah. So I was really also liking the earlier presentations from the German consulate, and the idea that people who are sort of accepting of the migrants should also take efforts to make them feel at home and to kind of help them with the kind of things that would be needed. Where are their kids going to go to school? Where? So when we see migrants here moving in from other states, that's one of the key things we feel that is missing. But the other two questions I have is, as automation and AI kind of reshape work, what happens if inclusion doesn't keep up? So I want to talk about the risks that you see if we don't have an inclusive workforce. What is the kind of chasm or gap in the society that you sort of...
Again, I'll speak to the data, because when we look at automation can be an equalizer, or automation can again create a lot of gap, right? The reason I say equalizer is because everybody includes, we do a few things. Everybody can get equal opportunity if they have equal access to training. I don't think we have dearth of opportunity, dearth of talent in India, right? We have 80% skilled people. Now the 20% gap, how do we bridge that gap? And that should not be just on the individuals, to your point. It should be a systematic change. How do we take these trainings to them, not just in the urban? I think urban, we have got a lot of access. How do we take it beyond urban? How do we ensure the training accessibility is equally provided and opportunity is equally there for everybody, right? Because technology is enabling equal footing as long as there is opportunity that is provided. Now, if we do not provide that opportunity, obviously the marginalized, when I say marginalized, includes every segment that we talk about, are the ones that are going to be left behind. And what we see as data is also, it is more women, more migrant workers who are actually doing low-end tasks. And automation first takes away that part of the task, right? Because that's what gets automated first. So it creates a lot of imbalance, and we will be left behind in the digital journey. If I look at skill and innovation as a train, in that train, if we don't give the right track for people to go, then that train is not going to move. And the whole digital democratization will get derailed.
Yeah, the digital dividend is only if everyone walks along, right? Yeah, there's this quote, right? Poverty anywhere is a threat to prosperity everywhere, kind of a thing. So, yeah. So if you look ahead 5 years, where do you see the strongest signals for inclusive hiring? Are there certain geographies, certain sectors, kinds of enterprises? What would it take for training systems or government to be ready for that?
Sure. Just from the market growth perspective overall, it is BFSI, it is healthcare, it is digital overall. But then if you look at inclusive part of it, it goes beyond, right? It goes into AI cybersecurity. But then again, to my earlier point, as long as we are not taking training to where the source is, and it is limited to certain pockets, we are not going to be able to get onto that track, right? Which means inclusive hiring opportunity exists, but that opportunity might not reach where the source is, right? And also the part that this non-inclusion of the training will leave out that segment, but also it's for, in a lot of ways, government to come up with policies. I think it's very heartfelt moment to see that government is taking a lot of initiative.
I agree.
We are already time up. But also the fact that today the biggest gap is the private sector, public sector, and industry coming together. There is a lot of effort that has been put in, but there's a lot more energy and focus that needs to go in that part, because industry is expecting student readiness from day one. Education is saying, I am preparing for technology, I don't know, it's changing so fast. And the reality is it is changing so fast. While we can always talk about 5 years, even in the workforce, leave out the segmentation, even in the workforce, what we say is data speaks that it is changing so fast. Many organizations are not able to upskill their own employees,
absolutely.
and that's where the struggle is. So I think with the dynamic changes, it is important that we look at our curriculum, which needs to be fixed, but also dynamic content that can go into every semester. And I think the previous panel was talking about how do we train the trainers, which is the teachers? How does industry put that effort along with government? It's just not on individual shoulders. It is an ecosystem. It's a partnership that everybody needs to collaborate.
Yeah, and thankful for sort of platforms like this where we get an opportunity to kind of meet people from different sectors, and that's again something we were talking about. I do have one last question. So yeah, I want to know, and this is something I genuinely want to know, what would it take for India's labor markets to become inclusion ready, not as pilots or mandates, but inclusion ready by design? What would it take a country's labor market?
So I won't say India stands out alone. I think in a lot of ways we have more progressive thinking compared to a lot of other countries. And I think I'm really proud, right? If I have to be born again, I would say India again, because no, we are progressive in a lot of ways. But just in terms of your specific question, for us to be inclusive, we today don't have, there are 3 kinds of labor markets, right? White, blue, gray. White market is all digitized, and it's easy to look at that data and say, so many job opportunities are there. Again, when we talk about job opportunities, we are not necessarily mapping it to skill, but that's a different conversation altogether. But when it comes to gray and blue, it's very unorganized sector. As long as we don't digitize that, we will continue to have the challenge. And the second part of it is also, whatever data we see, there is a man's face in the front for even the work done by women or others. But we know by intuition, by other things, there is a lot of women out there working for men. It's just the data is not there. And for us to be more inclusive as a country, we need to make sure we capture that data right.
Yeah, and how do we define even the whole idea of worker kind of
And
thing?
that's a lot of work.
Yeah. Thank you so much. This has been brilliant. And over to you, Simran. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you
And
so much, ladies.
One thing I have to talk about Padmini, and I cannot get down the stage without. I've been to many panels, but she's one who's well-structured, or well-organized on the top of things, and it's been such a brilliant thing to be able to collaborate with her.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Let's give a huge round of applause to our moderator and speaker. I would request both of you to kindly stay back. I would request Ms. Kanta Nayak, the chairperson of KSDC, to kindly join us back on stage to hand over the mementos to the two beautiful ladies on stage for the wonderful session. Let's give a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our speaker, Ms. Saraswati Ramachandra, and to our moderator, Dr. Padmini Ram. Thank you so much, ladies, once again for being there with us and for the wonderful. Moving ahead, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have the panel discussion. They're going to cover the topic on Karnataka as the skills gateway to the world. Ladies and gentlemen, do join me in welcoming, put your hands together and join me in welcoming the speakers and the moderator for this session. I would like to invite Mr. Ferdinand Scalesta, the Indian head of Competence Center, Düsseldorf, and City of Düsseldorf and Messe Düsseldorf to kindly join us on stage, please. Please do put your hands together and welcome the speaker joining us on stage. Also, I'd like to invite the next speaker, Ms. Neeti Sharma Bhagat, Chief Executive Officer, Team Leads Digital, to kindly join us on stage. Yes, please do put your hands together. Let's welcome the next speaker, Ms. Shirim Ori, the Managing Director of Broadridge India, to kindly join us on stage. Please do put your hands together to welcome each and everybody on the dais. Let's welcome the next speaker, Mr. Torsten Kiefer, Executive Director of DEFA Agenta GmbH, to kindly join us on stage. I would like to welcome the moderator for the session, Mr. Jose Jacob K., Founding Director, the India Advantage Summit and the Future ICT Forum. A very warm welcome to all the dignitaries on the dais, the speakers, the moderator. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much. And first of all, I would almost say good afternoon, but still good morning, because this is the session just before one more session, and after which there is lunch. So given that we are running a bit late, I would straight away jump into the topic. You know, I used to work at Cognizant many years ago, we had a very interesting process. We had to do something called competency-based mapping across the organization. And the key word there was ask. Attitude, skill, and knowledge. So we were looking at every role, what skills are needed, what knowledge is needed, what attitude is needed. Interestingly, the skill piece is always difficult to evaluate because it's right in the middle, and knowledge sets change. You know, today AI is the big thing. Sometime back, if you ask some of the corporates, they would say automation, and you know, automation solutions inside corporates was big. So every time the knowledge set might change. Attitude is also something difficult to measure, but what ties these two together is skill. And therefore, how can Karnataka be the next, skill champion for the world, from Karnataka to the world, and from the world through Karnataka? So I have an excellent panel here. I will not do a long introduction of anyone. Their names and designations were already read out. I am sure that all of you have wonderful digital tools, and that's also a skill. So let's use that skill at the Skill Summit. You can find out a lot of things about each of them, even things that they don't want you to know. You might be able to find out if you're a smart searcher with the digital skills that you have. What is really important is what each of them has to say. Whatever they did helped them come on stage today, but what they have to say, and if that can reach your hearts and minds, and that can help us chart a better future together, that will be good. So I have a very simple process because we have short time. we have 3 standard questions, and I want each of them to give their perspective for that question. So the first question is, as you start, so maybe we start with Ferdinand here. Tell us a little bit about who you are and where you come from in the skill context. What is your view of the skill landscape? Because in each of your countries, in your corporations, in your company, in your regions, you have a different skill landscape. So what is the current skill landscape from where you come, and a little bit about yourself? So let's start with Ferdinand. Ferdinand, over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you to the organizers for having me here. So as already has been introduced, I'm heading the India Competence Center Düsseldorf. So actually, just in a nutshell, this is a one-of-its-kind center all across Germany. So there's no other major city in Germany that has set up such a center. So we started beginning of this year, where we have 3 important stakeholders, which is the Chamber of Commerce and Industry in Düsseldorf with around 100,000 member companies, the city of Düsseldorf, which is the capital of NRW, Germany's largest state, and the Messe Düsseldorf, so the trade fair organizer. So they have joined hands to really build a strong bridge between India and Düsseldorf, NRW, and Germany. So basically, when we come to the question that you have posed, of course, I can bring in the perspective from our chamber district and from our member companies. And there we hear basically, we have 100,000 companies, we have a skill gap of around 50,000 skilled workforce already now in our district only, which is an important district, but it's just one part of Germany, 50,000. In the next 10 years, that's going to double to 100,000, just in one district. So you see the challenge is huge, but also there's a shift. Before you had certain fields, and now we have in all across, be it the healthcare sector, be it the technical field, be it IT, be it the different sectors, it's basically all across the board that we have a skill gap. So that's also where, of course, Karnataka comes in, and where we are already partnering with Karnataka as a strong partner for us, and I think I'm going to explore a little bit in the next questions.
Excellent. Wow, this is amazing. The only first city that is doing something like this, an intersection of the Chambers of Commerce, the city itself, and the Messe Düsseldorf coming together, I think something unique. So I have to compliment KSDC, the Karnataka Skills Department, to bring you here, And on the other side, there is this huge gap. You already have 50,000 as a number, and then 100,000. That's a huge skill gap, and unless that gap is filled, the economy itself will get affected. So it's really a daunting task. But one thing, I have to comment before we move on is, Germany is good at fixing a problem once they know it, So sometime back, just before the war started, they had a huge dependency on Russia for oil. They got together, they planned and brought it down to 5%. So I think once the Germans put their minds to something and plan, that will be a very good outcome in coming years. So I think it's a great partner for Karnataka to have Düsseldorf and also other regions from there. And I'm sure that together we can succeed as we take on this problem. You want to add?
I think just to add, I always say, if India brings in the speed and Germany the precision, then we are unbeatable. So
excellent.
I think these two have to
A big round of applause for that. Speed and precision leads to outcome. Wow, that's excellent. So now let's go to Neeti. You run one of the largest skill organizations in India with hundreds of thousands of employees. Even if you have to think about this, it's quite a crazy number to wrap our head around. So let us know a little bit about yourself and what you see as the current skill landscape. And in the following questions, we'll go to the future. Over to you, Neeti.
I think this is done. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much. Just one thing before I talk about myself and my organization, I would add to what he said. I think you mentioned precision, scale, speed. I would actually add scale to it. Because India is all about volume and scale. So I think if you do the 3 parameters, we'll be a wonderful country to be in. But about us, so I am Neeti Sharma. I am part of a company called Team Lease. I represent the company today. We are a talent solutions company. We've given employment to over 20 million job seekers in the last 25 years. So practically a job every 5 minutes. Unfortunately, it's only been 5% of the people who come to us looking for jobs, which means unemployability actually is a bigger problem for us than unemployment. There are lots of employment opportunities. We are not able to get the right sort of candidate to the end customer. Today we payroll over 400,000 people, every month. But for that to happen, we are actually probably talking to 3x or 4x of those people to ensure that our customers get the kind of headcount that they're looking for. So in a way, we are at an intersection of agony and ecstasy of the demand supply or the talent solutions India is kind of looking at. Skills, and like I called out, unemployability is a bigger challenge. And because today's skills are changing a lot faster than they have been over the last few decades, we realize that companies are not just looking for domain skills or hard skills. There's a lot of software elements that people are looking for. And the biggest skill that we keep seeing companies ask for is the ability to learn. Learning to learn is a big ask customers look for. Unfortunately, at education institutes, we are actually teaching them to pass and not actually continue to learn. So that's where we are. And I'll pause here and probably go to the
Excellent. That's really something also that got highlighted in the previous panel, the ability to provide job-ready candidates. Opportunities are there. Companies have opportunities to scale. They have budgets to scale. They are, selling, but they need the right people as they scale so that the scaling is more sustainable and strong. So I think that's a very interesting point to take note of. How can we make our young people more employable? How can we change that number? And how can we make them ready to learn? And, it reminds me of once what Narayan Murthy said, we'll call our company a campus. Why? Because after you come here, it's not the end of college, but you have to learn every day. So this idea and this attitude that learning never ends is important, and that's a core essence of creating a successful skilling institution or a skilling framework. Okay, now let's go to Sheenam from Broadridge. From your perspective and your experience, how do you see the current skill landscape, and what do you think are key elements where Broadridge itself is doing something special or something unique where the larger ecosystem can learn from you? Over to you, Sheenam.
Thank you. Always a pleasure to be here. I represent Broadridge today, and Broadridge is really in the space of making and enabling better financial lives through investor communication, governance, and technology that we provide for capital markets, wealth, and asset management. Globally, we are about a $7 billion company. In India, we are about 5,500 people across Mumbai, Hyderabad, and Bangalore. We do a lot of hiring from colleges, pan-India. And 20% of all our hiring is actually from a college. So this topic is very relevant to us. But how do we do it at Broadridge? I think the most important thing is what we did about 2 years back is we built persona-based learning programs. So they are really agendas, learning agendas. And we said, if you are a mainframe programmer, you are a operations person in the settlements area, or if you are an HR person, what is it that you need to learn? How do you grow? How does that integrate into your individual development plan? How do you really build programs that can be done offline and in a classroom? So we've got an amalgamation of that. One of the things that I'm very proud of is that we are already collaborating with the ITBT department. Madam said she's from there, but we worked really closely with Dr. Kaur and now with Dr. Manjula. And we want to, through the BFSI consortium that we have just set up, enable over 1,000 students to be industry ready for the BFSI segment, right? Because I personally and a lot of my peers in the industry believe that technology is an enabler. Domain and soft skills are what is going to change the world tomorrow. So that's what we want to do.
Excellent. Wow, this is amazing. Custom learning for each person to make their journey the best, make their journey also most efficient for them. So that's really amazing. I think with the advent of AI and data itself driving decisions, it's easily possible to give each person a customized pathway to learn, to upskill, to reskill, and to grow. I think, I can see a product idea there, so maybe some young startup can do something with that. But you've done it already inside Broadridge because, as you started giving all those financial terms of what you do, you needed, I'm sure, to upskill a lot of the people who are working so that, regulation-wise, compliance-wise, everything works and fits the bill. Thank you so much. Now let's go to the last speaker on the panel. On the other side, Thorsten, what is your perspective? Again, you're from Germany as well, and what do you see as the skills landscape there, and what exactly your agency is trying to do, to be a solution to the larger a problem that gets larger every year. Over to you, Thorsten.
Thank you. The German Agency for International Healthcare Professionals brings mostly healthcare workers to Germany, more than 2,000 so far. And we are working mainly on 3 topics here in India. The first is to widen the bottleneck of quality language training and language exams. This is very important. If you ask young people to migrate to another country, they should be fluent in the language of this country. This is a very crucial point for them. The second topic is, in the previous panel, Dr. What was her name? The moderator. She mentioned the problems in the interstate migration in India, and it's the same with international migration. It's in most cases on the migrant to organize his integration into society and to take care for a family reunion. So we advise our customers to implement an integration roadmap and to support their migrant workers in family reunion and social integration. This is a very important thing. The third topic is we work with our training partners to educate especially young people. We are extending our program also to other professions and mostly Indian young people. You give them some information, some books, and 1 week later they perfectly learned it. But a very crucial point is they do not only have to learn it, they have to be trained how to use this knowledge to solve problems. This is very important, and this has to be implemented in the training institutions here in Karnataka. And as I saw during the last days in the panel discussions, the state of Karnataka is doing a lot to approach these problems.
Excellent. Like we have heard, health is wealth, and that's exactly the sector you are focusing on. And there is a gap, and there's a lot being done, but I like the holistic approach that you take when migrants or international labor come to Germany, how you try to integrate them from an overall perspective. It's not just the skill or not just a job, but how they can become an integral part of society, contribute much more, have a better quality of life, and make a better. So what I will do now, I'm looking at the clock parallelly, and I can also see Sanjeev because they have to come on next, and we have to all fight lunch, which is towards the end. I mix the next 2 questions together, so I put it together. So one, I want each of you, and then we let it flow, and then we'll come back to close. I want each of you to say, in your opinion, what are the bigger gaps? What are the big problems? You already highlighted one in terms of language and so on, but what are the big gaps so that we can together as an ecosystem solve for skilling, and Karnataka can be the leader in that for India as it integrates with the world? And second, because we are at the year 2025, when we look at the next 10 years, 2035, where do you see we will be? Just maybe an optimistic view and maybe also a pessimistic view if we don't get our act together. It's always good to know what could happen if we do it right, and also what could happen if we do it wrong. And this could help us, to put more energy into our action and thought. So if you're okay with this, then let's start again from Ferdinand, and I won't come back till the end when we close. Over to you.
Yeah, I think one of the challenges has already been mentioned, German language skills, but when it comes to global mobility into Germany, but that's why I'm very grateful for the government of Karnataka that they're already really having concrete projects where they're establishing German language labs. We had the honor of receiving the minister of the Honorable Minister of Skill Development and Higher Education in Düsseldorf this year, so we're really going very concrete steps. And I think that also tackles the second challenge, is that you have a lot of recruitment agencies, but there's no clear transparency, both for the candidates, but also for the companies, for instance, in Germany, that are very eager to receive the talent from India. But of course, they need to have a transparency. What are the skill sets? How can it be matched? That's why it's very important to establish these strong institutional connections. What we are also doing, we have an MOU between Düsseldorf and Karnataka since 2023, also signed by our Lord Mayor. We have also the GIZ, Development Cooperation Agency, supporting us. So we have different stakeholders. I was also able to visit the GTTC, which really has high international standards, which I think, are 100% matching with also what we need in Germany. So I think that's how we can solve these challenges if we have these institutional pathways to really have a transparent channel between Karnataka and Germany.
Yeah. And a view to the future, 10 years from now?
I think in 10 years from now, these first pilots that we are starting, they will already have grown up into full-scale projects where we really have institutionalized pathways where, so to say, it is a clear structure, and with that we can also scale up and get the numbers that both India and the talents also here need and that we also need in Germany with our skill gap.
Perfect. Joint prosperity. Yes, Shinu.
Yeah. So if I give an outside-in view, today as we speak, when a company is looking at setting up new offices in India and they have to explore which city they go in, Bangalore tops the list in terms of talent, skills, volume, everything. And I think kudos to the state government who's actually done a lot of work in technology, in deep tech, new tech, kind of encouraging a lot of startups to set up their base here. So we do have great talent here right now. The challenges that we see is the jobs that exist today will not exist even 2 years down the line, forget 5 years down the line. So how do we keep pace with this changing environment? What kind of skills do we look at? I mean, if any one of us can forecast what jobs will exist 5 years from now, I'll be very happy to pay a large sum for the report. I'm not sure if anyone can give me that, that forecast. I'll be very, very happy if someone can tell me that. Unfortunately, we have no view because things are changing extremely rapidly. So if we don't keep pace with that change, we will start lagging behind. We've seen that happen in the last couple of years. We want to actually take the first step. The state government has fantastic skilling schemes like Nipuna and all of that. If we start capitalizing, if we work with industries, and also the apprenticeship scheme that the state has now adopted and trying to push it, I think the whole ecosystem of education institutes inculcating skills as part of their co-curriculum and not an also curriculum, linking that with apprenticeships to ensure that everyone gets a hands-on learning. And I know Germany is a fantastic example of the apprenticeship schemes that you run. And thereon link it with what the industry is looking for. And industry makes decent investment in learning and upskilling. So I think that continuity has to happen. But I guess we just keep envisaging what next and take this leadership position. I think the state is going to do fantastically well because we've got great education institutes, good investments. We have to capitalize on it right now.
Excellent. Thank you for that wonderful point. This is the classic million-dollar question. What skills will be hot in 3 years? From now, it's really difficult for anyone to, have that crystal ball and say. And interestingly, the word skill, 80% of the word has the letter kill in it. So it's about dying and getting reborn again, and that's why in many of our religions we have this avatar coming back again, right? So it's really important to understand that a skill is a continuous learning concept. It's not that you know it and it's done. So I think it's really important to keep an eye.
Basically, you're saying don't kill the skill.
Yeah. Keep skilling and reskilling. Excellent. Okay, over to you.
Unlearning is very important. Yes. It is very important. See, from our perspective, things that are not going to change and are going to actually evolve over relevance is digital, data, and domain. These three things are going to remain. So to me, if you are enabled by technology and leading by domain, it's going to be very, 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 very important, right? I would add another dimension to it, which is the soft skill dimension. Collaboration, creativity, really ensuring that you are not just working with your team member, but also with the machine. You are able to leverage the power of the machine and the technology that's going to hit us in the near future and over the next decade or more is going to be what is going to really establish us. And there the industry-academia relationship is really important. I think a lot of industries are now working with academia to ensure that students don't come out just with theoretical knowledge, but also have some, powerful knowledge. I want to invite academia to see how we can change some of that, right? I don't have too many teachers talking about doing internships with us. Okay, is that something that is possible? Is that, can we make the trainers, the teachers, the gurus really understand what the industry needs? That's going to change the way we approach the curriculum also. That to me is the most important thing.
Excellent. Thank you for that solidity. After that, nothing will, remain to some things will remain, and it's really interesting. So I would say
human
people,
creativity is not going anywhere.
Exactly. So
Nowhere.
people at the center, people plus technology plus AI. I think that would be a good thing. I think in the school concept, you know, this PTA, right? Parent Teacher Association. So people, technology, and AI. Over to you, Thorsten.
I just want to strongly support what Shinam said concerning the language, not only the language, only the skill training system here in Karnataka. And I have one dream when I come to Karnataka in 5 years to hire, for example, vocational training candidates for Germany. Then I will meet only self-conscious candidates that know what their potential is. Because when we conduct interviews today with young people, very often they only say, my name is, I went to school at, I successfully passed my 10+2 in 2024, and this is all about me. And no, this is not all about you. Tell the employer something about your dreams, what you want to achieve, and why you want to go there. And because this makes your personality, and this is important. And the second aspect is we have to do campaign about fair and ethical migration. When I meet with Indian apprenticeship candidates or workers that are already in Germany, a lot of them went to Germany through programs where their families had to spend all the savings of their parents' and grandparents' generation to pay for the process. And this is not necessary. We should tell these people that there are a lot of programs by public agency, as we do, our colleagues from GIZ, but also organized by private agencies, where you don't have to pay for the process and the matching. Perhaps you have to invest a little bit for your language skills, but generally this process should be free for the candidates. These programs exist, and we should tell the people about these programs to ensure that we do not only tell the people to go abroad and work there, we should tell them that they don't have to invest all the money of their families into this process.
Excellent. So the smart one can find the right way. It's not always about being. Big round of applause to our wonderful panel. And you know, they say the best gift one can give is the gift of time. That's why it's important to have a work-life balance. So we will give the organizers back some time by ending a little bit early. So over to you.
Thank you so much, moderator, and to all the wonderful speakers on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge round of applause and welcome Ms. Kanta Nayak on stage, who's the chairperson of KSDC, to kindly join us on stage and hand over the mementos to all the delegates on stage, please. Ladies and gentlemen, please do put your hands together and welcome her on stage. Also, quick heads up, in the meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, post-lunch, we're going to have a very interesting session, and make sure you finish your lunch a little early and join us, because we are going to have Subroto Bagchi's session, Mr. Subroto Bagchi's session, who is the co-founder of Mindtree and former chairman of Odisha Skill Development Authority. So I would request all of you to kindly be back on time, and after this we're going to have a wonderful session followed by lunch, so everybody kindly be seated. We have a fireside chat session right now, so kindly be seated. And thank you so much, Kanta ma'am, for doing the honors on stage by handing over the mementos to all the speakers and to our wonderful moderator as well. Yes, please do put your hands together for one last time. Come on, everybody, put your hands together. Moving ahead, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the speakers and the moderator for the next fireside chat covering the topic, Navigating Global Talent Expectations. I would like to welcome our speaker, Mr. Dattatray, Chief Executive Officer, President and Managing Director, Bosch Global Software Technologies. Please do put your hands together and welcome Mr. Dattatray. Also, I would like to welcome the next speaker, Ms. Swati Sharma, Chief Strategy and Growth Officer, Accenture Learn Vantage, to kindly join us on stage. To moderate this session, I would request our moderator, Mr. Sanjeev Gupta, Chief Executive Officer, Karnataka Digital Economy Mission, to kindly join us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please do put your hands together and welcome our speakers and the moderator for this session, Mr. Dattatray, Ms. Swati Sharma, and Mr. Sanjeev Gupta. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Very good afternoon, all of you. I'm Sanjeev here, CEO for the Karnataka Digital Economy Mission, and I have a great two business leaders. A small introduction just to let you know who these two speakers are. Okay. What happened? Okay. Okay. The two business leaders has seen the world across, has served various countries, and also been now driving the India leadership from here to the world. Now, both of them has also worked in the multinational companies and also looked into making a thread of India. Normally, I use a word called as fabric of the nation. And this very well designed by both the leaders here. Very fortunate to have them. First of all, hand applause for both of them to be with us today. Thank you so much, Mr. Datta, and thank you so much, Swati ji, for joining us. If I just put up a slide on the screen, and I hope my team is there to put it up. Can you guys? Yes, thank you. So if you see, the topic we're talking about is the global talent. Why we need to discuss the global talent today? Out of Fortune 500 companies of the world, 400 plus operates from state of Karnataka. Ladies and gentlemen, our economy is also very strongly embedded with these global 400 companies operating from the state of Karnataka. And all of them, in fact, we are looking at to create an amazing club of 10K club. Now what is 10K club will look like is organizations which have 10,000 people plus, right? And we have many. So imagine one more number to you. Accenture has, I don't know what the published number is, but informal and some insights is more than 300,000, 350,000 people in India itself. And Swati is leading that, 350,000 people in India right now. Bosch has a very hard PhD scholars and R&D engineers, more than 30,000 people in Karnataka and India as well. Now, imagine these global companies running the businesses, serving the world to the clients, designing new products, from the concept called as talent. And hence the topic becomes very important that the global talent that we need to produce from state of Karnataka, how is going to serve these clients? When I see this angle pretty good, we have 400 plus, we can go 500, all Fortune 500 companies to be here in Karnataka. But some facts, 75% of the employers can't find the right talent. Biggest gap that we see in the last 17 years. We also see that the internal mobility, that means 6% of the global talent is being looked into by reskilling the existing talent. And we're also seeing the fact that almost 70% of the leaders are looking at very different types of skill now, towards more of adaptability, curiosity, rather than hardcore skills of the technology or other stuff. And somewhere around 67% of the workers are switching job just to ensure that you get a new learning curve on a skill segment that is required. If these are the one, then I have my 5 pillars to pick up a conversation with both of the leaders. Next slide, please. And these 5 pillars that I'm going to pick up with the conversation with them is about the global leap, how is the mindset of the global and local works, what is that we need to look into the digital future, the talent looking at the future side, and then a very important topic about the purpose of these global companies in Karnataka, in India, also including is the find about the leadership that they want to play for a purpose and a value. And the last segment is about overall ecosystem alignment with the partners that come together. So, Mr. Datta, I don't want to go take up separate questions to you. We'll pick up a conversation based on certain these pillars that we have, and would love to have from you in your organization perspectives, experiences, and also going forward some advices that you want to pick up, or a challenge which is unresolved right now and we need to still find an answer for it. So feel free to pick up a thread from this slide. The first is global and local mindset. And I was just trying to quote a Deloitte report here, which says that 88% of the respondents rate trust and transparency as a critical important to the worker-organization relationship. So that means very high level of trust is a very important element to build up between the global talent to serve the world, right? And 71% of the leaders which are empowering the team level microcultures. So that means your global culture and local culture, but also within the teams of microcultures is becoming a very critical element. And in fact, it has been served that almost 2 times the productivity of the human capital goes up if you are able to define these microcultures within your teams as well. 63% of the multinationals increase regional autonomy for the talent policy. That means you are in the world, but in India, you define your talent policy, what you want to do. And this is what autonomy has been assigned. Share your thoughts. Are these reports results are in the right track? Or there's something more which is supposed to come? What is your organizations are planning to do or actually doing right now in this stage? Let's go with Datta, you first.
Thanks, Sanjeev. Always a pleasure to be part of this. I think I'll pick the global local as a phenomena, right? I think I see a big shift in the last 4 to 5 years. Also because of the geopolitical scenario, the rising importance of regions. So there is a culture which is beyond headquarter, which is brewing up in big multinationals. I'll just give you one example. While we were solving autonomous driving for the world in Bosch, now we are actually solving autonomous driving at level 3 for India. And you figure out the roads, some of the German colleagues who are here speaking, you can visualize the German roads and do autonomous driving there and compare it to doing this in Indian conditions. So there is a synergy between what we do for the world and what we do for our own part, our own backyard. So the global local is actually playing out. This is not anymore a concept. This is a necessity, right? It's a business need. So are the leaders, so is the culture that is brewing up. On global local, I agree that there is a transition of many of the multinationals leveraging the global advantage and delivering for the local market. So that's a big shift that I'm seeing in the last 4 to 5 years.
Lovely to see that this is becoming a necessity for the business to strive upon, right?
Absolutely. I mean, I think this is also, if you visualize, why would you get a seat on the table in the global headquarters? No, this is one of a very strong point. You're actually solving real problems which are relevant to your market.
Yeah.
Rather than you're solving problems which is for somebody else's market, right? So this gets you a seat on the table.
Lovely. Coming to you, Swadeji, just want to add the flavor with you. And the question is, we also see the global culture and the local culture, but also looking at the local leaders driving the global roles. And Accenture is a leading example for that.
Absolutely, and thank you, Sanjeev, for inviting me. This is absolute honor to be here in front of everyone here today. And I completely resonate with what Mr. Datta said. Accenture globally is a headcount of 700,000 people, and 3,500 people, 350,000 people are based out of India. So this is
many of them in Karnataka.
And of course, the maximum is in Karnataka. So I can give you, this is a great testimony of what he said, that the whole environment is changing, and it is changing very fast. And India and Karnataka, especially out there for IT industry, is leading the pack, no doubt. How we are making this happen is our agility, our adaptability, and the way we work transparently. So the report you just mentioned, I think the critical part of that report is absolutely right, that how global companies are run today with local talent, transparency and trust is the key to play that role. And Accenture is a living example of that. And to add to that, I will just say that empowerment is another element, and maybe that's part of the microculture, what you just said. Empowerment is bringing everybody who is a leader and who knows their job. It is making very evident that you will be empowered if you know what you want to do and how you want to do. And that is what is making this difference.
Lovely to see this transition from just an office operating from here, but giving you a complete empowerment and also building about transparency and accountability in the system, where the threats is just not a one thread of delivery, but a threats of designing new products, coming out new business lines, and etc. are coming, which is local and global. Lovely to see that.
Sanjay, I just want to add one point on what Swati said. In the last 5 years, the number of global leaders we have created out of India, some operating out of India, some operating out of rest of the world, has gone up by 5 to 6 times.
Wow.
So there are many leaders who are based out of Bangalore but running an agenda for the whole WASH world.
Yeah.
And there are many Indian leaders who have gone to different parts of the world, in Japan, in US, and in headquarters in Germany, who are actually driving the global agenda. So it's no longer, the leaders who manage delivery, but it's actually leaders who drive global agendas.
Yeah. I remember, Bhaskar was sitting here in Bangalore running the chief executive officer for the technology part of the Accenture.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he's a live example of that. Jose, you picked up a very important element, PTA, right? People, technology, and AI. And we're doing a little bit of understanding from various segments. And the question comes, in fact, Accenture Technology Vision talks about that if you pick up top 10 executives of the larger roles, you will find 1 out of 10 will be aware about genetic AI. I'm talking about executives, right, who have been seasoned technocrats in the organizations. And if you look at the PwC workforce report, which talks about 67% of the employees considering job moves just because they're not able to get an AI experience into this part. That means a huge amount of turnout is happening around just to move up in the ladder, in the skills. And Bosch recently has given a fantastic example. Automotive softwares for running cars, AI inbuilt, 30,000 people he's going to train on that area itself. Now, having said this, that means the talent for the digital future, and Niti was talking about of anybody can predict years later, but at least let's say what Niti was saying for 2 years, right? In that sense also, the talent for the digital future is going to be very, very different. What is that new initiative that your larger organizations are doing to cater to this part of it? And attached to this question is, do you think this new wave of startups, entrepreneurs, could be the new source of talent to come into your organizations? So 2 parts of the questions, but love to hear from you. We'll start, Swati, first from you then.
All right. So great question. This is a question, I'll just share a little bit story about how Accenture was asked on a global stage, the same question, and our CEO, Julie Sweet, was answering it. So she was attending one of the Davos CEO events 2 years ago. And the CEO of PepsiCo took the mic and asked her, and she was talking about Gen AI. We have got 20,000 people who are delivering $2 billion of projects and blah. This is 2 years ago. And the PepsiCo CEO was excited and he said, hey, Julie, how do you know Gen AI is becoming a thing? You are telling me now. I don't even know what Gen AI is, and I'm sure my fellow CEO colleagues don't know how to apply Gen AI in their businesses. And you're telling me Accenture is already delivering it. They are already at the forefront of generating a $2 billion business out of it. How do you see that this is going to be the phenomena? In other words, what you're telling me. So what she said is, we invest in our people heavily on training and learning. And it's a culture in our organization. So we have the largest in a company budget for learning, which is $1 billion. We invest $1 billion every year on our people to upskill them, to cross-skill them, to train them on future technologies.
Wow, $1 billion, ladies and gentlemen, amazing.
And the next question was, okay, great, you do that. How can we get benefit out of it?
Uh.
What is it you can do for us? We don't want to keep outsourcing our projects, our work to you. We want to attract the same talent, the same brand, how you are able to attract globally. How do I become a phenomena that a Gen AI engineer wants to join me versus Google, versus Accenture, versus blah and blah? So that was the question. She came back and she sat down with Bhaskar, who is our chief of strategy, and that's where LearnVantage was born. So what we are offering in LearnVantage is an opportunity for all of our clients to see the DNA of innovation, to see the DNA of upskilling, to see the DNA of how Accenture does it. And we offer now to our clients through LearnVantage how to bridge the gap between academia and industry and the future technology which is going to become the phenomena. So we bring all the three dimensions together and we offer it as a service to the client.
Very nice. Good examples of that, but I will have a cross question to you on this, but before that, that's your view on it.
So I agree to all of what she said, but I have another angle to this. See, if you see, when you look at the workforce, if you hire, let's say, B.Tech computer science from a good institute, they know more AI than all the people that we have in our company, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's a inverted knowledge pyramid when you look at usage of AI tools. So the AI transformation doesn't start ground up, it starts from top down. Now, the emphasis that we have put is, it has to start from the leadership, right from me, going all the way down. All of us went to the training ourselves to learn some of the tools. And we need leaders who can think AI native, AI first in the organization. That's a bigger challenge and a bigger problem than getting very highly skilled AI at the working level. Because people learn all the AI tools in their, third year or fifth semester, sixth semester in their studies. So they have more knowledge than very senior people who are. So the challenge is to mix the domain capability and the AI tool knowledge together in a very harmonious fashion without cultural friction. So that's what we are focusing as of now.
Lovely. Just to give statistics here, Karnataka is the fourth largest hub of AI in the world. And Bangalore, obviously, they won. Recent numbers which is published is around 600,000 AI resources operate from the state of Karnataka. No comparison with any other states, friends. Just a stat. But to come back to you, Swati, LearnVantage, is it only for the clients or is it open for anybody to leverage it?
So we offer it for anybody. Any learner is invited. So we also have opened it to B2C, we call it. So any learner who wants to get benefited, who wants to have just-in-time learning, who wants to make best of the resources available, it is available to all. And we are working with Dr. Kaur on the Nipuna program as well for Karnataka.
Correct.
In launching some of the programs, and especially on the vocational skills as well. We are working with the ITIs, and we are trying to bring up some very focused, concentrated programs for Karnataka.
Let's pick up a conversation going forward on this. I know this Nipuna discussion happening, but we can target upon almost like 100,000 people to be leveraging from a LearnVantage. And for Accenture, 100,000 is a normal number, right? So we can then target upon this. Is it okay with you?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
So let's pick up this thread after the session is over. We'll pick up. One more element before the times, there are two more question sets for you. One is, we see that diversity, equity, inclusiveness in the talent is very important. And if you ask HR leaders, very favorite questions, 90% of we are focused on DEI. But if you reach out to the employees, the statistics is very different. They say only 30% is what we feel is happening around the DI. That means there's a big gap in the concept of DI while leveraging the equity and the talent coming in place. And we see what's happening around it, right? We also see that the sustainability is becoming a very important element for our businesses to come. And coming years, it's becoming much more relevant for the climate and for the others. And sustainability is not just a sustainability of environmental skills. It is like a horizontal skill, like an AI skill, which is needs to be having every layer of of a talent profile that we have. Is there any good examples from your organizations which are performing very well on DI and sustainability to bring this as a embedded core element of a skill inside organization practices as well as a skill in the individuals? Share it, or you want to challenge my number that, Sanjeev, your 30% number is wrong, it is actually 70% or 80%. Over to you. Datta, we can start from you.
I think, the method of measurement has changed. Earlier we were just looking at how many women leaders are at the top, in the top leadership or a senior leadership, and as a percentage. But tech has flattened the way we work. There are people who are creating some of the AI models which are actually defining some of the future products. Now for me, this is massive impact. Now they may not be, when you look at a conventional organization chart, they may not see them as senior leaders, but these are thought leaders in the organization. So if you start counting it differently, based on the impact that is created, it's much higher. Now for me, the conversation is required to drive the importance of that culture in the company, but the tech has really changed the game. Tech has really flattened the opportunity set for the whole enterprise. So I don't see an advantage, disadvantage conversation that used to happen in the conventional company conversation, because this has really created an equal advantage.
Okay. Swati?
So, Sanjeev, I'm going to spin your topic here completely, and please bear with me.
Okay.
So, the way we are now looking at DEI or diversity, inclusiveness, or sustainability, we are working on plans to work with hybrid workforce. We are working the rights of an AI agentic bot to be reporting into you tomorrow in a persona which has to be decided yet, in a mode which has to be sustainable, because a lot of energy is going to get lost in these GPUs, which we are going to set up to run these agents. So the way we are looking at inclusion and diversity is not just with human workforce, but also with AI workforce. And that's how we are right now painting the picture at Accenture, that how an organization maturity level needs to be defined in leveraging this AI workforce in a diverse manner and bring the right sets of outcomes, what the organization is aiming at. So that's how I will spin it. I know it's not to the question you were looking an answer for, but I just want to let you know that this is something we are cooking right now, and you will hear some announcements coming out in this space from us.
Look forward to hear that. What I'm understanding in my limited technological knowledge is that I have a human, physical, which is also talking about diversity from an angle, but there are robots also talking about, hey, I'm Alisa, and I'm a camp champion.
Persona matters for a robot.
Okay, yes, definitely, yes. And then AI will create the personas of those individuals as well.
Anyway, agents are gender agnostic.
We will talk about it maybe in a year's time on this.
Okay, last quick question to you, both of you, is there is one startup which I was meeting, and they're saying to me that, I said, what is your success? You have become a 35 million USD you have raised from a Series A. The answer to the question came to me was for saying that learning to learn is the philosophy that we believe in. I said, great, how many people you have? He has got roughly around 600 people plus now, and amazingly doing work on very deep tech stuff. My question to both of you, large enterprises, you're a board of directors to your chief executives of multiple businesses and your et cetera, for R&D, software, manufacturing, so many things. This learning to learn is embedded as like a stone in your now new form of an organization from board level to the ground level employee, or it's just, we have a skills program, we do a lot of stuff. Is it really happening, this learn by what you see in software or startups, to actually happening in your own large enterprises?
I mean, you want an honest answer, right?
Yes.
Honest answer is no. It's beginning to change. Look, we have, like human beings, enterprises have muscle memory. You need to overcome the muscle memory of the enterprise. People who are tenured for a long time, highly successful, who are in the organization, who believe in their, the success formula. Now we are creating a new model, how the future enterprises work. So it's a constant exercise to, overcome the muscle memory and, create this learning culture. The one thing that is already in is there's a higher degree of survival instinct which is coming into the organization, because the rate at which the tech cycles are changing is almost 2 to 3 years now. I mean, we used to have a scenario of where the tech cycles would change once in 10 years or 7 to 8 years, and now we are talking about 3 years. Yeah. Now it's an existential topic for somebody who wants to be a tech professional in a tech enterprise. So the onus of, this creative destruction happening around us, the onus of learning, I don't think you need too much of motivation from external, because it's an existential topic in the company.
Survival topic in the company right now. But I really appreciate your honest answer for that. Thank you so much. Swati.
Yeah, so I totally agree with Mr. Datta's comment that the need to survival is the biggest driver for learning. And as a culture in our organization, I would say a decade ago, we were very high on consulting. We were very high and proud organization.
I know very well.
Driving, consulting. However, in last 10 years of what I have seen in our organization, how we have pivoted ourselves is to be a technology DNA company. Now, even if you talk to our consultant who's joining Greenfield project, his first onboarding or his Greenfield training is all about AI, being an AI user. It starts from there and it ends at AI implementer. So the gap of AI user to the gap of, to reaching AI implementer is what is driving everyone in our firm, that what I'm today using is not going to keep me in my job. What will keep me in my job is if I become smarter than this technology and start implementing it. That is what will keep me going. And then AI is just a word. Tomorrow it is space tech. It is quantum. It is, next set of things. So I think that DNA I have seen in our firm for last 10 years has become very, very prominent. So no longer the days are that, okay, I have these fancy tools, let me see what I can make out of it, how can I be a smarter kid on the block. Now the need for survival is to become from user to an implementer. That's what drives.
Wow. My biggest takeaway from the conversation from both of you is that it's not about survival or fitness for the startups, which we see all the time. They're like putting together energy to make it happen. I see the large enterprises are looking at it. And the best tool that they are picking up is skills, tech, and the people. So come back to Joe's, the PTA, which goes into the fine. Lovely to have both of you here. The biggest takeaway. Audience, thank you so much for lunch. Enjoy lunch later on.
Thank you for bearing us between the lunch.
Thank you, Sanjay.
Thank you, Swati. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for all the three people right on stage. I would request each one of you to kindly put your hands together and welcome Ms. Kanta Nayak back on stage, chairperson of KSDC, to kindly join us on stage and hand over the mementos to our speakers and moderator as well. Please do put your hands together and welcome the lady taking over the stage. Thank you so much, Mr. Dattatray, Ms. Swati, and to our moderator, Mr. Sanjeev Gupta, for handling the session so well. Let's give a huge round of applause once again to all the dignitaries on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, I have a quick announcement. Please requesting all of you to kindly be back exactly at 2 after finishing your lunch. And not to forget, Mr. Subroto will be having his session. That will be the second session post-lunch. So we would request all of you to kindly be on time and make sure that's going to be an insightful session as well. Looking forward to see all of you exactly at 2 post-lunch. Thank you so much once again. Let's give a huge round of applause to all the dignitaries on the dais for the wonderful session.
Thank you so much to all the degrees on the desk. Thank you so much, ma'am, for doing the honors once again. I would request once again, everybody, please be back exactly at 2. We are starting the session on time. And the second session would be an insightful session, as I did mention. And please make sure to be back exactly at 2 right in this hall. Thank you so much.
greatest
Development Authority. Taking over the stage, the co-founder of Mindtree, former chairman of Odisha Skill Development Authority, who's going to be joining us on stage. Please do put your hands together and welcome the gentleman on stage, please. And as I did announce before the lunch break and post-lunch break, this is going to be a wonderful, insightful session. And of course, you would be having a lot of queries, lot of questions and queries. And as you all know, because we are running short of time, the Q&A will not happen when the gentleman is on stage. Please take the questions offline. If any request comes in also, the team has asked me to please take it offline. So please do the needful by taking the questions offline once the session is completed. And yes, the gentleman is all getting geared up. This is going to be an insightful session, of course. I hope so. The yummy, delicious lunch will not put you all to sleep. Yeah, the beautiful smiles on your face says that you would not. I think it's our duty and honor to welcome the gentleman once again with a tremendous round of applause. Come on, everybody, put your hands together, make some noise, and welcome our keynote speaker, Mr. Subroto Bagchi, taking over the stage, please. Over to you,
Thank you so
sir.
much. Thank you. Can we have the slide? Oh, there it is. Thank you. And maybe you can dim the light a little bit. So good afternoon, and to begin with, Mr. Reddy, thank you very much for having me here today. Thank the government of Karnataka. I have two mothers. My one mother is the state of Odisha that gave me birth, and I have another mother, which is Karnataka, which gave me identity. ಈ ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಕನ್ನಡ ಅಭಿಮಾನಿಗಳು ಕೋಟಿ ಕೋಟಿ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಸುಸ್ವಾಗತ. I was in 2016 when I was stepping down from Mindtree. I was pleasantly surprised to get a call from Sri Naveen Patnaik, the then Chief Minister of Odisha, and he said, please come and help us to set up a skill development authority there. I was very nervous because I had never worked with the government before. So I spoke to 4 people. I spoke to my wife. She said, you were born there, so you should do it. I spoke to Manish Savarwal. You may be knowing Manish very well. So Manish said, you should go do it. Then I asked Nandan Nilekani for his opinion, because among all us IT people, Nandan had the greatest experience working with the government. And then I spoke to my bureaucrat brother who had retired from Odisha a long time ago. And he basically gave me a mouthful and said that you private sector people, you think the world of yourself. If you have any caliber, go do it and show it. So my wife, Sushmita, who's here, she and I packed our bags and went off to Odisha. And it was 8 years that we were there, both of us. And I'm going to share in the next 40 minutes some of the work that was done in the state of Odisha, which basically took it not as not as an effort to do skill development for employment, but skill development for human transformation. So when I reached Odisha in 2016, I told the Chief Minister that for the first 30 days, he will not see me and he shouldn't look for me, because I wanted to go see all the 30 districts of Odisha by road. It was the month of May, 48 degrees temperature. I went to every single ITI and polytechnic in the state and the short-term skill development facilities in the state. I covered 3,000 kilometers in those 30 days. So just to give you a context, from Kashmir to Kanyakumari is 3,000 kilometers roughly, and from Gujarat to Arunachal is about 3,000 kilometers. So what did I see? So this is what I saw. This is the first ITI I visited, which is the government ITI in Bhubaneswar, the state capital. So you can see the condition of the ITI. And this ITI shares boundary wall with the Raj Bhavan, which is the official residence of the governor of the state. Professor Sadagopan, many of you know him, had told me when I took over this responsibility, he said, Subroto, in the word India, there are two I's. One is for IIT and the other is for ITI. This country will be great only when both are equally strong. This does not look like equally strong. Now, the world of skill development for me basically consisted of two kinds of skill development. One, long-term, 2-year programs in ITIs and 3 years for polytechnics. And then the government has so many short-term skill development programs like DDU-JKY and PMKVY and so on. So this was the shape in which I saw long-term skill development. And my focus area was 1.2 million children, young men and women, of which 80% would not even come here. So this was my MIT or this was my Harvard. 80% would go to short-term skill development training programs. So I went and saw something equally interesting there. So you see this picture. This is a picture of sewing machine operators. The clothes that all of us are wearing in this hall today, chances are very high that it was touched by an Odia girl. Tirupur, all of you know, which is the textile capital of the country. Tirupur is a municipal town with 6 lakh, that's 600,000 for overseas delegates here, 600,000 workers, of whom 50% are from Tamil Nadu, 50% are from outside. Of that 50%, 50% are Odia girls like these. So you see here, when I visited this skill training program, they're all sitting on the floor and eating their lunch. And it violated me. It violated me so much that I took this picture and showed it to all the secretaries to government. There was a meeting called by the chief secretary, and I said that if this is the baseline at which we set our own people, employers will come to recruit them, and they will think that anything slightly better than this is good enough. So our job here is to move people from poverty to respectable poverty. So one of the officers actually told me, what's wrong with this picture? Isn't this our culture, sitting down on the floor and eating? So I told the gentleman, I'll come home tonight for dinner, and I would like to join you and your family for dinner, and I would love to see your children sitting on the floor and eating. Then I went to visit another training center, which is a DDU-GKY training center. Those of you who are not familiar, it's a flagship training program by Government of India that gets rolled out with the state governments. And there, I was taken to a center for leather technology training. Sounds very fancy, leather technology training, where basically a cohort of young men and women were learning how to cut leather and stitch leather. And in that cohort of 22, 23-year-old, I find this lady was wearing bangles that typically married women wear. So I was very curious because married women usually don't come for a DDU-GKY training. So I walked up to her. Her name is Shantilata Patra. And I asked, how did you come here? So this is the story of Shantilata Patra. She was married to a man, 2 kids. The man deserted her, went away with another woman. It is very commonplace in rural India. So he just walked away. So here she is with 2 kids, left those 2 kids with her in-laws and came to this skill training program so that she can learn something and go someplace far away where she will earn some money, maybe 14,000, 15,000 rupees, and send money home. So I asked the training people there, Odisha does not have any leather technology industry. Where will she go? So they told me that she will go to a place called Bahadurgarh, which is the leather capital of the country. So I said, let me go to Bahadurgarh and see where people like Shantilata Patra actually end up. So this is what I found. I met people who have gone there before, and these women are from the state of Odisha, from hinterland districts, mostly tribal areas. And I asked them, what was the most important problem in making the transition? I expected to hear food, culture, safety, long working hours. No. The number one problem is in Bahadurgarh, they could not drink the water available there. You and I take water for granted. In Bahadurgarh, water is contaminated. The only water available is groundwater. And I saw the water. It was the color of petrol. It was putrid. So back home, they did not have 3 square meals, but they could drink the water and breathe the air. Here, they get food. They earn the money to get food, but they can't wash that food down because the water is not fit for consumption. So in that overall backdrop, we came back, and in June of 2016, we said our job is cut out. Our job here is to build a brand called Skilled in Odisha. And in that, the mission statement was we'll shift the discussion from employable skill development to the idea of human transformation. By moving people from poverty to respectable poverty, our job is not done. We have to look at our task as human transformation. What does it mean? We built a vision for ourselves based on this mission statement, and the vision was that in a 3-year period, Odisha must attract high-quality employers' attention. Truth be told, high-quality employers in the country, they know Karnataka, they know Tamil Nadu, they know Maharashtra. Who knows where is Odisha? People know where Lord Jagannath is, but people don't see Odisha as a provider of skilled workforce. So number one, we said in 3 years' time, corporate India should make a beeline to India and lock in talent. In a 5-year period, it must be a destination where global employers come looking for talent. But most importantly, the Odisha model must be worth emulating elsewhere in the country. Now, this is a very important thing. It is not enough to say we are doing skill development. That's not aspirational enough to make the chariot move. We said that Odisha must become a sandbox of innovation. New ideas must be tried here, which are worth emulating elsewhere, which was a very audacious statement from a state which was not in their economy. But Odisha needed that badly. Karnataka does not require reputational capital. Karnataka is known. The White House shivers when Karnataka comes into discussion, political parties notwithstanding. But Odisha is not there. So Odisha needed reputational capital. So based on this, we basically, first, we went to Leo Burnett, state government, mind you. We went to Leo Burnett and got them to design a logo for the brand called Skilled in Odisha. It has never been done before that a state government goes to an international ad agency and say, give us a brand identity. Very important. Then we created a strategy. This was a strategy, 3-line strategy: fix, scale, and accelerate. In the government, the beautiful thing is we have so many problems to solve. We get into it, and then we end up boiling the ocean, and nothing much happens. So we could have created a huge 500-page strategy. We said, no. Job of a leader is to simplify things to begin with. And people will not follow what they cannot remember. So reduce it to 3 words: fix, scale, and accelerate. Fix what is broken, like the picture that I showed you. Scale what needs to be scaled, what is working. And finally, accelerate the setting up of what was called the 8 Advanced Skill Training Institutes. Before 2016, the government found that every year 100,000 ITI and Polytechnic kids are graduating, and 60% of them are not fit for employment. So the Asian Development Bank and government, they came together and said, we'll spend 1,200 crores to set up 8 advanced skill training institutes, which basically will become finishing schools. So first we create a defective product, and then we send them to a 1,200 crore outlay where they will basically go through a finishing school. So this program was not taking off. It was just, sputtering. So we said we will accelerate the setting up of the 8 advanced skill training institutes. So in the next few minutes, I'm going to give you a report card on what exactly was done to fix, to scale, and to accelerate. When we went to the ITIs, every ITI told us that we have 10 acres of land, we have 20 acres of land, we have lathe machines. You'll not believe it, some ITIs very proudly told me that they have 3-phase power. Okay? So he said, don't tell us about that. Going forward, we'll do a simple review. The review will be called 10-6-4-2. When I go into an ITI or a Polytechnic, the principal has to tell me names of 10 students it's proud of. Not a difficult thing on the face of it. Why? Because ITIs and IITs were started at the same time in the 1950s by the government of India. So it is very easy to find ITIs which are 20, 30, 40, 50, 70 years old. So it should be very easy for me to tell names of 10 students you are really proud of. Then you have to tell me names of 6 students out of this 10 who have made a name for themselves outside the state. You have to tell me that this student today is working in DRDO or in BHEL or in Toyota Kirloskar. And the reason for that is very simple. When a student goes outside the state, has to compete with the best in the country. In Karnataka, skill is naked. It takes no time at all to find out how good you are because you are competing with the best in the country who come here to build a career. So tell me names of 6 students that you are really proud of because they have made a name for themselves outside the state. Then of these 10, you have to tell me names of 4 girls. Why girls? Because in 2016, enrollment in ITI for the girl child was 6%, only 6%. And for what? For learning sieving and learning how to become a data entry operator. We said, no, 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 no. These 4 better be from hard trades. And finally, we said, of this 10, tell us the names of 2 students who have not joined the job queue and they have started a small business somewhere, a welding business, an electrical shop, where they employ maybe 1.5 people. So you'll not believe, this 10-6-4-2 formula caught fire. And I went to an ITI in a place called Bargad, in a remote place. I told the principal, he did a good job of 10. He fumbled a little bit with a 6, and he completely fainted when it came to 4. He couldn't name 4 girls. And he said, sir, I'm going to retire this year. What's retirement got to do with your inability to name 4 names? But in government, if somebody is retiring, you don't mess with that guy. Okay. So at this point, a very old instructor said, sir, I can tell you the name of one girl. I said, tell me. So he said, her name is Munitiga. She was a tribal girl who came as an orphan, had a 7-member brood in the family that she had left behind. And so I said, what does she do? So the person said, she is a loco pilot in the Indian Railways. So I said, I need to talk So I said, I need to talk to Munitiga right now. Those of you who are not familiar with government, I must tell you that if the government wants, in under 10 minutes, it can track any individual in this country. Okay? So all you have to do is make 3 phone calls, go to the district level, talk to a policeman, and in a country of 1.5 billion people, no surveillance aid is required. You can find a person. So in under 10 minutes, Munitiga was on the phone with me, and she didn't know who I was. I said, what do you do? So Munitiga told me in Hindi, Mera naam Munitiga hai. मैं इंडियन रेलवेज में लोको पायलट हूँ. These are exact words. She said that हर रोज मैं इंटरसिटी एक्सप्रेस को पलासा खुर्दा से पलासा तक खींच के लेके जाती हूँ और वापस लेके आती हूँ. Let me translate that. She said that every day I drag the intercity express from Khurda to Palasa and drag it back. So I said, this is my star. Our job is to then hold up people like Munitiga to the rest of the state and tell the young boys and girls in high schools that you can be a Munitiga as well. So how do you do that? You do that first by working at the pride that these people will have. So this was the uniform that the young boys and girls in ITI were wearing. When you were 16, all of you remember, particularly people my age in the crowd, please remember at 16, think you are 16 all over again. What is your priority? 3 things. Not a career, not to do something big in life. You need 3 things. Number 1, you need to look good. Okay? So I shouldn't be talking about hair here, but you part your hair 3 different ways. You do like this, do like that. And if you have a bad hair day, you don't want to go to school. So you want to look good. Second, you want to eat well. And third, the hormones are kicking in, so you want to play contact sport. But look at these kids. Look at this uniform. If your child and my child wears a uniform like this, that kid will actually not want to go. So there goes the attendance problem. Look at the body language of these kids. Look at the girls, they're not making eye contact. And if you have not seen it yet, not noticed it yet, they're wearing dupattas. So if you're wearing a dupatta, do you think you can work at an assembly line with heavy machinery? That dupatta will actually choke you, choke your neck. So what did we do? We went to the National Institute of Fashion Design, okay, and said, make a rehaul of this. So NIFT designed the new uniform, and the dupatta was thrown, and the bolero came in. And the lady in the front was brought in. She is the most sought-after Odia actress. Okay? She has recently won a national award. Her name is Prakriti Mishra. So she donned the ITI uniform. But all the other girls that you see here are from ITI Cuttack. And see the body language, see the swagger. The next thing that we did is that we put the Munitigas, the role models, the people who belong to the 10-6-4-2, into Volvo buses like this. And you can see on the outer side, the pictures are there. And we took them to every taluka and made them to stand in front of high school students and say, look at me, this is who I am, this is how I got here. The biggest problem that we have in the government is the problem of bridging information asymmetry. There's so much huge facilities we create, huge channels we have, policies we have, but the children who are the beneficiaries, who are in the 8th or 9th class, they're not aware. Even the teachers are not aware. So in the district high school, if the teachers do not know what happens in an ITI, what will happen? Nothing will happen. We'll create the facilities, we'll build impressive learning management system, we'll talk about digitization, but there'll be information asymmetry. You and I do not suffer from information asymmetry. We get the information we want, not these children. The next thing that we did is we picked up 215 ITI teachers and sent them off to Singapore. We sent them to Singapore for 2 to 3 weeks of leadership training, because skill development for people at the bottom of the pyramid requires maximalist thinking, not minimalist thinking. So when we sent this 215 people to Singapore, to the best vocational training institute in Singapore called ITE, eyebrows were raised. Somebody from finance department asked my OSD to ask me, how will we measure the impact? What will be the impact analysis? I said, look, I want these people to come back from Singapore, withdraw money from their provident fund, take their wife and kids to Singapore for a holiday. Because if the ITI principal goes to Singapore for a holiday, the entire taluka, entire district will know what is an ITI. You'll not believe it, 90% of these people, exactly 90%, didn't ever have a passport in their life. So if the principal of an ITI or polytechnic never thought that a passport is a necessity, how will you create global workforce? What are we talking about here? Next thing that we did, I was telling you about contact sport. We brought these kids to the state capital. We started building annual skill festivals where thousands and thousands of ITI and polytechnic kids come. And you can see right in the front, this lady is holding an all-girls delegation from a left-wing extremist district called Koraput. And then, who was playing the band here? The Odisha Military Police Band played the band here. And we got the Odisha Military Police Band to play at this occasion because when the Odisha Military Police Band actually plays the band here for the march past, the media comes and covers it. When the media covers it, people who need to know what's an ITI get to know. When you look at an ITI, we only think about skill. So this is the work of a 8th class dropout who's come to an ITI and is learning to be a welder. But if I ask you what motorbike this is, can you tell me what bike this is? It's a Harley Davidson, right? Okay? So we do not think about this kid who can be a potential designer. But look at it. In Bengaluru, in Bhubaneswar, a kid comes to an ITI and learns how to do welding. And what does an ITI kid get? 10 to 12,000 rupees of salary at a roadside place. The same kid goes to Singapore, does welding, but does it with a torch, with a welding gun, goes underwater, because Singapore is the second largest container port in the world, so goes underwater to repair a ship and comes out. That kid earns $60,000 a month. And the same kid goes to California, will actually earn $100,000 a month. I'm sorry, a year. I wish it was a month. The difference is design and engineering. So these kids need to appreciate design and engineering, then they know how skill fits in there. Just because they're skilled trainees, it does not mean that we'll not discuss design with them. So in every ITI today, we have skill museums. So this is a skill museum. In this ITI, which is ITI Cuttack, we looked around and found heaps of scrap all over. And in that scrap was lying this machine. And this is actually an aircraft engine, which comes all the way before World War I. So if an aircraft engine is found, which dates back to before World War I, in Singapore, it will be kept in the National Museum. But here, it was a scrap here. And in this picture, you see an ITI kid actually explaining to Nabin Patnaik what is this machine all about. When we elevate these young boys and girls to a level where they can make eye contact with the chief minister and explain the history of this aircraft engine, things begin to actually take a very different trajectory. So in 2016, the girl child enrollment in ITI was 6%. Today, the girl child enrollment is 33%, and the target is to make it 50%. In any polytechnic, any MBA school, in any engineering college today, there's significantly higher girl child enrollment. Why can't it be in an ITI? So what is the girl-child enrollment ratio to do with this picture? This is an iron ore mine which is run by the JSW company. And what you see here is a Komatsu dumper. And in front, there's an all-girl crew there. These girls actually drive this dumper. And you can see their height relative to that tire. By the way, this dumper actually weighs 72,000 kilos. And at full laden weight is 100 tons, carries 100 tons. And this dumper is an internet node. And hold your breath, each dumper costs $1 million. So if you are JSW, would you trust $1 million beast with a 22-year-old reckless boy or a 22-year-old very sensitive, sensible girl? So this is how we went about fixing the ITI. Now let me talk to you about how we went about scaling up short-term skill development. As I told you, short-term skill development programs are very critical. If you send Shantilata Patra for 2 years to an ITI, her children will die because she needs to quickly go to Bahadurgarh and send money. So 80% of the target audience all over the country are badly in need for quick skilling so that they can get a job. So again, I can keep you all day here, but I will try to be succinct. In the area of short-term skill development, our target was to scale it up. And for 3 years in a row, for DDU GKY program, Odisha became the #1 state in the country. What made it happen? Girls like Sumati Naik. Sumati Naik actually is a 10th class fail from a remote place in Odisha. She could only speak Odia and a smattering of Hindi. She went for a DDU GKY program for 60 days, and I discovered her at the West Side store right near Commercial Street. And I was talking to her. Her manager came and told me, sir, watch out for this girl because one of these days she is going to take my job. I said, what do you mean? She said, once she came to Bengaluru, she learned how to speak Kannada fluently, and she now speaks English fluently. Being multilingual changes the name of the game for a skilled individual. The moment you can speak Kannada and English, you are moved from the textile section to the watch and jewelry section. Your incentive scheme changes. So that's Sumati Naik for you. So I thought the manager was exaggerating. A year from then, I was tracking Sumati Naik where she went, and she sent me a picture of hers. She sent me actually a picture of her name badge, which said Sumati Naik Department Manager, and she was now posted in West Side, Coimbatore. Then I went to Tirupur, and there I met Basanti Pradhan. Basanti Pradhan was a goat herd in a family of 7 girls, which basically means that the parents were trying for a boy and not giving up. So she, which is a common story in both rural and urban India. So Basanti Pradhan, who was herding goats in a place very close to a place where I was born, in a government quarter where there was no electricity and water. She came from there, and today she's a production supervisor in an apparel plant in Tirupur. And look at this picture. This lady is Anita Swai. She is a 12th class science pass, and today she is making aircraft body at the Tata Advanced Systems Limited plant, which makes Boeing aircraft bodies in Hyderabad. At TASO, they make Boeing aircraft bodies and Pilatus aircraft bodies where skilled workforce is required because a lot of work that goes into building an aircraft body with manual intervention. So here you see her as a JIG in charge. A JIG means her group is responsible for a specific part of the aircraft body, and she is the boss here. And these people are reporting to her, and she now is a trainer. So the third thing I want to tell you is about setting up of the 8 advanced skill training institutes, the ASTIs. While we succeeded brilliantly in fixing and scaling, we failed brilliantly in setting up of the 8 ASTIs. The whole construct of the ASTI program with Asian Development Bank was that with the 1,200 crore loan, the government will basically make the land, the building, the machinery available, and it was private sector was then invited to run it on a profit-sharing basis. I have lost a lot of respect for the private sector after working with the government for 8 years. You'll be surprised that no private sector company came to take on this task. So the government was willing to give land, building, and machinery, but hard work, private sector doesn't want to do. Most private sector companies don't want to do hard work because labor is so easily available in this country. So we failed. So what we told ourselves, and thanks to my background in information technology in this city, I said we're doing a classic mistake of outsourcing. You know, those of you who are familiar with outsourcing, there's a phrase called take my mess for less. Okay? So an American company first will make a messy job of software development and then hand over to a Mindtree or an Infosys or a TCS and say, take my mess for less. That is the meaning of outsourcing. So what the government was doing was creating a mess. First, we produce 100,000 cohort of defective students, and then we want the private sector to come and bail out. So he basically said two things. One is we will not outsource, we will insource. And second, we will not build 8 advanced skill training institutes. We'll build 1 world skills center. So 1,200 crores was pumped in to this 18-story building with a helipad on top, right in the middle of Bhubaneswar. And this is where the world now arrives when it comes to the state of the skilled in Odisha story. This is a picture of the World Skills Center at night. And you can see this building in relation to the skyline of Bhubaneswar. So it says, you can't ignore me. We in skill development have to build things which cannot be ignored. We cannot pussyfoot. We cannot dribble with skill development in this country anymore if India has to truly have the 2 eyes in a significant, balanced manner. The next thing that we thought about is, earlier I told you that Odisha, nobody knew where Odisha is. Odisha badly required what we call is reputational capital. Unlike Karnataka, which is such a highly respected state. So we said the way to build reputation is to get national attention and international attention. So many of you know that in the world of skill development, the Olympics is the world skill competition. It's been going on for more than 50 years. So we said that we will set a mission called 1, 2, 3, which basically means that in the skill competition, which was going to happen in Russia, Odisha will bring India her first gold and 2 silvers and 3 bronzes. You'll be surprised that in more than 50 years, India had not got a single gold in the world skill competition. And Aswath Narayan from Odisha brought India her very first gold. But interestingly, in mission 1, 2, 3, we failed with 2 and 3. We never got the silver, we never got the bronze, but the world doesn't know it. The world remembers that we got India her first gold. But earlier, Mr. Reddy and I were talking about recognition, and I'm really happy that Karnataka government is thinking big time about recognition to skilled workers. When Aswath Narayan got the gold for India, the institute that actually built Aswath Narayan was given a check of 5 crores of rupees by the government, no questions asked, to say that your job is to produce more Aswath Narayans. And Aswath Narayan got 1 crore as reward from the state government. So we only focus on sports. We only focus on art, literature, and culture. The time is now that we really not do symbolic things for the skilled worker, but we have to do substantive things. People say, okay, so Naveen Patnaik is gone, will the legacy pass on? Our job is to make sure that we do phenomenal things. And many of those things will be carried into the future. Some of those things may not be carried into the future. Here you see Prime Minister Modi, who was in his last visit to Singapore. He met some of the young people in World Skills Center, Bhubaneswar, who were interning in Singapore for a period of 6 months with Singapore companies, all expenses paid. And when Mr. Modi is touching her forehead, he's not touching her forehead. He's touching the forehead of thousands of girls like her in the state of Odisha. So, end of the day, the capitalist in me is saying that you should buy this book called The Day the Chariot Moved. This book is, this book tells the story in great details of how this large-scale transformation was done. Just so you know that this is not going to benefit me personally. All proceeds of this book will benefit Karunashra, which is the leading palliative care center of Bangalore, where end-of-life patients get free cancer care. So with that, thank you very much, and thank you, Karnataka. Thanks.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you would all agree with me, it was a university speaking to all of us. One of the greatest sons of India, a very well-known philanthropist. Ladies and gentlemen, I think the sound of the clapping was just not enough. Thank you very much. I would request Srimati Shivakantama Naik and Dr. E.V. Ramana Reddy to please come over. The Honorable Minister is here, also to please come over and felicitate Mr. Bagchi. Mr. Subroto Bagchi, thank you very much for taking time off and being a part of this International Skills Summit. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Shan Prakash Patil and dignitaries for doing the honors. Thank you, sir. Well, ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of time, we now move on to the next important session, the Human AI Workforce of the Future. I would like to call upon the speaker straight away, Mr. Alokesh Das, Director, Mu Sigma Incorporated. Please come over, sir. Shri Rajiv Khushu, Director, GR Strategy and Corporate Affairs, Texas Instruments. Sandeep Magavi, Learning and Knowledge Management Leader, IBM. Mr. Saurav Jha, the President and Chief Executive Officer of Simnavas. And the moderator for this session will be Mr. Adnan Furniturewala, Associate Director, Marketing and Communication of Zinnov. Ladies and gentlemen, somehow I feel after the lunch break the energy has slightly gone down, but I'm wrong. Yes, I withdraw my words. The energy is still intact and raring to go. Keep the energy going till the evening. So in the interest of time, I would straight away hand over the session to Mr. Adnan Furniturewala to take us through. Over to you, sir.
Thank you everyone, and thank you panelists for being here. That's a very tough act to follow after one of India's most visionary and the globe's most visionary leaders. So thank you, Mr. Bagchi, for your time and for setting the tone for us. We have the the esteemed honor of talking about a word today that is both a trending term and maybe a scary term, which is AI. We're trying to unpack as much as we can. We have a little bit of a time constraint, so I'm going to skip the introductions and maybe have our panelists do that while they're answering the questions, if they're okay with that. Just to set a little bit of context, we seem to be in a productivity paradox. When we think about it, are we replacing the work humans do with machines? And are we just doing a one-for-one rather than looking at exponential, or are we looking at incremental innovation rather than exponential innovation? So if we really think about productivity, and for us to move to that exponential phase of productivity, it's going to take a whole rethinking in terms of the evolution of skills, what the organization design looks like, what does it mean from a governance, ethics, and inclusion perspective, and what kind of resilient firms are we creating of the future. So to really get into those sections, I have a very, very esteemed set of panelists here today. I know we're right after lunch, so maybe we can start off with something a little controversial. I'll start off with you, Alokesh, since you're closest to me. If AI was an employee on your team today, what role would it play, and what designation would it have?
Sure. Thanks, Adnan. Before I get started on that particular question, what you spoke about, the productivity, I think earlier when we were having lunch at that time, you spoke about that overall productivity, some studies have come out and it has really not improved.
Right.
But truth be told, if you actually go down and add back the time spent in the chai point or sutta points, sutta breaks, that would have definitely gone up.
Right.
So joking apart, I think if you look at that productivity angle itself, and from there I will get down to the question you asked me about, there are 3 levels of productivity you can look at. So it starts off with amplifying personal productivity. That's happening for all of us in some form or fashion, whether using ChatGPT, OpenAI, or any of that sort. Then there comes the organizational amplification of organizational productivity. That's where we are suffering. It has not gone to the level where we wanted to. And third comes down really bringing in automation and workflow through agentic AI and taking it to the next level, the more from incremental to the exponential, what you spoke about. Now, from that context, if you ask me if I have to bring in an AI right now, I think none of the 3 which you asked about. For me, it would be more of a colleague than outsourcing some part of the work to an intern or to a strategist or something else. It would be like you and me sitting. In a sense, AI would be one of my colleagues, and today the AI is very smart in terms of giving the answers very quickly. Maybe there are things they are deficient in, while I'm better at something else, and we will be collaborating together. So that's the way I will bring in, wherein AI is just one more employee in the company.
So true collaboration partner in that sense.
Sure.
And on the topic of collaboration, I'm going to move down to my panelist Sandeep, and I'm going to come back to you, Rajiv. Just because we're talking about collaboration. Sandeep, when you think about the future of work, what does true human AI collaboration really look like? And what does it look like to you, and what does it look like to your organization as well? Sandeep, that's for you. Yes, that's for you, sorry.
Am I audible?
Yes.
All right. Yeah, sorry, I missed that. Yeah, so I'll give an analogy, and let me start with that, especially post-lunch. I think that's really required. What it means to me, I think we need to look at it more holistically, and what definitely I would say is it's a relationship built on amplification of potential. And in a word, what would that mean? It's like a marriage, you know? It has shared intelligence, absolutely, trust and transparency, loads of that. It weaves into the entire AI system. Co-creativity and co-creation and creativity, absolutely that as well. So all of this come together to form a larger ecosystem of AI. It's not about technology, it's not about people, but it's about how we are leveraging it as well. So we need to look at it, we need to take a step back and look at it a little more holistically than a man in the machine is my point of view.
Got it. Again, and I think a running theme is, I think, collaboration, and I think we'll end up harping on that a little more as we go on. You said marriage, and Rajiv, I'll come to you. In today's day and age, a lot of people think marriages are a hype. So is AI and is reskilling a hype? Rajiv, that's for you, yeah.
For me, huh?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. I don't think it's hype anymore. I think it's a reality. If you see, I think all of us are using the different tools. So that's one part of it. So I think if you dive down to semiconductors, where I've been working for the last 20 plus years, we have seen AI impacting at all different levels. See, if you see two big components of semiconductors, one is design, the other is the manufacturing part. If you see design today, designing big complex chips like GPUs, which NVIDIA's or the Qualcomm's or other guys are doing, it takes many months with hundreds of engineers. And it's very, very complex because many of these chips have billions of transistors. So when you have billions of transistors, laying it out, connecting them together is a big task, and you have to do it really correctly. So that's why it's, for a human, a lot of it is repetitive. So that's where AI comes in. And with AI tools, particularly coming from different EDA vendors, which is a software which helps people to design semiconductors. So we have seen that if we use those tools, the time you will basically compress from months to weeks. So you can see, which basically states that it's not a hype. And all of us, all the semiconductor industry is using it. And the same thing holds true for manufacturing. See, if you see an example of TSMC, which is one of the largest chip manufacturing companies based out of Taiwan. So they're using AI in manufacturing using different technologies where they have been able to increase the productivity by 20%. So it's definitely, whether it is design or whether it is manufacturing, is not at all a hype, it's a reality today.
Great, and a great use case on how AI is augmenting productivity, how it is augmenting the human collaboration. Saurav, I'll come to you last but not the least, obviously. And we've established that AI is not a myth, and I think maybe we're all in agreement there. But is it really a skill? And I think it's an appropriate question to ask at a skill summit. Is AI truly a skill, or is it just a technology that we're treating as a skill?
Sure. I hope I'm audible. First of all, my name is Saurav. I'm the founder and CEO of a startup company, which is a software company into 5G domain. Now, talking about the question that you just asked, and I've been listening to my co-panelists, before we talk about whether AI is a skill or technology, I think the first step is that we should talk about AI adoption, and that's how we started the journey in Simnovus as well, or maybe I'm sure that in all the companies, that's how it gets started. First, we have to change our mindset that AI is a reality now. We have to adopt it. And then it goes into, the skilling and also using it as a technology, right? So what I would say is that when you start adopting your AI, strategy into your workflows, day-to-day workflows, or as a strategist or as a collaborator, you have to first skill your existing teams or gather or acquire those skills where you can build your own AI stack, your own AI models, be able to optimize it to your usage, specific usages, integrate those into your workflows so that you are able to achieve certain use cases, and also keep continuously optimizing it, checking the prompt, like prompt engineering and those kind of stuff. And once that is established, then it goes on to the technology. Now it is ready to be used as a technology. So it definitely augments to your different, at different levels. Like for example, as a founder, I have found my AI model as my collaborator, as I can call it as a chief of staff. It helps me to take more data-driven strategic decisions, for example. Similarly, it can help a QA engineer and any developer or HR or any function of the company, right? So I would say it's both technology and skill, but we have to start with the adoption. That's what I would say.
And a great framework there when you talk about the adoption and then the implementation, almost like a stack. When you think about technology stack, it's almost as a skill stack, right? For it to truly be exponential, which is what we're getting at, you need to have both stages of it. Okay, I'm going to harp on that a little bit more, and Alokesh, come back to you. You're a data guy. You deal with data at large volumes. You also deal with the human-AI collaboration. If we have to think about the human-AI collaboration as, say, what we call fusion skills, what are some of these that are emerging? And what are some of these that make humans truly successful in an AI-first world?
So that's an interesting question. And just to correct you, more than a data guy, we are into decision sciences. Okay. So it's all about enabling the decision, but through the journey from data to decision. So that way you are correct. So in that perspective, if you really ask me between the fusion, what you are talking about, so think about it like Einstein's E equal to mc square, we have a c square here also. So the AI is very good in bringing in clarity. It can go through tons of data, look at things, give you patterns very quickly, whatever is trained on or new things it should be able to identify. But as a human being, what I am good at or human beings are good at is asking the questions, curiosity. That's where the second C comes in. So I think it comes down to the collaboration of these two, wherein maybe it's more like a microscope which is able to allow you to go deeper, look at the things, but for you to ask the question, assimilate, synthesize, and make meaning out of it is where the human comes in. So that's the way both of them would work in future as well. And the question you asked about the skill comes down to that. So skills is, so if you really look at it, AI in a sense is more like a scaffolding on which you are working on to improve your other decision-making things. But for that, you need to have that curiosity. You need to be able to assimilate things. You should be able to interpret things. You should be able to tell the stories, because that's where the real world organization, the storytelling matters, right? So those are the characteristics which human beings will bring in, while the AI will become smarter and smarter, able to go ahead and sift through more and more data and give you more clarity, quicker, faster, better.
So curiosity, clarity, and maybe a third C, which is collaboration, right?
Absolutely.
So that's a really interesting model. We're talking a lot about the good stuff, about the human-AI collaboration, but there is an overarching looming threat. Not a threat, but maybe a fear psychosis. And I think threat may be the wrong word, but there definitely is, and maybe it comes down to one of those C's, which is the clarity about the collaboration, right? Rajiv, what are some of the fears that you see even from an employee lens, from an organizational lens, when it comes to both the adoption, like Saurav said, the adoption and the implementation of AI?
I think that there's definitely a lot of hype about that people will start losing their jobs. I think but the fact is slightly different. I think what AI is going to do is, AI is going to relieve humans from the repetitive work which they may not be really good at. And we are not really good at repetitive work. Where our value comes in is basically using emotional intelligence, using basically things which AI cannot differentiate. The ethics, for example. I think that's where our real contribution will come. What it will happen, see, I think most of the jobs will be, where a person will be at least 50 to 60% more efficient now, which means that we are left with a lot of time where we can use for other important things. So that's what I would like to comment on.
Unburden the employee, the human with repetition, and kind of give them the tools to do high order.
So if you zoom now into the semiconductors, I was talking about bigger chips, which sometimes there's a simple thing called floor planning, because chip is finally how much of real estate you will use, and smaller the real estate, the more efficient the real estate, the better profitability is. I think with these tools in place, you can actually do the floor planning in such an efficient way that you can overall reduce the price many times. So I think, so that's what AI brings in, and well as you still need people who can see whether this makes sense, because there will be a lot of those smaller changes which the chip architecture, I mean, that's where the high end of the job will basically become more, and you will be able to utilize your time in those high-end stuff and leave all your low-end stuff to the AI. And this will keep on evolving, right? I mean, you'll start pushing the limits of AI. At the same time, you'll be starting pushing the limits of the human beings towards the better side.
So yeah, just having more clarity in terms of what the art of possible is. And that's a great point. And Sandeep, coming to you, doing all of this requires a whole kind of org design, systems thinking, a real kind of relook at what this looks like, especially at scale, right? And that's probably something that you're looking at quite actively at IBM as well. How do you create systems in place to really have very fungible but collaborative human AI collaboration at scale?
Good question. Now one is, and there are two parts to it. One is the ecosystem that any organization creates, and we all do that. We're all doing that, in our own different ways. But it's also about creating the mindset, because the common theme and the common thread that we're all talking about is how do we adapt? How are we resilient enough for it? But the whole point is, when you actually take a step back and look at it, across every industrial revolution, right, we had to adopt and adapt both ways, right? We had to kind of learn up, and have the mindset to learn as well, right? So to bring all of these together, to bring an ecosystem together where we can make sure that people are skilled up, but before that, to make sure that the mindset is there to learn up as well. And of course, we do get it from the industry, we get it from our entire the ecosystem around us in terms of, hey, we will need to scale up, right? We read and hear about it day in and day out. But to create that right, to make sure we are articulating it rightly within the organization, and to create that entire technological ecosystem to make sure people are skilling up, I think that really helps, to bring up from a people standpoint. As far as the organization system is concerned, obviously there will be each one of us has our own ways and means of kind of restructuring to make sure that we integrate AI systems into our ways of working.
You said something that was really interesting, which you talked about mindset. And I think a lot of that, that's a great starting point. Sort of coming to you're a CEO, you're a president, you're an entrepreneur, you're a creator at its core sense. A lot of the mindset, whether it's a large organization, a startup, or mid-sized organization, is top-down, right? A lot of it, and I can give you an example with, I work at a consulting firm, and a lot of our AI transformation really those thought starters come from our CEO, who's really asking the questions of how can we do it better, how can we do it faster, how can we do more with less. So from a mindset perspective, and I know you were talking a little bit about this earlier, what is needed, if you had to be brutal and say there are 2 or 3 leadership mindset traits that are core to creating an AI-first organization, what would those be? And from your, and if you have an example from your own case.
Sure. First of all, I agree that it has to be a top-down approach. Whether you are the CEO or the chief minister of a state, or head of a department, or a teacher, first of all, we have to stop debating this, that AI is going to replace humans. We have to get out of this fear. That is not going to happen. This is like a pre-industrial revolution mindset. We have to come over that. I thought that human beings are now more confident. We should be very confident, and we have to understand that the AI or any technology, it's not like today it is AI, tomorrow there will be some other technologies. We have semiconductor technology as well, we have 5G technology as well. All these technologies are only going to augment, going to make your life better. And in case of AI, what it actually doing is that it is, I think someone said in our panel that it is freeing up the humans to do more and do more futuristic, because it gives you the space to be more creative in your thinking, to be more strategic in your thinking, and innovate, right? That's what even industrial revolution, when the first machines came in, that's the impact that it gave to the humankind. Humans became better. So that's what AI is doing. And of course, as a leader or as a head of whatever you're doing as a CEO, you have to make it like almost mandatory in your company to adopt AI. In fact, in my case, what I did was that, I'll just give you a very funny example. So initially when we started, suggesting our engineers, or especially let's say developers, to start using AI for coding or code reviews, they were reluctant because they thought it is their skill to code, not AI skill. And they thought it is not ethical, I have to code myself. This is my knowledge. But then they had to finally understand that what AI does is that you have to be more design thinking. You have to think more about the designs and what the logic and things like that. Not coding is not a skill set. That can be done by a machine. So just a small example, but this is how we have to change the mindset, I would say.
Rajiv, you wanted to?
So I think we're transitioning from a knowledge-based economy to innovation-based economy. So I think that's what it's all about.
And that's a great point. I'm just cognizant of the time as well, and I do want to touch upon a very, very important aspect of the whole AI conundrum is the ethics and governance, right? AI as a skill and a technology, like we've discussed, is an opportunity, but is also a threat of inequity. And I think, when Mr. Bagchi was talking about it earlier, when you look at AI, it should be AI for all. If you're looking at that from an organization perspective, a society perspective, the world perspective, there is an inequity that comes into play with access. And that's something that we can't ignore, right? So how do we ensure that this new workforce remains inclusive as well as ethical? Because when we are dealing with large-scale data and systems, there is, governance, human governance kind of can take a backseat. Maybe I'll start off with Alokesh.
So I think if you really look at it, it's like the mirror, right? So we are projecting ourselves through AI. So when you are talking about ethics, inclusivity, it boils down to that. So it starts off with, as I said earlier, if you start looking at AI as just a tool and you start doing discrimination with AI itself, saying I'll outsource my work and get it done, it starts from there. So the inclusivity needs to start from that very beginning where you are not looking at AI as a tool, but more as I said, a co-worker, which means that needs to bring in both the ethical part of it, the way when you and I are having conversations, how we are bringing into our conversations, the ethics part of it, that needs to go in. But in terms of when you are looking at it, using the technology, the tools to build the solutions, the rest of the guardrails needs to be there. Whether you are building a model, data model, AI model or anything, there needs to be guardrail around ethics, there needs to be governance around it, and we'll have to ask those questions up front. So it cannot be brushed under the carpet. So it needs to be embedded into the whole solution design, development and operationalization part of it as opposed as an afterthought.
Just as a follow-on, do you have a playbook or a governance framework that you have at place at Mu Sigma that helps you, at least to some extent, alleviate some of maybe whether it's bias or if it's anything else that comes up with?
Yeah. So for AI, we have a conceptual architecture itself, which looks at, so it's the whole conundrum. So where you have the data, you have the agents which are going ahead and pulling out from the data, you are going to different models, you have the model gardens, then you have the governance mechanism, so you have governance models also sitting in, which has those biases, rules, which needs to be controlled upon. So that needs to be there when you are implementing the enterprise-grade AI, you are introducing that, and hence I think it cannot be an afterthought or you just build a COE within the organization and you let it go. It won't work. So you need to really lay down the entire foundation across the board to make it successful.
From the people lens, Sandeep, just coming to you, how are there any ways that you're doing this from a learning perspective where you're on the equity part of it, that you're creating, you're making AI ubiquitous in a way for your employees across the organization so that everyone is future ready rather than just some?
Well, absolutely, and because whether it's awareness, of course it depends on the levels of expertise that we actually require based on what you do and where you are within the organization. But having said that, to a certain degree and level of awareness and understanding, enough to be able to leverage it across the board, across the organization is what we're doing. We're leveraging it across the board.
So does that change, for example, your learning paths, your career paths?
Absolutely. It's rolled out across to the entire organization and has been made mandatory as well.
Awesome. And just maybe coming down to the last part of it in terms of, we've talked about collaboration, but I guess the other side of that is productivity. So in this AI first world, Saurav, maybe I'll start off with you. Are there new age metrics or measures of productivity that you're looking at that have now kind of become table stakes with AI in the loop?
So I think it's too early to get there. As I said, we are in very early stages of, first of all, adopting it. And then I think Alokesh said that we have to then start integrating that into our workflows, making it more autonomous. That is the next step. And then we go to the productivity. I'm sure that once we are able to cross those 2 or 3 initial steps, then we'll be able to know what are those metrics that we are looking at. At this point of time, what we definitely know is that it makes everybody's work more efficient, more data-driven, and it saves your time. Now, how much, those are the metrics that comes in only when you are able to harness the entire potential in your organization.
So your first priority at this point is large-scale adoption and then
integration
and then get into the implementation part of it. Rajiv, maybe.
So if I have to put one metric though, I would say it's more about how can you do more with less.
I guess I was coming down to, I'm a consultant, so I guess I'm coming down to how are you measuring return on AI?
Right. So because see, that's the way to look at it. It is not about, so today if I have to tell you, within our organization, 30% of the code is being written by the machines. What does that mean? I mean, is it about the job security, what we were talking about? It's not from that angle. But now we can do more, which means with the same amount of budget you had, you should be able to answer more questions. That's what is needed for your decision making.
Delta then becomes your
the value addition.
Your value add.
That's correct.
Awesome. Well,
just to add to that, I'll just add one point to that. And I kind of brought it up earlier on as well, that with every industrial revolution, we had to kind of do things differently. But picking on the thread here, for this particular point, to do more with less, as an example, even if you go back a couple of years when, there was a lot of knowledge management systems out there in the domain, or expertise location. It was the same mantra, right? So, we are kind of evolving, and we continue evolving in different ways and means, different technologies.
Awesome. Well, we're almost at the top of the hour, but we do have an audience that's a mix of professionals, but there are also a lot of first-time job seekers. There are people who are upskilling. So I'll use the panel here, since you all have your industry experience and you're doing large-scale AI transformation. If there's, and I'll start from Saurav. Saurav, if there's one skill that you think every student, say from a collegiate level or a first-time job seeker, needs to integrate into their learning module, and as someone that is, you're on the other end, you're hiring these people, what is that one skill you would recommend, or one course that you recommend that every student today takes?
I'll answer this by blending it into the other topic that we were discussing earlier, which is equity, right? I would really urge and request everyone, be it the state government or the companies or the central government, not to repeat the mistake that we did with Facebook's and Google. We can have, not only talk about the equity, but also the sovereignty, right? So one skill, before I will not ask the new generation or the upcoming, budding engineers to become AI users. What you can do let's say if you are studying engineering, what you can do is that you just pick up any open source AI model and make your own AI stack and build it so that it will help you in your day-to-day life. You know your use case the best. So if you can build your own AI buddy yourself as an engineer, that is the skill set that you should be looking at.
Absolutely, and truly build India, as we move towards building India into a product nation, really kind of develop, right? Not just learn skills. I'm going to change the question for you a little bit, Sandeep. If you had to, and I think Saurav talked a little bit about this in terms of doing things differently. If I give you a crystal ball and you were in the future and you had to think about one thing you wish we did differently about AI adoption, what would that be?
That's a difficult question. But in terms of adoption, I think it's important for us to integrate that with our lives in terms of our work lives, and that becomes very important. It's still considered a tool and a technology, but that's not where we are going. It needs to be really integrated with the way we actually work day in and day out, And that's when we can really call it a success, not otherwise. It goes back to the question of your productivity metrics as well. What truly is productivity? And that answers the question if we really integrate it with our work.
Rajiv, for you, if we could go to the workforce of 2030, which is shockingly not that far away, in one phrase or one word, what would that be? What would be the work? What would be the future of work? What would that look like?
So I think we probably will need to integrate STEM with humanities and others, and that's where probably will help us to get prepared for skills beyond 2030.
A more blended curriculum, you're saying, at a collegiate and a school level. And then last but not least, Alokesh, if AI is the topic today, and I'll give you the crystal ball as well, and if you were in 2030, what do you think is going to be the next disruptive technology?
I don't know. But I think just going back to the aspect of, I wish what we should be doing more, the question you asked, I do have something around that, where I think I feel today we are focusing more on how to make machines better thinking like humans. But I wish we are spending more time on training humans to be more like humans. The human ingenuity, human curiosity, because that's going to be the next way for us to survive, where the ability to learn faster, you change before the world is changing. So that's what, maybe more than focusing and fixated on machines to be more like humans, we should be more humans to be more humans.
Yeah, maybe that's a lost skill, right? And that's going to be the future, is how do we rebuild human-to-human interaction when AI and technology becomes table stakes in that sense. Sure. Well, thank you, panelists. Sorry.
Can I just add one point? Especially because, we are at the Skills Summit. So I just want to give one pointer, especially to ones who are just out of college right now, in terms of what skill, and just picking on sort of where you left off. The one skill that's most important and becomes more important as we go forward is entrepreneurial skills. I think Rajiv touched upon it, having the STEM and humanities as well, but I'd like to extend that. I think that's very, very important. Having a product mindset and entrepreneurial skills, that will define our success from a country standpoint.
Awesome. Well, on that high, I think it's a great closing note. Thank you, panelists. Thank you for accommodating the time change, firstly. Thank you for accommodating the moderator change. But most importantly, thank you for sharing your insights. A lot to unpack here, a lot to take back in terms of clarity, curiosity, collaboration, and really what the future of work looks like. So thank you very much, and thank you everyone for listening in.
Thank you.
Thank you. Request all of you to kindly stay back for a moment. I would request the Honorable Minister, Dr. Shan Prakash Patil and Madam Shivkant Manak to please come over and felicitate the panelists. The human AI workforce of the future. A lot of inputs being shared during this important session, and I'm pretty sure the panelists will be available offline to take some of your intriguing questions. half an hour is all yours. Over to you, Dr. Soumya.
Hello, everyone. I hope I'm audible. It's a post-lunch and little postponed session. I hope that is an example of disruption and the change is constant all the time. So we are kickstarting this learning in the times of disruption, which is a very important topic because, as you know, the times of disruption like pandemic, which we faced during the COVID, digital transformation like AI, which we had a beautiful session, and probably economical shift. But the constant thing which will always be there is education and the uplifting of the skills. I think I have a fantastic panelists who have done this during the times of disruption and they are continuing to do this. So I think I would want to welcome all of my fantastic panelists for this wonderful discussion. Thank you, everyone. I'm going with a very quick intro so that you will understand why they are here. I will start with Dr. Sunil Abroal. He carries almost 4 decades of experience and is a founder of NOC and Skills. And he has got a very rich experience of actually uplifting and the skill employment. And I have Dr. Jatin, who is, I think, pioneer in the first Metaverse Center, and he has impacted almost roughly around 3 million people, and the most important thing, he is gender inclusive. Almost 50% of women have been uplifted by him. Probably a big round of applause for my panelist. Thank you. And I have Mr. Mahesh, who has been head of skills at JSW Foundation, who is doing a fantastic job for specially abled kids and also rural communities. And I have a last addition, Mr. Vikram, but it's a fantastic value-added addition. So he has been a public policy advisor, and once again, women enforcement is something which he's looking at. So I'm going to go about few rounds, provided keeping the time in frame. So I would start with Dr. Jatin. Sir, I know that probably we would deal first with how did they manage the disruption, especially because I have seen his work in the remotest of the place, which is very difficult to find even in the maps. I'm not sure, how did you figure out during the COVID, especially the basic things like electricity and the digital access is something which I'm interested to know.
See, we had to accept that there is a disruption. We had to accept that there are limitations among youth on how to learn. All the educational institutions were closed down during COVID.
Yes.
We were forced to stop physical activities. Now, when we realize that there is a limitation of physical activities, the option left is digital, which can be converted into phygital later on. So we thought it's blessings in disguise. Let us go digital. So we started looking at it. Learning management system, having e-learning. This is not a new concept in India. A lot of organizations are using e-learning material. A lot of organizations are developing e-content. But the point is how to reach those youth wherein the content is available right at their fingertips and still make them employable. So we started creating content in a way that is available on mobile. They learn something on mobile. We place the content on our LMS and provided them the link they can use offline as well, at their own time, at their own pace. And that also should be interactive. Now the question was how to assess them. So if you want to have the assessment on skill, I mean, this is not an examination wherein somebody has learned and write the paper and get passed. So they have to undergo some practices, and after the practice, they have to show the results and impact that they have learned some specific skills. For example, electrician. For example, welding. If you are an electrician, you have to show that you can do the wiring, domestic electrical wiring, for example, 2-bedroom hall kitchen. So how do you do that? So we created, or actually we first looked for such kind of simulators if that is available across the globe, anywhere in the world. We could not find. So what we did, we created a simulator for 2-bedroom hall kitchen for a domestic electrical wiring, where student can learn on their own computer at their own pace on how to connect from meter to the switchboard and run the machine. Switch on the light, switch on the fan. So entire electricity fixing on a digital mode saves time, saves cost, and that too keeping safety in mind. This probably would not have been done if there was no disruption. Otherwise, we would have continued the same offline model. But this helped us. So we thought is that blessings in disguise. We created this model and then realized there are a lot of other programs wherein such kind of digital intervention can leverage the quality of learning, but still we can reach to the remotest village of the country. And we reached about 10,000 youth in those 5 months at the time of lockdown. And we made them employable. The moment the lockdown was lifted, we made them employable and then connected with the industries, and they all started generating sustainable livelihoods. So disruption helped. Disruption provided us an opportunity to innovate. We were saying, no, innovation, necessity is mother of invention. So that was a necessity, and we innovated such kind of products.
Fantastic, Dr. Jatin, because I think I like the two things, running at their own pace and working offline. I think that is two interesting things, and also employable. I think that is the cherry on the cake.
So objective was to make them employable and provide them the opportunity for the sustainable livelihood.
Fantastic job. Thank you so much. Dr. Sunil, you have got almost 4 decades of experience, and you've been part of awarding bodies. How did you make sure that all the learners remain competent during the times of disruption? Because it's very difficult to hold the interest during, especially like periods like COVID, where people were isolated. How did you make sure that the learners were competent enough globally after they get these certifications, and how did you manage those disruptions?
Thank you, Dr. Soumya. I represent NOCN, which is a UK awarding body, a body which basically certifies people for international levels. Our objective in the Indian context has been very focused and specific. Prime Minister Modi has talked about Indian manpower to become global manpower, Indian manpower to actually go abroad and work for foreign countries. There is a special focus by Ministry of Skill Development in terms of international mobility. The state of Karnataka also has taken up a similar initiative in terms of migration of people from Karnataka to overseas. NOCN as an awarding body and a certifying body is actually helping that process. What we do is we upskill Indian qualifications and Indian students to international qualifications. We have done that in the last 5 years, and the process basically has 2 components. One component is related to upgrading Indian qualifications to international qualifications, where students, while they are doing their diploma or degree programs or ITI programs, can take on add-on units. And those add-on units are basically based on a benchmarking exercise between the international qualifications and Indian qualifications. So the students have to do a top-up module, which is maybe about 20% of the total program that one would have to do. And in that process, while doing their own qualifications, say ITI or degree or a diploma, in the final year, the last 2 semesters, the student can undertake these additional units, and with these 2 additional units, he gets 2 qualifications. One qualification which is offered by the state government or by the institute which he or she is attending, and the second qualification which comes from UK. And mind it, this UK qualification is not offered by a private institution. It's a off-call qualification which is regulated by the UK government. So a UK government qualification is available to the student at 1/10 the cost and 1/4 or 1/5 the time that he or she spends in taking a diploma program. So that is helping students to get international qualifications concurrently along with their local qualifications in terms of ITIs or diplomas or degrees. This is one model. Second model is where people can take international qualifications online NOCN offers about 800 qualifications across sectors, across disciplines. These short courses can be offered online and they can also be taken on classroom mode model. And these qualifications are in areas which are futuristic in nature. Qualifications in areas where Indian curriculum is not as competent as international standards. And therefore, these short courses add value to the employability of the students. I can only give you an anecdote on this. I remember when I was hiring people 3 decades back, even from IITs and premier regional engineering colleges, the only factor which was important for us to hire people was the add-on which the students would have done. Because in IITs, people having CGPA of 9.8, 9.81 or 9.82 doesn't differentiate the caliber of the student. And there, what we were looking at is if some student at that point of time, I'm talking about 1985, 1986, at that point of time, students were doing short courses, 2 weeks program on C++. Any student who had done C++ will become more employable than his other colleagues, even if they had 0.1 or 0.2 more CGPA. Point I'm making here is that students who can have extra skills will become more employable as compared to their colleagues. Second area that we have doing, Dr. Soumya, is also making people employable with English-speaking skills. So we have an online English program, ESOL. Now this program basically assessments and testing of the students at different levels, A1, A2, B1, B2, C1, C2, which are the international standards. And this English language learning and assessment is available online, which means students anywhere can learn and get assessed and get certified. They don't have to go to a center, they don't have to go to an institute, or they don't have to go to any testing place for getting the assessment done. So these 2 areas have actually helped us to help the international mobility of the students. So our focus of NOCN is primarily international mobility.
I think that's a fantastic idea, because adding 1 or 2 points, 1 or 2 additional qualifications will make the recruiters look at them. I think that's a fantastic one, and I really like the idea of add-on units, because they get the dual degrees, just like you hold the dual PhDs. Probably that is where it came from. Thank you so much. Yes, Mr. Mahesh, I'm really happy for the work you're doing, especially for the specially abled kids. You mentioned to me from grade 1 to grade 10, and also the core rural communities. During the areas of disruption, how did you maintain this continuity of education and the uplifting of the skill? So if you could throw a light on that.
Thank you, Soumya. And first of all, thank you for the people of Karnataka, people of Bengaluru, and the leaders here and the dignitaries here. It's an opportunity for me to be here. I'll be very practical that, I'm sure that most of us are here since the 4th, 5th, and the 6th. And everyone, once they leave the room, they would want to have some kind of a takeaway, some kind of a learning, and that's the reason even I'm here. So I will link that to our beneficiaries. I think the most important stakeholders of our program are our beneficiaries. And one thing that we are looking at bringing about is a change. Now, as a beneficiary, I'll tell you, when they come to our centers, and their thinking has also changed. I'm not even thinking about AI at this moment. So when they come to our centers, I'm sure there are so many NGOs that are working here. There are so many other corporates working here, and I would like to thank Reddy sir for the open CSR forum that we had in the morning. And the beneficiaries would want to know is that once the training is done, what is going to be my salary? And what is the kind of package that I will receive? So the intent is to put the food on the table. If the student is going to get 8 or 10,000 salary after training, I don't think so that's the right kind of training that we are doing. So at Vijayanagar, which is JSW Foundation that we have, which is just 4 or 5 hours away from here, we've built an ecosystem. We cannot have a school, we cannot have a college, we cannot have a training center if we do not have an early detection and an intervention center. So if you're working for the differently abled, we have a center that caters to kids from 0 to 6, where we identify the kind of disability that is there. So which means from 0 to 6, the kids are coming to your school. From 6 to grade 10, they are with you in the school called the Tamanna School. Now this is for the abled and also for the differently abled. Now what happens after the grade 10? Then you have the higher education program with us. After higher education program, you definitely want to give them a skill. So then they are with the JSW Foundation training centers, where we have introduced different kind of trades, like a light motor vehicle training, maybe a heavy motor vehicle training, with a simulation. What we realize is that the beneficiaries on the ground are no longer interested in a retail or a logistic kind of a training that's going to fetch them 8 or 10,000 salary. So the approach what we took is like a life cycle approach, where we are catering for the abled and also for the differently abled. The differently abled that we have with multi-disability, like I'll give you in terms of disruption. A disruption is an opportunity. So even during COVID, or during the disruption that we are talking about, we have a huge factory where we have uniforms being made. The uniforms, and we asked the women in our community to make those uniforms for us. Once the uniforms are made, you definitely have to iron them. So then we asked the women to do it for us. And then once the ironing is done, it has to be packaged. And that's where we asked our students who are from different kind of disability to come and help us with this. But then they were paid for it. So that's where we try to create an ecosystem. So we kept it very simple to cater to our community.
That's really fantastic. What I liked was the life cycle approach and a decent earning. I think especially for I would like to call them specially abled rather than differently abled, because those are the people who actually teach us a lot in a lot of different ways. And I'm really happy for the work you're doing. And I think that's the best part. They are not only skilled, they get a decent money which they can take home. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Mr. Vikram, as I can see, you're a head of corporate and government affairs. So what is the one challenge which you faced during disruption, and how did you overcome?
Doctor, thank you very much for having me here. And it's a great audience, and really my wishes to the eminent people sitting on the dais as well. During the disruption, the challenge we faced, not exactly the disruption happened, but after the disruption. The COVID literally made our machines smarter. So till that point in time, the training what we were imparting to our trainees who were potentially be employed in the lines, it was a conventional machines with a pen and paper intervention, and there is a classroom board and lecturer or trainer kind of interaction was there. But the COVID necessitated some of the machines where IoT was introduced in the machines itself. So the machines started speaking. Like the machines were giving you its efficiency. It was telling us what is the productivity that you can take from the machines and everything. But the manpower which was trained was not on the IoT machines, but on a conventional machines. So the challenge was how to train my existing manpower with that IoT machines. So we had to quickly, and then there is a sense of acceptability amongst people who are already trained, because we have already employed them, they are taking a decent salary. Now we are telling them, hey, look, there is something you have to learn. The moment we say learn, there is a sense of insecurity that sets in. So we have to address the insecurity. Secondly, we also have a challenge of not affecting the productivity, and at the same time improve it as well. So we devised a very nice interactive tab kind of thing on every machines, so that they don't want to learn an entire software thing, because their education primarily is of 8th pass, 9th pass. They're not from a higher education background. So all they have to do is switch on the machine. Every operation that they do, they have to click a particular tab. So we just told them what is that tab that they have to press. So slowly this acceptance came in. Okay, this is not going to affect me. So the moment I clicked, it was making their lives also easier because they were able to count how many pieces they were doing on the machine. It was helping them as well. So we were paying them better incentives. So we are telling them, okay, this particular machine is giving this much of efficiency and you are the person responsible for it. Okay, please take it. So this kind of, and we were also happy in any manufacturing setup. If your efficiency is more, we'll be happy being a hardcore manufacturer. That's what our bread and butter is. So this IoT really was a challenge initially. Then our trainees accepted that. So now all our beneficiaries who invariably come into our training center are put through this training program, not just training them how to work on the machine, but also on the IoT part. What is efficiency? What is productivity? If you don't work on this particular time, what effect will have on the overall production? This kind of knowledge is being imparted along with their technical skills. So this has been newly taught to all our trainees. Yes, they are also better equipped who were only, for example, if it's a single needle lock stitch machine, you train on that machine, you're called as a sewing machine operator. Now the sewing machine operator is smarter operator. He is talking about productivity. He's talking about efficiency. That is what the change, and we have adapted to that extent, Dr. Soumya.
Perfect. I think change is always constant, but I think adaptability is something which has to be persistent. And if it goes delve with the probably efficiency, I think nothing like that. Because being a doctor, I know when AI came in, we did a lot of testing, how can they replace us? Because especially for the doctors, we come with a very orthodox opinion that no machines, no matter what, nobody can replace us. But over the period, it is very clear that it can only assist humans. So coming back to, thank you for answering my first round where we addressed how did you manage the disruptions. Now let's talk about how did you reinforce your innovations. Starting from Dr. Jatin, because I really like your concept of working at your own pace, learning at your own pace. How do you make sure that they are employable? Is it at their own pace, or you make sure that they get the jobs quicker and a better pay?
Again, the technology plays a pivotal role here. The access to the content which we have provided is time limited. As the courses need to be completed on time, it's time limited. That is number one. Secondly, all the progress, what they are using on the technology, that we are monitoring continuously, that what is being progressed, where are they stuck, and then there are trainers to help them. As far as assessment is concerned, we have made simulators to test whether they have understood the concept or not. So, see, technology plays that pivotal role in development of human index. This is what we have already seen in all the domains. Even just before this panel, there were some discussions on AI, how it is changing the life, that this is what we are actually using in our LMS, that AI is changing the way we are learning, and we identified the gaps that if we want to make them employable, we need to understand what industries are looking at as far as skills are concerned. So we have to integrate those skills into our content. I am just talking about the online programs we had at the time of disruption. Of course, the physical programs or a phygital program, we have a lot of opportunities to provide that practices. But when the physical practice is not possible and the digital is the only mode, then we'll have to think in a different way. And that's where we started the concept of metaverse, skill center in metaverse. So we launched world's first, and even today it's the only skill center in metaverse wherein we have multiple skills, wherein they learn multiple skills, they practice, they make more practice and practices, gain some points, as we have made the gamification of that, they acquire those points, and these points can be converted into one more physical training program at any of the skill centers we have. So they get the opportunity to learn digitally, they gain points, and get an access to learn something offline at any of the 56 skill centers we have in India. So this is how we leverage technology, provided them the opportunity to learn, and made sure they are employable and crack the interview about what the industries are looking at.
Fantastic. I think the point scoring system is something very interesting, isn't it? Because we always run for the offers, deals, points. So I think that makes their life interesting because I'm getting something out of learning. So you mean to say that you're making them learn at a pace, but of course they are monitored and of course they are grilled in a very different way. That is really fantastic.
So the team who is there in the head office is monitoring, and then if there is somebody stuck up, there will be a call. Where are you stuck up? There is a trainer to support them.
Fantastic. That's a very holistic approach. Thank you, Dr. Jatin. Dr. Sunil, I know you love green skills, and that is the, I think, trending one. So including the green skills like the solar energy, let it be anything. So how do you think our employability gets changed if we include the green skills in all our curriculums, or probably your certifications? How do you think that is going to change the employability in future?
Dr. Samya, as I mentioned earlier, people have to have add-on in addition to their basic qualifications. I gave that example of engineering students doing C++. The same is true for students today. For students to become employable, they have to look at the industries where the markets are, where the demand would be. Green skills are becoming more critical today. And when we are looking at green skills, let's look at the kind of businesses or the job roles that will become more in demand. One, construction sector. In construction sector, green skills have very important contribution, making buildings energy efficient. Energy efficiency would mean in terms of power consumption, in terms of water consumption, in terms of the environment, everything all put together. So all our people who are working today in construction sector, electricians, carpenters, masons, all of them need to have knowledge about green skills in terms of the kind of materials that they use, the kind of technologies that are available. And that's where NOCN plays a very important role, that we have qualifications where people can attend those qualifications and become more employable. Similarly, if you look at other areas like sustainability, hydrogen, EV, electric vehicles, all these are areas of demand or futuristic areas. And we offer courses which are available online as well as in physical mode, where students can upgrade themselves or employees can upgrade themselves in terms of those kind of job roles which we call as green job roles. They become eligible for employability in these markets which are coming up in future. That's the
Yeah, Dr. Sunil, I think that is the fantastic idea because green skills is going to be the future. So if you take it in Delhi, for example, a state as such, they want to make it like 100% electric vehicles in the coming years. So I think that is a very big area of uplifting their skills and employability. Thank you so much. Mr. Mahesh, I'm always very interested to know about this fact because language has always been a barrier for a lot of people, especially in the rural communities. So if you take in Karnataka, because I worked in a very rural areas where the nurses, they can express themselves beautifully in Kannada, but the moment you ask them to tell the same thing in English, they are done. So how are you managing this language barrier, especially with the English languages, especially in the rural communities? If you could cite an example, that would be really great.
So again, I'll be very practical. We have a nursing college in Torangulu, which is near Hospet. And we did not need any kind of an assessment to be done from outside. We know our students, we know our community. So we did a very basic assessment to understand in English and in German. And I will share that, which is very internal, but then only 5% of our students were able to clear basic English. Okay. And they were nursing graduates. Okay. So what we realized is that there were around 250 or 300 students since 2012 that cleared the graduation from our nursing college. And out of which 70% of them were working in different hospitals with a salary of 8 to 12,000. And the main concern was in terms of English as a language. So we introduced, we tied up with a partner for Cambridge English, and we introduced English as a language for the nursing students. That's one level that we did with, and we are talking with NHS UK for it. At the second level, what we did is that we introduced German as a language. We did a basic assessment, and 90 students were registered for this course, and they were all girls. And so we are introducing A1, A2, B1, B2 for these kids here, and we are doing A1, A2 in Bangalore, B1, B2 in Mysore. So it's an academic intervention, but we are not leaving the students there. What we're doing is that we've tied up with an organization which is European-based called Charcos that would then take them to Europe with an initial offer letter of 1.5 lakhs per month. I'm not saying that we've already done it. It's just an initiative that we've thought. Maybe everyone would not clear because the passing rate is around 60 or 70%. With language, what we realize is that German has around 60% is what students clear, and with Japanese it's around 10%. So we thought about doing German. So we introduced language as a skilling apart from nursing is what is working for us. So that's why I feel is that we should have more collaboration with the students and make them, there is a program called the Global Mobility Program, where I just saw at the exhibition center here, there were 5 kiosks which talked about German and Japanese language, and they were looking for students abroad. Yeah. So the requirement is there, and then those kiosks were the completely empty ones. So basically, we were not able to create that, that supply, and the demand is there. Yeah. So that's where we need to look at with, with the kind of students that we have in our community, we cannot introduce AI all the time for them because we understand how it works. But language at the age of 14 to 21 for them would be easier. If you ask me to learn Japanese tomorrow, I will not be able to do it. But our kids will be able to do it faster. And that's what we realize is working for us.
Yeah. I'm not sure whether I should be saying this because Patil sir is here. I think he deserves a big round of applause because he's going to create a language labs for all the nurses and the health professionals. Thank you, Patil sir, for all that you do and the fantastic AS3C team behind it. So because the topic came and I couldn't control myself, thank you so much, Patil sir. Now, coming to Mr. Vikram. So because I know you have done a lot of transformation in the women empowerment, I would want to know what is the one example where you have changed a life of even a single employee. I would really love to listen because being a woman, I know the challenges at the different phases we come up with, and we are quite different from the way you think and quite different challenges what we face. So how do you think you have managed those things for the women?
There are many examples, so that really keeps us going forward. So it propels us to do more as well. So primarily, apparel sector is one sector which employs 80% of workforce as women. Whether you are a 5th pass, you have a job. Whether you are 10th pass, you still have a job. You're a graduate, yeah, our doors are open.
I think the women should be clapping because he's saying from 5th onwards, everybody gets a job.
Every woman, even a woman who's a housewife who thinks, okay, she wants to do something in the apparel sector, the doors are open. So apparel sector is such sector which will give you a lot of opportunity and will work with you as you work and take you forward. The sector will grow and you will also grow as well. If you are a NIFT pass out with aptitude for design and you want to do something in the sector, yes, our doors are open. So designers are doing fantastic job in the apparel sector. So right from fiber to fashion, we are there. So the primary objective was we have certain set of people from Bagalkot. So Bagalkot is in the northern part of Karnataka, and some women primarily have never ventured out of their villages. They are very docile. They have seen only their circle and everything. Suddenly when the company met them, when we told them, this is what we are going to give you the opportunity, this is what we are going to give you free training. Not everybody accepted with open mind because Bangalore is far to Bagalkot. We told them we'll take care of you, we'll give you free training, we'll give you industry required training, and at the same time company will take care of your livelihood, salary will be very exceptionally good salary will take care, everything was told. And then around 25 women voluntarily came out, they accepted, who were not even telling what is your name, they were not coming out to say even their name. Today, we gave them training, they are working with us, they came in as sewing machine operators at the entry level, today they are at the line manager level in our factories.
That's fantastic.
So, the way they elevated, the way they progressed really boosted our morale as well. Because it was telling us whether we are doing the right job, whether are we doing any mistake, because we are approaching the society, we are approaching the villages where they've never opened up to a city like Bangalore. So we are giving them a lot of assurances. Initial discussion is always about assurances. So those women trusted us, we lived up to your expectations. They learned, they were very eager to learn. They learned so fast, their eye-hand coordination was very good. So for the first time, they're seeing a huge facility. They're seeing so many people in one place. It's a shop floor. So there is safety measures that you have to follow. And then there is every rules you have to follow within the gate. So they were quickly able to adapt it. And they are like any other 20,000 employees who are already working with us. The moment we see them, it gives a sense of pride, honestly. Yes, we have done something good. So the success stories are plenty, doctor. So this is one such thing. And adding to that, Karnataka is the best place for you to do apparel business at this point in time. It is our experience. You have exceptional place for you to start up a garment industry. You have huge manpower availability. You have exceptional policy that is coming up. And you have major brands. Somebody should give you orders. Only then you can manufacture. There are major brands, they have put up their shop in Bangalore. Where else? So if you don't intend to invest in Karnataka now, where will you go? So on that humble note, that's what I would like to share our experience to.
That's really fantastic because women empowerment, wherever it happens, you are bound to grow. And as you speak of Karnataka, I think, of course, I'm being a Kannadiga, I'm very, very proud. We always welcome everyone with open arms, non-judgmental. We are always there to support everyone. Thank you so much. And I think one common question for all of you, probably I'll start from Mr. Vikram. What is the one skill you think which makes the future kids employable? Only one skill if you want to name.
I will only stick to my sector. So along with technical skills, their technology skill is also important. Currently, we are only imparting them pure technical skills. That is not enough because machines are getting smarter. So tomorrow they will speak, I don't know. So the earlier tech giants were talking. So along with pure technology skills, IoT skills is also very important. That is an add-on for every future prospective student.
Fantastic.
And surprisingly, I had somebody was done diploma in mining also in that cohort. And when we were trying to understand, and they said, why don't you go towards the skill development program? They showed, sir, here it is a person from the the mining diploma that was done something in diploma in mining and unable to get through the job. I don't know what was the paradoxical situation there, whether the local employers were not valuing his diploma good enough to be employed, or the youth was finding working as a truck driver or an associate in a truck were more valued than the industry job. Cut to Dodbalapura, I was doing a community need assessment in a Dodbalapura area. And when we were trying to interact with a bunch of youth, understanding the employment and skill scenario, and they said, sir, there is absolutely no difference in the wages we get or a salary we get, whether you are a skilled employee in a local industry or you are not a unskilled employee. I don't know what is the paradoxical situation there, whether the local employers are not seeing skill as a value, whether they want a cheap labor versus skilled labor. And I was in Tandavpura when I was in my home district, near to Mysuru, Tandavpura industrial area, whereas I was trying to the typical skill educator trying to motivate them, why don't you get skilled, why don't you get migrated for the better prospects? And they said, sir, why are you asking us to migrate when the people from various states migrating to Tandavpura to get an employment, why we should get migrated? Friends, these are all some grassroots level paradoxical situation. We happened to do a skill need and a labor skill gap study in Karnataka in 2011. And most youth who go to the college were not ready to migrate out of their district. And if we add up the number of youth who are not employed and who are in the community there, were not sure or do not want to join the skill development program. Their number was substantial. It was around 45,000 aggregated. And if I take the Raichur district alone, it was 50%. And 45 for the paradoxical situation at the industry side, the 45% of the industries are not able to hire required skilled employees locally. But when we ask them whether you're ready to hire from the local skill development agency, 30% said they are ready to hire from the local skill development agencies. And when 50% of the industry is not even aware of what kind of or what traits of skill development program that's happening in their district, but they somehow feel that the program the institutions are doing not in alignment with the industrial requirements. I'm completely puzzled. See, we all know that the solution is there in the industry-based, industry-aligned skill development program. Unless industry participate as a true stakeholder, and unless industry resonate with the skill development institutions and corporations, so we'll not be able to align it with the industry. The skill cannot be made as a journey. Continuous learning cannot be anticipated or expected as a process ahead. In fact, I think my panel is wonderfully positioned to answer these kind of paradoxical situations. Give a big round of applause to Mish Eastman, a guest from Australia, from RMIT University. With a strong vocational education focus and its existing partnership in India, the RMIT brings the essential global perspective on industry-aligned, continuous, and micro-credential-based learning. And Australia's VET system, as we all know, is one of the reference points for India's national skill development missions. So welcome, Eastman. And also, we have Rupashri, who heads L&D Learning and Development at Broadridge, who's going to bring us the perspectives from the industry for this panel today. I'll straight away come to you, Dr. Mesh. RMIT has a strong vocational education model. In fact, you have championed in making it industry aligned, shifted accommodate, and also making it lifelong journey, the learning as a lifelong journey in the skill development. How have you successfully shifted the academic mindset from teaching fixed courses to building fluid, stackable competencies that support a lifelong career journey? And what are the lessons that we in India can learn from your experiences and models from Australia?
Thank you, and thank you to the Karnataka government for inviting me to be here. It's a privilege to be at the final session of a number of days of very impactful sharing of thoughts, experiences, and opportunities. Australia has a deep legacy in our skills framework of being connected with industry. So it is not academia separate from industry when we think about our globally renowned skill system. They are integrated in a tripartite model which includes the learner, includes the industry and employer perspectives, and includes the training organisation of the university, the polytechnic, or the training institute. So when looking at the opportunity here in India from a systems level, I think there's some really important ingredients that can be shared and could indeed help Karnataka and India accelerate its solution around skills by not repeating legacy challenges of the past. So I'm aware India skipped with the iPhones or phones from 3G to 5G. Didn't worry about 4G in the middle. And that's where I think you are well placed to look at the skills ecosystem and take a stepped jump to achieve the bold ambition that is outlined. Importantly, in the Australian ingredient is competency-based outcomes for skills learners. So I'm aware in the Indian qualification framework, for learners to be issued a diploma, it is linked to time served. So it's linked to a time period rather than based on understanding and demonstrating the knowledge and skills that the learners have in action. So our Australian framework of curriculum and training packages is informed and validated by industry. It's not created independent of industry. They are co-creators in what that assessment and the learning experience looks like. And learners in Australia can achieve a vocational diploma potentially in 12 months rather than 3 years. So that accelerates learners, A, being ready for the workforce. It builds into the curriculum not only technical capabilities, but inherent human skills which are essential for employment. So alongside the technical capabilities are those essential skills of being able to identify and communicate problems, being able to identify and communicate in teams, being able to understand your role in the workforce and in the workforce scenario. And all of the teaching and learning that we do is designed to be undertaken in a work-like environment. So flipping learning so that learners have agency and responsibility to be active in that process from day one. They are not passive recipients sitting in a line being talked at. They are active in developing their skills from day one. They have preparation that they are expected to do out of classroom time. So when they come to our campuses, it's about the application of that skills and knowledge in a laboratory, a studio, or a simulated environment that is work or work-like. And that builds in all of those important ingredients of workplace health and safety, understanding job descriptions, managing risks, being able to communicate with my fellow students like they are co-workers, being able to organise in teams and respond to scenarios and situations. So that's the framework. Wrapped around it, you then, I think, pose the question around the opportunity for the academic staff involved in that as well. So in our Australian system, we have an obligation in our regulatory environment that all of our instructors in the training system must be what we call industry current. So they must have evidence of working and connecting in their field of expertise every 12 months. And that structural requirement is about ensuring what they bring to the classroom is contemporary. What they bring to the classroom is informed and shaped by lifetime industry experiences. Because it's no good having, a nurse graduate with a diploma of nursing who is still using old technology and old techniques because the instructor has been out of clinical practice for greater than 10 years. So those sorts of examples ensure that our graduates come out job ready and industry ready, not only with the technical capabilities, but also with those human capabilities that are so important to being a productive member of whatever workforce you're in.
That's wonderful. We need to be industry ready and job ready. See, but one of the challenges, in fact, I kind of encountered while interacting with some of our ITI, the teachers, the trainers, is they're somehow focused towards completing the syllabus because they feel they're more accountable to complete the syllabus. The syllabus are heavy, and if you make them to learn based out of industries, who will teach them the theoretical part, how they would pass the examination. Somehow there is a priority is missing from making them kind of certified to making them competent, actually. Where do you say, what could be the solution for it, actually?
Yes, I think what you measure and reward is what people strive to achieve. So well intended, no doubt the staff at the ITIs are recognised and rewarded for ensuring all of that curriculum content is delivered. So we're measuring the wrong thing. Effectively, it needs to flip to measurement of employment outcomes for students. How many of the students end up creating their own businesses or being in work? Was it the type of work that we were trying to prepare them for? And then taking the instructors along that journey, so it's not creating a climate of fear, but one of innovation and evolution. If instructors feel fearful or ill-equipped to be able to deliver contemporary skills, then they're going to shy away from that and hold on to the past. So it's also creating the instructors as learners themselves.
Wonderful. I think then it means the metric to measure should change and the KPI is required to be shifted from pass percentage to employment outcome. Actually, that's something, it's wonderful to learn. Rupesh, I'll come to you. The BFI sector, you represent the fintech sector today. The BFI sector in Karnataka is highly digitized and rapidly evolving. And what are the top 3 emerging skills? I'm not talking about the tools, but it's foundational skills like analytical thinking and adaptability, etc. You feel which are highly relevant, number one. And I also know that these skills are very rapidly becoming obsolete. So what is your take on it, actually?
Sure. Am I audible? First of all, thank you for having me. This is a wonderful, awesome platform which has been created for all the academia, industry, and the government to come together. So one of its kind, right? So yes, BFSI is a thriving sector, be it global or in an Indian economy. So I represent Broadridge. Broadridge is a fintech. We are heading towards the transformation to become a platform-based company and an innovation hub. And you asked a question, what are these skills? Yes, I mean, Broadridge has moved from role-based to skill-based journeys for everybody in our organization. And we are doing everything it takes to equip them continuously. So there are a lot of academies which we have put in place. It could be your AI Academy, Agile Academy, Fin Academy, and as we speak, we are putting together Digital Assets Academy. So all of this has to be put in perspective, can't be taught or lived in itself, right? It has to be combined with some skills which will never go out of or never become obsolete. For me, they are thought leadership. What I mean by that is to truly move away from doing to thinking. So, understand what is the business we are in, because students who come from the academia need to understand what is the business problem we are solving. So that is the first thing, and in fact, Broadridge, we say that third day they should be productive. Third day we hand over some business problem statements to them, right? That's the aspiration we are living today. So thought leadership, connecting the dots come to my mind, that is first one. Second is, I think both the days I've heard that time and again, learning agility, and also previous panel talked about entrepreneurship. They, for me, go hand in hand, right? I mean, you need to continuously learn, relearn, unlearn. Unlearning is also equally important because I think just she touched upon it. There are old practices, so we need to unlearn them and learn new ones, which are even better than what, and think like a CEO. We encourage at Broadridge everybody to think like a CEO, and we run a program like Transformation Ambassador, and what it means is to encourage innovation bottom up, because there are innovation projects happening top down, but we are asking people to raise their hand and come up with ideas to do innovation from bottom up. Yeah, and third and last but not the least is ethical decision making and customer empathy. And I think I don't need to explain both of them in everything we've been speaking so far. And at Broadridge, everything I spoke, we introduced them from the word go in the new higher learning roadmap and also in continuous professional development. And we run programs like, special programs like winning client conversations, where it is all about customer empathy and customer experience. So I'll pause there.
Wonderful. So making them a thought leaders is a wonderful thought itself, actually. This for both of you. I want to hear your perspectives. The voice of the industry represented by Rupashri and the voice of the academia represented by Professor Eastman. How come the industry and academia collaborate together to build a trusted real-time and micro-credential systems that values an employee's validated skill over their degrees? So how we can collaboratively do that? And what do you think the role of universities should be in the entire ecosystem to revalidate, to probably validate the industry required skills?
So I think you can look from the small in the micro skills all the way through to full qualifications and credentials. And it's about looking for solutions to real problems as well. So badging for badging's sake doesn't necessarily help someone be more skilled, more employable, or more productive in their place of work. So it's about then creating content and assessment that are valued by all parties, that are going to help someone achieve their goal, whether that goal is employment or whether that goal is a full qualification along the way. Everything has to be able to be quantified in some way. So you've got to have a credit-based system so that we're not requiring learners and participants to relearn all the time, and that they have a basis of evidence and surety. If we're looking to create graduates who are not only value-adding here in India but are globally transferable, it's got to be trusted sources that align with recognising what those skills and outcomes are. And I'll link it also to, at the macro level, and Minister Patel talked about this yesterday, and it's a model that we have very strongly in Australia, is an earn and learn framework. So where learners spend 70% of their time in work and in business, and flip to only have about 30% of their time outside of the work, because you are learning through doing the work and through having guidance, coaching and skills acquisition through that as well. And I think if we're looking to make stepped change with how skills are valued and valuable, that's part of the ecosystem that needs to be considered.
Wonderful.
Yeah, thank you for that. And for me, all the actors coming together is no longer an option, it's a must, right? Like students, like I said earlier before, they need to know why behind the what, because they might learn every other day we're talking about a new technology coming, but where to apply that technology. So that domain understanding is important. And for universities, like she said, there has to be this credit system, and it has to be flexible, aligned to the industry, and we're keeping it very dynamic so that they can change as needed. And also, I think in morning I also heard, I think Sheenam spoke about it, to have our professors come and do internships with the industry. So that is something, if we could encourage, will go a long way. And last but not the least is our practitioners or professionals need to go back to academia and do professor of practice. And that is another thing, if it can take off, nothing like it.
Wonderful. Yeah. Now I move on to some of the policy-related level questions, or probably some of the thoughts actually. In the Karnataka's new skill policy released by the leadership of Honorable Minister, which was released day before yesterday. So now we are thinking Karnataka to position as at the global scale, like a global skill capital. So, and we want to understand how the transnational education models, like you have some Indian partnerships, you are doing some of such programs in India, which can play an important role in creating a globally mobile talent pool in Karnataka that can both serve local needs as well as seize the international opportunities at the same time. And how do we ensure these global skills are accessible beyond the major metro cities? It should kind of cascade and go towards, percolate down to the tier 2, tier 3 cities. What are your thoughts about that?
So yes, RMIT is very proud of our transnational partnership that we have in India, particularly with BITS Pilani University, where we have a 2+2 model where the students study in India for 2 years, then they come to Melbourne for 2 years, and that's across 4 different engineering streams, and we're looking to broaden that out. The ingredients to that are ensuring that you have purpose-driven organisations that both are clear on what the agreed outcome is for the participants, and that stems from aligned values, opportunity and commitment and investment. Thinking about transferable models that go beyond major cities and into different regions and areas is access to learning materials. So when I talked earlier about micro-credentials, and industry itself has leapt past academia in creating these. So academia's responsibility is to understand those industry-based micro-credentials that are globally accessible, that learners from every country are able to tap into, from LinkedIn Learning all the way through to complex open access learning and skills materials. The opportunity that's at our door right now is to then understand the value of those and build those in rather than bolt them on to traditional skills and educational solutions, to understand the quality and the high quality of these globally recognised brands that are producing modules of learning and skill acquisition, validating those, whether it's online language, as was talked about at the earlier panel, through to advanced technologies. All of those need to be thought about how we incorporate those into student and curriculum experiences in a way that is timely and agile rather than years and years down the track when the technology has already moved on further. So I think using AI, which is at our doorstep, right, and part of the world that we're moving into, it's about how you design the learning experiences to be accessible remotely, how you design skills acquisition to be linked to industry remotely, and then how you think about summative events that can validate that skills in practice for the learners and gives them a badge, a credential or a qualification that helps them take themselves to wherever they need to go in the world for that industry area of work.
Rupesh, I'll come to you at the end. In fact, we have seen whenever we get the advantage of technology, technology always comes with sometimes at the cost, then it costs jobs also many times. We were hearing to the keynote by CEO of Niti Aayog yesterday. He was saying when the disruption caused by AI, so if you do something, we are going to create more opportunity. If you don't do something, we are going to lose opportunity. 40 million jobs are lost if you don't do anything. 60 million jobs are created if you do something. So at the time of this kind of disruption, so what do you think the policy reforms or policy measures the governments should bring in, so to kind of to make companies to invest in reskilling and upskilling, so at the time of these kind of disruptions?
Sure, thank you for that great question. And as we speak, we are witnessing Karnataka becoming from IT services powerhouse to innovation hub, right? So what government, I think, in my opinion, can do is encourage companies to route their CSR funds towards skilling, and those skilling not just for their own skilling, but beyond. Companies can come together to skill in a mass, right? Like, I mean, in my mind, it has to be like we have to establish a baseline for any skill we talk about. It could be AI. Everybody should reach certain baseline, and that is something companies can come together. It could be curriculum, content, delivery. It could be all of that. So that is an opportunity, and of course, what another thing government can do is to have companies improve or increase their uptake on internships and apprenticeships.
Thank you. And the last one quick question to both of you. Now we know that skill should not be a destination, skill should be a learning, and we need to infuse lifelong learning thinking amongst our youth, or the youth who are gone through the skill development programs. So when it comes, it requires a stakeholdership. So what is your one suggestion to each of the stakeholders, individually as an employer and for public education system, that the key responsibility is there to make a skill a journey?
Yeah, I can go. So for individual, I'll make it very quick. The mindset has to be, I need to get a job, I need to stay relevant, I need to solve right problems at the right time. That has to be a mindset shift for individuals. They have to own their career, invest in their career. And for companies, they have to make learning a mandatory. At Broadridge, we have 80 hours of learning goal for every associate. And last year, of course, something what we have tracked, but there is more they have done. We have clocked 42 hours of learning for every associate of, we are close to 6,000 associates. So, and also while we make learning as a goal, we need to create those opportunities to learn, unlearn and relearn. So, and again, for academia, I think the mindset needs to shift from education for one time and done. It has to become always on education. So I'll pause there.
Fantastic. And from my perspective, for the learner, it's around a focus on curiosity, and that can open up so many doors. So building learners who are active in the process, not learners who are passive and thinking that the information is going to be poured into them. And that requires system design in flipped learning experiences. For employers, I echo my colleagues' insights and support that wholeheartedly. It's about learning organisations that make sure there is structured time or investment that recognises how important lifelong learning is. If you just have a phrase, lifelong learning, and don't support it with real time release or real investment, then it doesn't mean anything. For the system itself, there then is opportunity to make some dramatic levers around instructors or teachers who are involved in skill acquisition and how they might be partnered and released to industry for 1 week a year as a minimum, so that they are deeply connected with the new and evolving world of work, and they can help solve problems for business and industry as part of that immersion, whether it's 1 week, 1 month, or even a few days. If every instructor was negotiated through that, that would make a dramatic uplift in connecting academia and employment in this place, and opening up what the contemporary experience looks like, so it's not separate.
Wonderful. It was excellent talking to both Rupashri and Professor Eastman. I already got the message that I need to wind up. I'm not going to go back and summarize again and leave it to the audience. A big round of applause to both these guests from India. Thank you so much.
I request you to please stay back for a moment. Sir, please, once again, sorry for I would request the Honorable Minister and also the Chairman of Skill Development, Madam Shivkantama, to please come over and give away mementos. So, ladies and gentlemen, just stay back, because after this, as I announced earlier, there will be Kaushalya Karnataka Awards, followed by some great entertainment with a lot of songs to follow. Thank you very much, Rupashri Yadarami, Head of LD Broadridge. Also, Ms. Eastman, the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Vocational Education and VP of RMIT University and member of the Australian Institute of Company Directors. And the moderator, Dr. Basvaraju R. Shrestha, Executive Director of GRAM. Thank you very much. In a short while from now, we are giving away awards in various categories: the best SHGs, the best trainer, best performing KGTTI, and several awards under GTTC, and best performing ITIs, and thereafter best performing districts, and best institutions in terms of skill competition, and finally the corporate awards. So there's a long list of awardees. I'm pretty sure after you receive the award, you need to stay back. That is the precondition, because once you take the award, you should not go, so that you will be there to applaud the award winners who come in late. So we are starting the awards, Kaushalya Karnataka Awards. To do the honors, I would request Dr. Sharan Prakash Patil, the Honorable Minister for Skill Development, Entrepreneurship in Livelihood and Medical Education, Government of Karnataka. Also, Madam Shivkantama Kanta Nayak, Chairperson of KSDC and Karnataka Vocational Training and Skill Development. Srimati Vandita Sharma, the former Chief Secretary, Government of Karnataka. Also, Dr. Ramana Reddy, the Chairperson of Karnataka Skill Development Authority. Also Mr. Nagaraja, the Managing Director of KSTC. I request all the dignitaries to please come over. Since we are starting the award presentations with Best SHGs under NLM, I would also request Mr. Srinivas M., the Additional Mission Director, to come over. I would also request our friends who are coordinating for the awards that after each category, ಅವಾರ್ಡ್ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡ ತಕ್ಷಣ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಸಹ ತಮ್ಮ ತಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಥಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವಾರ್ಡ್ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡು ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಕೆಳಗಿರಬೇಕು. ಈಗ SHGs ಎಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಗುಂಪಿದೆ. ಆ SHGs ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅವಾರ್ಡ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟ ನಂತರ ಎಲ್ಲ SHGsಗಳು ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಬಂದು ಫೋಟೋಗ್ರಾಫ್ ಗಣ್ಯರ ಜೊತೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಫೋಟೋಗ್ರಾಫ್ಸ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಅದರಿಂದ ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ಬಂತು ಅಂತ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಫೋಟೋಗ್ರಾಫ್ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳಕ್ಕೆ ರೂಮ್ನ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಡಿ. ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಸ್ಟೇ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಹಿಯರ್. We are starting the award presentation. So I think to start the award presentation, we'll have a rehearsal of clapping. Let's see how the sound of the clapping comes. It should cross the gates of Ashoka, reach the different parts of Karnataka. Yes, keep this energy going till the very end. We are starting with Best SHGs under NLM. ಹಿರಿ ಹೊನ್ನಪ್ಪ ವಿಕಾಸ ಮಹಿಳಾ ಸ್ವಸಹಾಯ ಗುಂಪು ಭಾವಿಕೇರಿ GP ಅಂಕೋಲಾ ತಾಲೂಕು ಉತ್ತರ ಕನ್ನಡ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆ. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟವರು ಬರಬೇಕು. ಹಿರಿ ಹೊನ್ನಪ್ಪ ಕರ್ನಲ್ಲ ಹೆಸರು ಬನ್ನಿ. ಅವಾರ್ಡನ್ನು ಸ್ವೀಕರಿಸಿ ಆನಂತರ ಆ ಕಡೆ ತಾವಿರಬೇಕು. ಹಿರಿಯೊನ್ನಪ್ಪ ವಿಕಾಸ ಮಹಿಳಾ ಸ್ವಸಹಾಯ ಗುಂಪು ಭಾವಿಕೇರಿ GP. ಇವರ ನಂತರ ಶ್ರೀ ಸಿದ್ಧಿವಿನಾಯಕ ಮಹಿಳಾ ಸ್ವಸಹಾಯ ಗುಂಪು ಗೋಲ್ತಾ ಮಜಲು ಬಂಟ್ವಾಳ ತಾಲೂಕು ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಬಂಟ್ವಾಳ ತಾಲೂಕು ದಕ್ಷಿಣ ಕನ್ನಡ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆ. ವೇದಿಕೆ ಹತ್ರ ಬನ್ನಿ. ಆ ಫೋಟೋಗ್ರಾಫರ್ಸ್ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ತೆಗಿತಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಟೇಕ್ ಕ್ಯಾಂಡಿಡ್ ಫೋಟೋಗ್ರಾಫ್ಸ್. 70-80 ಅವಾರ್ಡ್ಸ್ ಟು ಬಿ ಗಿವನ್. ಸೊ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಡೋಂಟ್ ಅವಾರ್ಡ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾಗೆ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ತೆಗಿರಿ. ಓಕೆ. ಶ್ರೀ ಸಿದ್ಧಿವಿನಾಯಕ ಮಹಿಳಾ ಸ್ವಸಹಾಯ ಗುಂಪು ಗೋಲ್ತಾ ಮಜಲು ಬಂಟ್ವಾಳ ತಾಲೂಕು ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿ ದಕ್ಷಿಣ ಕನ್ನಡ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆ. ಅದಾದ ನಂತರ ಚನ್ನಮ್ಮ ಮಹಿಳಾ ಸ್ವಸಹಾಯ ಗುಂಪು ಬೋಧನಾ GP ಇದಾದ ಮೇಲೆ ದಿವ್ಯ ಜ್ಯೋತಿ ನಿರಂತರ ಉಳಿತಾಯ ಗುಂಪು ಶಿವಮೊಗ್ಗ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆ. ಆಫ್ಟರ್ ವೇಣುಗೋಪಾಲ್, Ms. Diksha P. Salyan, KGTTI, Mangaluru, outstanding trainees. I'd also like to thank Madam Ragapriya, Commissioner, and DS Raghupati, Joint Secretary, for being a part of KGTTI. Next, we move on to the best performing GTTC. I would like to call upon Sri Sidlingappa Pujari, the Managing Director of GTTC, to come on stage. Okay. GTTC Hubli, MSDC, best performing GTTC Hubli, MSDC. ಹುಬ್ಬಳ್ಳಿ GTTCಗೆ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು. ಹುಬ್ಬಳ್ಳಿಯ ನಂತರ the next best performing GTTC is GTTC Dandeli. Dandeli, best performing GTTC. ದಾಂಡೇಲಿ GTTCಗೆ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು. Then GTTC Gokak, best performing GTTC. Best performing GTTC ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹುಬ್ಬಳ್ಳಿ ಆಯಿತು, ದಾಂಡೇಲಿ ಆಯಿತು, ಈಗ ಗೋಕಾಕ. ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು. We now move on to the 3 best trainers from GTTCs. The first trainer to call upon is Mr. Baswaraja B, GTTC Dharwada. Congratulations to Mr. Baswaraja B. ಇವರ ನಂತರ Mr. Teen Singh Rathod, GTTC Kanakapura. Teen Singh Rathod, GTTC Kanakapura, best trainer from GTTCs. Teen Singh Rathod ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು. ಇದೇ ರೀತಿ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ನೀಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ ಬಂದಾಗ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗುತ್ತೆ. It gives an added responsibility to do better. After that, Mrs. Saraswati K, GTTC Bengaluru, best trainer from GTTCs. Congratulations to Mrs. Saraswati. Srimati Dr. Rubina Parveen, Government ITI, Kalburgi. After the best ITI principal, we have 4 best trainers. After the government. So, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ವಾಪಸ್ ಬಂದು ಫೋಟೋಗ್ರಾಫ್ಸ್ಗೆ all of you please come back. Best institution, skill competition. ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಕೆಲವರು. ಇತ್ತೀಚೆಗೆ ತಾನೇ Indian women team won the World Cup. Remember that photographs and all of you sit in front. ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, ಈ award presentation ನಂತರ cultural ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. Beautiful songs you will be treated. So when you head back to your destinations, it will be a very, very enchanting experience to go back after listening to some good songs. ಈ ಫೋಟೋಗ್ರಾಫ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಜೋರಾದ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಬರಲಿ. And now we move on to the next set of awards. Best institutions in skill competitions. First of all, I would like to call upon Madam Sumati BS and Shweta Jain, the Executive Directors of KSDC, to please come over for the presentation of these awards. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಅವಾರ್ಡ್ಸ್ ತಗೊಂಡಿರೋರೆಲ್ಲ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಥಳಗಳಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಕಾಗಿ ವಿನಂತಿ. The best institution in skill competition starts with Government Tool Room and Training Center, GTTC. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you have not visited any of the GTTC, please take time and visit. It's one of the state-of-the-art Government Tool Room and Training Center in the country. So let's give a round of applause for GTTC. Congratulations to GTTC. The next institution, best institution in skill competition, is Toyota Technical Training Institute, Triple TI. We know Triple IT, this is Triple TI. Congratulations to Triple TI. Next best institution in skill competition is the Welcome Group Graduate School of Hotel Administration, a unit of Manipal Academy of Higher Education. We all know Manipal Academy has carved a niche for itself in the realm of education. So let's give a round of applause for the unit of Manipal Academy of Higher Education. All the award winners, please stay back on the left-hand side of the stage for a final photograph later on. First, we are having the individual photographs and then the final photograph. Congratulations. The next best institution in skill competition is the Lavon Academy of Baking Science and Pastry Arts. ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಬೇಕರಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ, ಕೇಕ್ ತಿಂತೀವಿ, ಆದರೂ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಹೊಡೆಯಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಇಷ್ಟ ಇಲ್ಲ. Yeah? We all go to bakeries. Please put your hands together. Congratulations to Lavon Academy of Baking Science and Pastry Arts. Next is Nettour Technical Training Foundation, NTTF. A strong foundation in terms of providing training has been laid from several decades, and they are again winning an award for the best institution in skill competition, NTTF. Congratulations. Next is Clear Skies Learning and Research Private Limited, best institution in skill competitions. Congratulations, NTTF. I would request Clear Skies Learning and Research Private Limited to please receive their award. Congratulations to Clear Skies Learning and Research Private Limited. After that, the best institution in skill competitions goes to Jain Deemed to be University. Jain Deemed to be University, congratulations. After that, I would like to call upon the best institution in skill competitions to Nitte Education Trust and Nitte School of Fashion Technology and Interior Design. Nittege barali jorada chappale. Congratulations to Nitte Education Trust and Nitte School of Fashion Technology and Interior Design. The next best institution in skill competitions is L&T, Construction Skills Training Institute. Congratulations to L&T Construction Skills Training Institute after this photograph. Hi, the photographers. Kalaspoda Aruna? Yes. Okay. L&T Construction Skills Training Institute. Next, we have Festo. The best institution in skill competitions is Festo. There are two more important awards to be given away in this category. The best performing districts. After this photograph. After the photograph, yes. Yeah. Photograph, yes. After this photograph. If you come quickly, you can have more photographs. If you come late, photographs numbers will also be reduced. So please come quickly. Some of you can come this side, yeah. Congratulations to all of you. You continue to work with the same amount of zeal and enthusiasm and make Karnataka proud again and again in the whole of India. Congratulations, Abhinandanegalu. Please get back to your seats. I'm now going to announce two important districts who have performed best in the entire state. First, I'll start with South, best performing district South, Bengaluru Urban. Congratulations to Bengaluru Urban. And in South, we have Bengaluru Urban, and in North, we have Dharwad. Congratulations to Dharwad. Bengaluru avare dasti dura hogbedi alleri. Congratulations to Dharwada, the best performing district in North. Congratulations. I would request the South winner to come back for a photograph quickly. And after this, we are moving away towards the corporate awards. After institutions, we now move on towards the corporate awards. Thank you very much for all the KSDC team. We now move on to the corporate awards. For the corporate awards, I would like to call upon the Honorable Minister of Labour and Industrial Relations, Republic of Mauritius, Honorable Mohammad Reza Qasim Utim. Please come on stage, sir. I would also request Mr. Sanjeev Gupta, the CEO of Kedem, and Mr. Anuj Agarwal, the CEO of Xeom, to please come over. We start with the Corporate Excellence Award, Bellare GIS Consultancy OPC Private Limited. Beg Barbeku. Congratulations to this is your final chance. Last few awards to be given away. After that, even if you want to clap, you will not be able to do. So this is your opportunity now. Put your hands together for the last 20 awards now coming up. Congratulations to Bellare GIS Consultancy OPC Private Limited. Adadmele Body Clone Innovations Private Limited. The Corporate Excellence Awards, Startups and MSME category. The first 10 awards are for startups and MSME, and the last 10 awards are for large enterprises. Congratulations to Body Clone Innovations Private Limited. After that, we have Mobili Infotech Private Limited. I can hear the clapping only on the stage. Well, ಗಣ್ಯರು ಅವಾರ್ಡು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆನ ಹೊಡಿತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾವು ಬರೀ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಹೊಡೆಯೋದು ಒಂದೇ ಕೆಲಸ. So please. Mobili Infotech Private Limited, congratulations. After that, we have Plangle Studio Private Limited. Plangle? Yeah. Plangle Studio Private Limited, Corporate Excellence Award, Startups and MSME. Congratulations to Plangle Studios. Now, Flogic Consulting Private Limited. Congratulations to Flogic Consulting Private Limited. Abhinandanagalu. Flogic. After that, Bagchi. Bagchi Services Private Limited, Corporate Excellence Awards, Startups and MSME. Congratulations. After that, we have Simelo, Corporate Excellence Awards in the Startups and MSME category. Congratulations. After Simelo, I would like to call upon the team from Smart Ed Innovations for the Corporate Excellence Award, Startups and MSME. Congratulations to Smart Ed Innovations. After that, SMPS Electric Control Private Limited. The personal photographers need not be worried. You will get official photograph, okay? Not to worry. SMPS Electric Control Private Limited. SMPS Electric Control Private Limited. Nantara Pramana, Corporate Excellence Award, Startups and MSME. Pramana, Hesare Helo Hage, they're going to do Pramana that they're going to do become bigger and better. After these photographs, I would request all the award winners of startups and MSME to come back on stage for the photograph. Bunny. By the time you come, the photographers would have taken the personal photographs. So please come and join. Congratulations. Let's give a round of applause for Bellary JIS, Body Clone Innovations, Mobili Infotech, Plangle Studios, Flogic Consulting, Takshay Services, Simelo, Smart ED Innovations, SMP's Electric Control Private Limited, SMPS, and Pramana. ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ 10 ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳಿಗೆ let's give a huge round of applause. Corporate Excellence Awards, Startups and MSME. Congratulations. Thank you very much. We now move on to the Corporate Excellence Awards, Large Enterprises. Can we see a thumbs up from all the photographers? Yes, okay. Licious Delightful Gourmet Private Limited. The large enterprises will start with Licious Delightful Gourmet. Congratulations to Licious Delightful Gourmet. ಇವರ ನಂತರ I would like to call upon Omega Healthcare Management Services Private Limited. Congratulations to Omega Healthcare Management Services Private Limited. After that, I would like to call upon Kindrel Solutions Private Limited. JSW Foundation, if you're there, please lift your hand, please. Yeah, please come, Bunny. Kindrel Solutions Private Limited. After Kindrel Solutions Private Limited, Abhinandanegalu, I would request JSW Foundation to receive the award. Congratulations to JSW. Congratulations to JSW Foundation. Next, the Corporate Excellence Award in Large Enterprises, Beehive Workspace. Congratulations to Beehive Workspace. Beehive Workspace, Corporate Excellence Awards, congratulations. After that, Toyota Kirloskar Motor Private Limited, Corporate Excellence Awards, Large Enterprises. Beehive Workspace has now cleared the space for Toyota. Congratulations to Toyota Kirloskar Motor Private Limited. After Toyota, Tesco Bengaluru. Congratulations to Tesco Bengaluru. Tesco Bengaluru. After Tesco receive the award, I would like to call upon Eisner Amper India Consultants Private Limited. Congratulations to Eisner Amper India Consultants Private Limited. After Eisner & Amper India Consultants, I would like to call upon LM Wind Power Blades India Private Limited. The last two awards are being given away. After that, we have an important announcement to be made by the Honorable Minister, and thereafter there will be the entertainment program. But now let's give a round of applause for LM Wind Power Blades India Private Limited. And the final award for the day is Black Hawk Network India Private Limited. All of them are large enterprises and they have won the Corporate Excellence Awards. Ellarigu abhinandanegalu. Congratulations. As the photograph is being taken, I would request all of you to kindly make your way to the stage for the group photograph, slowly and steadily. Some of you can come this side so that we can have the photograph quickly. Congratulations to all the winners. Thank you very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, before the entertainment program, it's my pleasure to request Dr. Sharan Prakash R. Patil, Honorable Minister for Skill Development, Entrepreneurship and Livelihood and Medical Education, Government of Karnataka, for the concluding remarks and an announcement. Put your hands together. Jorada Chappale yondike swagatisi Dr. Sharan Prakash Patil.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಬ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರ್ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ ಸಮಿಟಿನ ಈ ಒಂದು ಅದ್ಭುತವಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಭಾಳ ಅಚ್ಚುಕಟ್ಟಾಗಿ ನಡೀಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಹಕರಿಸಿದಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಟೇಕ್ ಹೋಲ್ಡರ್ಸ್ಗೆ ನಾನು ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ರಮಣ್ ರೆಡ್ಡಿ ಅವರು, ಚೇರ್ಮನ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಥಾರಿಟಿ, ಕಾಂತಾ ನಾಯಕ್, ಚೇರ್ಮನ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕಾರ್ಪೊರೇಷನ್, ನಾಗರಾಜ್ MD, and all his team for having conducted successfully this event, which is the first of its kind in the state. And I would like to thank all the participants here, all the academia, the industry partners and the training partners and all the students. The enthusiasm which we have seen here is really heartening and it's very encouraging as well. And I also thank all the officers and all the industry partners who have sponsored this. And I'd like to announce one more thing, that here the next skill summit will be held 26 November 2, 3 and 4, isn't it? Oh, sorry, 3, 4 and 5. And definitely we'll have to see a new venue because this has been a small one and the gathering was too huge. And definitely we'll look for a better place next time and we can organize it in a better way. So once again I thank the organizers as well, TressCon, for having done a wonderful job. And also Ma'am Vandita Sharma, who has been a great support here, and our Minister from Mauritius, Mr. Noor, and all the other delegates who have been gracious enough to come and participate here, and also all the participants who have been participating in the roundtable, and also all the sessions which were held here. Oh, and also our country partner Germany for having supported us on this. So we all together, Karnataka is definitely going to be the skill capital of the country, and our destination and our skill policy, what the Honorable Chief Minister has unveiled in the inauguration of this skill summit, is definitely the way forward, not only for the state, for the entire country, and definitely Karnataka aspires to be the global skill hub in the coming days with all your support and participation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The two esteemed singers are indeed ready to go. They have been waiting in the side wings. Please give a huge round of applause and let's welcome Manasa Holla and Ashwin Sharma for singing. They entertained us on the first day, but today with a more variety of songs they're going to entertain us. So please put your hands together. Artists love the sound of the clapping more than the money. So please give a huge round of applause.
Check. A very warm welcome to all the esteemed guests present over here. My name is Ashwin Sharma. I'm a singer and a playback singer. And with me I have Srimati Manasa Holla, a playback singer and a film music composer. And we are here to entertain all of you for some time. Thank you so much.
Hell. Slide sharp ಮಾಡಿದೆ. Hell. EP check. Is this volume right? Hell. Monitors level. Hell. ಮೊದಲನೇ ಹಾಡು ಉಪಾಸನೆ ಚಿತ್ರದಿಂದ. ಇದರ ಸಂಗೀತ ವಿಜಯ್ ಭಾಸ್ಕರ್, ಇದರ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರು ಪುಟ್ಟಣ್ಣ ಕಣಗಾಲ್ ಅವರು. ಈ ಒಂದು ಗೀತೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ